try dodging. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go!
Number 6. Going dark.
Just a little few technical difficulties tonight. Sorry. So what's up, Gran? What's up, YouTube? Twitch, how we doing? Spaghetti Girl? Fluffy? Few technical difficulties tonight, guys. Sorry. I was late. What's up, Kyle? My apologies, guys. Yeah, some technical difficulties tonight, guys. Big JT. Baba, what's up? Let it rip, baby. Let it rip. No, I was, yeah, aside from the technical difficulties here in the chapel, right? I was in kind of a heated argument with a fellow streamer. Nothing, like, not malicious. But, okay, let me level with you guys real quick, all right? Good morning. What's up, Facile? Faisal? I don't want to say that wrong. Facile? Man, I'm terrible at pronouncing names, but I like to get it right. Okay, so, as you guys know... What's up, Mysteries? As you guys know, I'm going to be gearing up for a full no-hit run of Black Myth Wukong soon. We're going to start the routing maybe tomorrow. The sooner the better. Probably starting tomorrow. A full no-hit run. We're chasing the world's first no-hit on Black Myth Wukong. The entire game. Okay? The entire game. So we're going to start planning that probably tomorrow. If we get through this mod run, which should be fun, get done with it tonight. However, there is a person on Team Hitless. If anybody doesn't know who Team Hitless is, they're basically an organization that applies no-hit rules, establishes no-hit rules for Souls games. Primarily Souls games, right? Since the boom and popularity of it, like the challenge runners, they all kind of put their heads together and they say, this is what's allowed, this is what's not allowed, X, Y, and Z. So I was talking with one of the people that play on Team Hitless, and I think he's still live right now. And we're trying to establish a rule whether or not a specific mechanic in the game constitutes a block or constitutes... He keeps calling it a block. I don't agree with him. Because the game itself clearly states that it is a deflect. The game states it's a deflect. Right? But he's trying to apply, and I understand why, he's trying to apply Souls game logic to a non-Souls game. Or the rules that are set up for a rock solid, no, JT, staff spin. He's saying that the mechanic staff spin is considered a block. When the game itself, the devs clearly wrote in, it deflects projectiles. Deflects. Okay? So, we're getting down to like the nitty-gritty of what means what in certain games. Okay? In in a Souls game, and like Elden Ring, take that as probably the widest example because there's been more challenge runs done with Elden Ring than any other Souls game, right? There's blocking, there's parrying, and there's deflecting all in Elden Ring. It's probably the widest example and will cover the most amount of rules for a hitless run, okay? So he was saying that using staff spin, person in my eyes, anything that deals damage counts as a hit. Wait, hang on. No, I think you're thinking about it probably backwards. We're talking about not getting hit at all, right? But in an actual no-hit run, when it comes to a no-hit run in a Souls game, you're not allowed to block. Otherwise, you would just have a shield, right, that has 100% physical defense, right? And you could block all incoming projectiles and a lot of attacks and take no damage, right? So he is saying that using staff spin in Wukong is the same as that. However, in the same Souls community, there's a difference between deflecting and blocking. There's two different terms. The devs for Wukong clearly state that a staff spin deflects projectiles. Deflects. That's what the devs wrote into the game. He's arguing that the staff spin is considered a block. I think he's wrong. I think he's 100% wrong. In fact, staff spin acts as a multiple type of... It's a mechanic that has different functions. More than just one function. It deflects projectiles. It can also do damage. There's nothing in Souls games that can deflect something while also doing damage at the same time. So, for instance, if I'm right up close to a boss, if I'm right up close to a boss and I start doing staff spin, and that boss engages in a projectile attack, and even one projectile gets deflected or blocked in his opinion, if it gets blocked because he happens to do an animation transitioning attacks, then your run is completely invalid. Completely invalid. That's what he's claiming. He just said that taking fall damage counts as hitless. I mean, you're not getting hit by anything except the floor. You're not hitting anything except the floor. I think it counts as a hit. Wait, what counts as a hit? I want to make sure we're on the same page here. You gain focus, not by staff blocking, but with the staff hitting. No, okay, so, no. A no-hit run is defined as you, the player, Wukong, doesn't get hit by anything. But in a hitless run, you're not allowed to block stuff. At least that's the logic that applies to Souls games. But he's saying that staff spin is a form of blocking and therefore not allowed. When I argue that staff spinning is not a form of blocking. Staff spinning is a form of deflecting. Because as Souls players and Team Hitless are concerned, deflecting is a whole different mechanic. But staff spin deflects, not blocks. Thank you. Thank you. I'm open to anybody disagreeing with me. And I even said, I typed in this chat, I said, I'm about to go live here in a few minutes. I would be happy to discuss this with you live. And then he goes, well, I'm probably about to stop streaming like 10, 15 minutes or something like that, right? And I think he just didn't want to jump into a Discord call or whatever, or maybe he's busy. That's fine. That's totally fine. But he's still live. I don't think he's like, he's trying to do a breakdown of this right now. Rock Solid is a block mechanic. Rock Solid can also be considered a parry mechanic. That's the thing. So he's getting into like the semantics. I'm on both sides until what's up, Chris? I saw you in there. Yeah, so we were talking about this and debating this inside his chat. And I'm still trying to disseminate, or not disseminate, I'm still trying, I understand his logic. I respect his points. However, if Team Hitless is going to establish that in a Souls game, there is a block mechanic, there's a parry mechanic, and a deflect mechanic, but in Wukong, there is one mechanic that acts as both a deflect, because it deflects projectiles, and an attack. It's a multifaceted mechanic. I'm not asking you to change the rules for all the other games, but a specific rule needs to be applied to this game. It's not that hard. There's a general rule set for Souls games. Wukong's not even a Souls game, so let's just establish that. It's not a Souls game. It's not a Souls game. Plain and simple. And I'm fine with that. It's its own hack and slash action adventure RPG style game. It carries some of the same weight. I get that. More of God of War. Okay, yeah, God of War is another thing. When you look at how the devs wrote, because you can block in God of War, right? You can block in God of War. If you block in God of War, the shield description says blocks incoming attacks, can parry incoming attacks. Okay? If you want to do a no-hit run and you're not allowed to block, then use the parry shield. I'm just saying that seems to be sound logic to me. So what's the point here? I'm trying to reason or understand the reasoning why Souls, there are two different kinds of games. There are Souls games, and there's something now that's being bred called in God of War, you can block and parry. Yes. Okay, so we're trying to establish what the rule set would be for a no-hit run in Wukong. That's all. Just establish what constitutes a block. He's saying that using staff spin in Wukong counts as a block. I disagree with that. Because it deflects projectiles. It can double as an attack. There's nothing in Souls games that can do both at the same time. So I don't think the rule applies here. That's my whole point. But he's saying, no, you're not understanding my point. And he keeps calling staff spin a block, even though nobody in the Souls community has agreed. There's no consensus at all that staff spin is a block, but he keeps calling it a block as if that's already found, determined, established. There's no way to argue that. I don't agree with that. For me, only rock solid not allowed if you're going to apply a hitless rule. Rock solid not allowed if you're going to apply a hitless rule. Okay, so a funny thing about rock solid in this game, most people don't know this, but you actually can take, like, if you get hit with a really heavy attack that breaks you out of rock solid and doesn't actually deflect, because it's considered a deflect. But if you don't time it right, the deflect can go wrong. You can still take a point of damage. Rock solid would be too risky in a hitless run. They will make rules for games specifically apart from their general rule set. I hope so. Yeah, you take an actual sliver of health damage if you mess up your rock solid. Nobody's going to take that risk. Zach, I wanted to say, I tested out Captain Wise Voice. I don't think it's possible without attacking. Oh, Frosty, if you saw my Chapter 4 Pacifist run, my dodge-only run, yeah, it's not possible. He doesn't take damage from the Vengeful Mirage. Yeah. Oh, Mario! Mario's going to be using rock solid. Dude, what a risky freaking play, dude. What a risky play. Like, the deflects have to be on point. Mario, I was hoping we'd jump into a Discord call just to, like hash out, like, what I thought. So that way I could hear you in real time. Because chats are kind of delayed. And... Lies of P, 8 frames was for the parry. This is easier. Yeah, it's miles easier. But if, like, you're experienced with Lies of P and I'm not. Like, at all. I've seen tons of people play Lies of P, but I haven't played it myself. Staff spin is more like an attack. It's not really a blocking. See, and that's what I think. So this whole conversation is... No, the conversation is not pointless. It's just a matter of getting down to the nitty-gritty of what constitutes what. Because if I'm going to do a full hitless run of the game, and I decide that I need to do staff spin to script a fight as much as possible, because not all fights are going to be scriptable. There's so much RNG in Wukong, it's kind of incredible how they pulled it off. But if I'm going to script certain parts of fights, including the staff spin... I can't have Team Hitless coming back to me saying, hey, that's considered a block. We consider that a block. Your whole run is now invalid. Let's say I completed the whole game. All right, but I was going for a no-hit run. Which means, yes, I could take fall damage. Something of the environment can hurt me, whatever. But I went for a no... So, let's say I went for a no-hit run and I took fall damage, which means a no-damage run is out of the question. But later on, Team Hitless comes back to me and says, hey, we reviewed your run. You use staff spin. We don't agree that staff spin is valid. We think it's a block. Your run is invalid. Then I just wasted my entire time. I wasted it all. All of it. I'm not going to have that happen over some arbitrary rules that people, like make up. That, you know what I mean? It's like, I'm not going to waste my time on that. I would like to know, where does the rule come from? It's basically an organization that has established the most stringent rules possible for Souls games in order to make it nearly impossible. I don't want to say impossible, but nearly impossible. So the most challenging form of completing the game. And I like challenge running, so... What's up, Brody? I see you, bud. I would go off based off the description that what the devs put in. That's my whole argument right there. If the dev says staff spin blocks incoming projectiles or something like that, I could see a case absolutely being made for calling it a block. There's just no way for me to, like, argue that point. But if they specifically said, and Souls games have a difference between deflecting, they have a difference between deflecting and blocking and parrying. Those are different mechanics that you can find all inside of Souls games. Right? However, if we're going to apply that, like, if there's a difference between deflecting, which in this case could be rock solid, there's a deflect. There's not really a parry unless you consider it a see-through. I think staff spin is not only a deflect, but an attack mechanic. I think it's multifaceted. I think it has multiple applications, regardless of what it benefits you. If it benefits your focus, if it, keeps you from getting hit, okay, that's the way the game's created. But it's a brand new mechanic that we've never seen before, right? I don't think it's blocking. They specifically said deflecting. That's my whole point. I'm trying to play devil's advocate and see both sides, but I'm trying, it's... I don't think so. I don't think it's blocking. Yo, Mario, I don't know if I'm in your Discord, brother. I know you explained Lies of P, but your best reference, I mean, the way to be able to, I guess, communicate the rules, to me, the best way would probably be through Elden Ring, through something I'm far more experienced with. There's Discord. Hey, man, I'm totally down to chat it up with you, bro. I'm totally down to chat it up with you. Because I just want to get, for my run, I've already started routing and stuff. I don't want to have to go back and be like, oh, well, I can't do this now. I can't do this. You know what I mean? To kind of get a foresight of what I need to be expecting and what not to expect. Man, your perfect dodges have to be on point and master of see-through. Yeah, for real. I will find a different challenge run that is possible. Frosty, stay on the one you're on, bro. You're good. You got this, brother. For me, I need to immobilize and make an intrepid lunge staff spin just to be hitless. Do we need to vote for this? I think I just truth be told, chat, here's the thing. The reason I'm so like I'm pressing about this so much right now is because I eventually want to be a part of Team Hitless. I'd love to be in that circle of people that I can learn from and gather information from and get better from. Okay? I've already done hitless fights. I've already done no damage stuff. You know what I mean? My goal is to eventually reach, like, that would be a really big thing, like a big dream for me. So I want to establish this kind of stuff now. You know? Yin Tiger, oh wait, what'd you say about, technically there's no blocking in this game unless you're Yin Tiger transformation. That's true. That's an actual block. Yep. And wherein you don't take damage. Beating the entire game isn't possible without attacking because of Captain Y's voice. Yes, but there's been other challenge runs, Frosty, where people have had to make exceptions because the game doesn't allow it to, like, allow it at all. Like, it's physically impossible. Yeah. What build are you going to do? I'm not too sure yet. Oh, Mario's in the Discord. Let's go. Let's go. All right. There we go. Cool. Turquoise says, I'm on NG +5 and I'm stuck on Great Sage. It feels impossible. Can you give me tips for that boss? Okay, for the first phase, Turquoise, what I tell a lot of people to do, if first phase, the Great Sage likes to play very passive. Okay? You can play a lot of distance, charge up a full heavy attack, run in, hit him with it. It'll stun lock him and run back. Rinse and repeat that. Like, he doesn't get that aggressive in phase 1. Phase 2 is what you have to look out for. But you'll at least have some reserve. Like, you'll have gourd reserves and stuff like that. If you're more of like a perfect dodge kind of player, wear See No Evil. Hey, Reaper, what's up? Wear See No Evil. If he's beating the brakes off of you, look for my damage reduction build on YouTube and try that with the Wind Tamer, full Bull King armor. Use the Wind Tamer because you get like 50% damage reduction. It's insane. Or if you want to go even crazier with your defense, get the alternate Wukong set. If you're on NG +5, get the alternate Wukong set with Dark Iron Staff. That's the high, as long as you have all the relics. That's the highest defense you could possibly have, right? You could get like 800 defense. Like, spec out your defense as much as possible and use the Wind Tamer for extra damage reduction. Breeze right through it, dude. I got you, bro. You're welcome, man. Give it a shot and let me know how it goes. Mario, I sent you a call. I'm on the call right now. Jump in look in your messages. I was practicing bosses in Return of Rivals, no attacks. It's totally possible. That's very challenging. The real challenge lies in the gauntlet with all 9 curses active, no damage. Anything else is not worth talking about. The only ones I've done, actually, Captain Loudpack, I've done the full Tiger, the first gauntlet. I did the full Tiger, 9 curses, no damage. And then I did Monkey Mind, all 9 curses, no damage. That was insane. But it was fun. Oh, hey, we got a visitor, guys. Hang on 1 second. Let me mute this music.
Heck, can't hear anything at the moment.
Let me turn them up just a pinch.
Oh, I know why. Hold on. My bad. I'll do it on my stream PC. I know exactly what's going on, chat. Hold on. That's on my end. It's because my Discord, or sorry, my headset and whatnot is linked to my microphone's linked to my my stream PC. I've called through my gaming PC.
Oh,
My
gotcha.
bad. Hold on, we'll be there in a sec, chat.
Kyle says he absolutely
Might
100%
take the
agrees with
microphone and my
and
controller for this, but I can't hear
before.
anything right now because again, it's plugged in a separate area. Sorry, mate. Won't be a second. You might be hearing me from my
10 out of 10 style points. What's up, patron? What's up?
Right, howdy, man.
Mario, what's up, dude?
Not much, mate. Just keen to continue the conversation and just kind of final point, and or just make some points. But
yeah,
after for a while, feel free to go first. By the way, in terms of why you think that counted as a parry and not a block.
Right. Okay. First of all, I want to preface this by saying I absolutely respect like what you've done, even under Team Hitless. Your accolades are like next to none. Okay.
That's fine. I appreciate it.
It's quite insane, and I respect it, and which is largely in part the reason I started challenge running myself. And I only my first dive into Souls games was Dark Souls 3. I wasn't challenge running at that point, but at the beginning of 2024 or maybe midway through 2024, I've decided, okay, I love Elden Ring. I fell in love with it, and I was like, okay, I'm gonna start doing like hitless boss fights and stuff like that, really pushing myself. And it's kind of evolved from there. And now that Wukong's like on the table and it's a massive success, I even went further and I started doing my own stuff. And I feel like especially given the fact that I have a ton of hours into this by now, that really doesn't establish the fact that I like know more than anybody else. I know that for sure because I'm always learning things myself.
Oh, mate, time comes with experience, though, for sure.
Yes,
awesome.
I do have a fair amount of experience, and I have a fair amount of experience with Elden Ring as well. Souls games in general, that edge goes to you without a doubt, so I'm not disputing that. My whole logic, my whole premise, where I'm kind of getting this from is I think as far as challenge running is concerned, Elden Ring has probably set the standard for the amount of challenge runs that can be performed and has given us the framework for what probably constitutes hitless, no damage, because there's so much variety and so many different kinds of runs you can do. If anything, it probably needs the most amount of stringent rule sets because there's so much variety, so many weapons you can use, so many shields, parries, deflect hard tier now, all that kind of stuff. So
fair enough. So basically from that though, I agree. So Elden Ring in particular, because obviously typically what happens within a rule set is usually you have the core mechanics of a rule set. So think of, dodge, you have to perfect dodge within a no-hit run. I think we can both agree with that. So as in, you have to dodge. So that, there's the common ones. And then you might have, by the way, you might remember this or maybe not, depending on when you decided to play Elden Ring. But when Elden Ring first came out, and maybe a few months afterwards, there was a certain boss. What was his name, guys? There was a certain boss in particular that you could run past. What's his name? It started with an O. Towards the last like 3 or 4 bosses within Elden Ring's run, there was a boss that you could skip. Now, initially, and I didn't agree with it, but a lot of no-hit runners were skipping that boss, even though they were glitching out the map. And they were using it as a means of, well, we can do it, therefore it's allowed, right? And so one could say, you know what, it's a bit of a grey area, sure. I chose not to because the devs' intention for the game was for us to actually was it Gideon? Sorry, it was Gideon. My apologies. Gideon.
Okay,
and
of course.
In my mind, similar to yourself, the way the devs' intention was for you to be forcefully fighting because it's not meant to be. It was a glitch. It was a speedrun technique, but they implemented it. And so what happened was the devs very soon afterwards actually said, by the way, they didn't even see that. They patched it.
Yep.
So all of a sudden, they made their intentions clear. They said, no, we don't want people to skip this boss.
Right.
Some people, not naming names, de-patched, they dan-patched, and then they
Down-patched.
kept doing it for the hitless run, quote unquote. To me, that's a bit weird because at that point in time, when people were saying you don't know, because that's one of the arguments that the people said at the time, they said we don't. They said we don't actually know what the dev's intention is. It's doable, therefore it's allowed. They made their intentions clear, and even then they were still saying we're going to do it anyways. Which at that point in time, they're kind of going against their initial point. So you've got the core rules in terms of doing this, that, and the other, which I would say parrying is one of them, and then you have like the side gray areas, which I would agree some areas are very big in terms of the gray area, and I agree with that and understand it. For me, parrying and blocking I find is a very easy mechanic to identify, and that is identified through perfect timing.
Right, but
timing of some sort.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Sorry. Oh, my bad. I was not trying to cut you off there.
No. Please,
okay.
By all means, go ahead.
So, yeah, I 100% agree. Okay, so if you're there's, and I know there's, especially for speed running, that's a separate talking point, but there's glitchless and like non-glitchless speed runs to establish like who's done what. Totally understand that.
Exactly. Yep.
When it comes to a no-hit run, I feel like glitches and stuff are kind of off the table. Right?
Correct.
Like, in my opinion, I think glitches are off the table because you're not playing the way the game was designed and the way the devs intended the game. I totally agree with that. So
great, man.
Okay, so
it's
now
a showcase of skill, right? Showcase of skill.
Right, it's a showcase of skill. But you can perform a no-hit run, especially in a game like Elden Ring, with no skill. You absolutely can't. In fact, there's rune level 1. I've all my hitless stuff.
I agree.
Has been at rune level 1. So that's when I really started to push myself. But there's people who've been one-shotting at rune level 1. Okay?
Correct.
And so skill aside, they're still playing the game as the devs intended. Now, with zero skill involved in that except for like swapping out talismans, whatever have you. We obviously don't get that kind of option in something like Wukong. If we're going to establish some kind of hitless rules, I understand the difference between a no damage run because of environmental stuff and all that thing, and hitless runs. Totally understand that. You can take fall damage, you can get down to 1 HP as long as you don't get actually hit by something. Totally fine.
Correct.
So, but if we're going by the same, like you said, intellectually honest rules that something like Souls games provide, especially with something like Elden Ring, where in my this is the only Souls game that I know of that has a block mechanic, parry mechanic, and a deflect mechanic. Now with Shadow of the Erdtree, that's the only one I know of personally. But okay, then it's fair to say that Elden Ring can at least apply these rules the most liberally. And that's where it kind of sets the standard for.
But that's fair.
Okay,
that's fair. So what you've said makes absolute sense. So think of it this way. Think of it as I don't know if you can see my stream, by the way. Try to look at it from this perspective.
Let me pull you up.
So with Elden Ring, right? This is how I like to look at it because I think, mate, what you said in terms of, and I feel exactly the same as you, by the way. And this is why I want to try and make the point clear. You know how you mentioned beforehand, you can no skill, even RL1, like rune level 1 Elden Ring no-hit runs. I'm aware of that, and that's exactly why, it's funny you say that, I heavily handicapped the shit out of my run to make sure I couldn't do that. So because I'm well aware of that, and obviously, whenever you do a no-hit run or whatever it is, you can make it as easy, as hard as you want it to. And again, that's why when it came to Lies of P, I nerfed myself.
Handicaps aside, though, like if you want to handicap yourself, like go in, don't upgrade any stats, don't do anything. That's totally your prerogative. But we're just talking about what constitutes no hit and what doesn't. That's all.
Exactly. So what I'm saying is,
that part off the table.
Correct. So no, exactly. So the reason why I was following up with that though is because I still followed the base rule set from Team Hitless. I just nerfed myself more to make that challenge that I was doing more thing'd. So what I'm going to do is here. So if you can see my stream, basically. Think about it from this perspective, right? I'm playing Elden Ring. So let's choose some mechanics that is something that can be used across the board, right?
Okay.
So let's say normal attack, you have a normal attack, right? Within this game, you have a normal attack, you have a heavy attack, the R1, the R2, etc. So let's say this is Elden Ring, right? In total, this is Elden Ring. Elden Ring. Beautiful, love to see it. Cool. So within Elden Ring, you can do a normal attack. You can do a heavy attack.
You might be a little delayed, by the way. I mean, your voice.
That's good, mate. No problem. Oh, that's a good, mate. No worries. All good. It's not going anywhere. Normal attack, you can do a heavy attack. You can do a block. And you can do a parry. Talking about like the ways to avoid attacks and whatnot. So even if it's like middle, so
are there multiple different ways to block?
No.
I'm trying to think offhand.
So here's the thing, right? It falls in the same category. So within Elden Ring, you can do what's it called, where it's like that block counter, but essentially you're still blocking, right? You're blocking the attack into a counter. So essentially, when we break it down to the base level, you've got a normal attack, you have a heavy attack, you've got a block, and you have a parry. If we then look at Wukong, so then we're going to be bringing up another paint. Let's replicate what we have here, right? So, and this is how I like to look at it. I'm aware. Thanks, Rumies. Thank you. What is it? Snipping tool. I'm just going to make this easier in terms of not copying and pasting.
I feel like you're leaving deflect off of that chart too. Like the premise you're setting is not on there.
Yeah, correct. Exactly. So what happens is normal attack, heavy attack, block, and parry. Because again, we're looking at it from the mechanical side. So it won't be a sec. I'm just going to, isolate it very quickly. Fuck, my bad. Guard counter. Thank you. Yeah, which is, a guard in a sense, right, Virginia? So sorry if I'm missing out some messages, guys. Apologies. Just speaking to the lovely gentleman here. It won't be a moment. Paint. I've already got it up here. So we bring this up and just let's pretend that this isn't Elden Ring anymore. We're just going to overthink it with Wukong. So I'm just going to do this as well. Where is it? This, that, Control C, Control V. Block that over. Beautiful. Oh, fuck me. Just to be as clear as possible. Cool. And then I'll just type in Wukong. So Wukong, and then what we're going to do is Wukong does not have a parry. So it's like, in a sense, if you were to copy and paste like the mechanics are involved within a game, some games don't even have a block. So that's why it's important to look at it from this perspective as well. So because
would you not consider Rock Solid a parry at all? Because you.
So here's the thing, I do consider it because it's within a timing perspective. There's risk involved, so it is 100% a parry. Not only that, it also takes up, not that it matters, but it takes up a resource that can't be replicated, through easy means, which is another pro and con. So if we compare the two of both over here, you have Elden Ring, because again, there are some games, and this is why I think it's important to look at it from this perspective, right? There are some games, like random games out there, that don't even have a block or a parry. Okay. You can only perfect dodge in them. So it's like, whilst, let's say we're a little bit confused in terms of what's what. Let's say Elden Ring, I'm just going to move this aside so we can see both of them. On Elden Ring, you can normal attack. Wukong, you can normal attack. You can heavy attack in Elden Ring. You can heavy attack in Wukong. You can block in Wukong, or, and then maybe this is where the question mark.
Let's not establish block in Wukong yet, because that's
so
not
blocking. All right, so block. All right, I'm agreed. So blocking within Elden Ring is the action of holding down a single button, and you can do so for either a very long period of time, or again, very long period of time without having to time it at the correct moment. In other words, I could hold it 10 seconds before I get hit, and therefore I can, in a sense, basically avoid the attack I was going. There's no sense of timing. As long as you do it do you know what I mean? You can just hold it there and you can get away with it.
Right.
Whereas a parry is typically done within a certain very short time period, whether it's 8 frames Lies of P, 12 frames Sekiro. Let's look at it from perspective as well of Rock Solid. I think that might be, I don't know, because I think there's maybe...
I don't know the frame data on that, yeah.
Yeah, correct. But basically, it's within a certain time period, and if you mistime it, you get punished. Yep. There is a form of punishment outside of just being hit that... Basically, it's the sense of timing, and if you mistime it, you get heavily punished. Lies of P. Right. If you block an attack, don't time it at the correct time, still the same button, and they call it a perfect guard, by the way. Perfect block, perfect guard, not a parry. They don't even call it a parry. Then you take a punishment for it. In this game, and typically block, there's lack of skill involved, lack of timing, and you, in a sense, either get some form of punishment or... basically some indication that you haven't done it. So Sekiro, you can block an attack and not take damage, but it either contributes more towards stamina or just, I don't know, something else in general. So yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to, but that's basically the setting. So I know you mentioned beforehand that you wanted to put forward based on what the developers have called it. And whilst initially I thought the same thing before getting into challenge runs like yourself in terms of like the official standpoint, I thought the same thing. Like, I didn't realize, and I just did it based on what I thought logically. I thought no damage, no hit were the same thing.
Okay.
Then I saw the rules, and similar to how you agree with the taking fall damage, etc. It makes sense. It's logical. Within a parry, the confines. Going back to the text thing. Lies of P has a parry mechanic. Talking about the core mechanic, timing at the right timing, etc.
Yep.
They call it a perfect block. So if
Okay.
they call it a block, doesn't that mean that it's impossible at that point in time to do a parry within the game just because they've called it a block? The argument made basically is me saying it doesn't matter really what the devs say. It's actually more about what the core mechanic is and how it's executed.
Okay,
Yeah.
I can talk about the core mechanic. I'm totally down.
Okay, thank you.
If we're gonna leave off what the devs actually say in the description, although I think that does play a factor because we're just talking about just Lies of P. I could just as easily probably reference a different game that says okay, this is considered a block and this is considered a parry, and
Sure,
while they might have the same mechanic or function, that there's two, the devs wrote it in specifically to say that this is a block, this is a parry. But we can leave that off the table, what the devs' intention, or not intention, what their explanation is, and talk about the mechanic itself. I'm fine with that.
I was just saying it's actually probably one of the most important points, though, because
Okay.
I'm basically saying the devs, them putting it in terms of what the words are, isn't actually a true representation of what the mechanic is, though. Because like you could call it a pink helicopter, a pink unicorn, and it's a block mechanic, and therefore it's a blue unicorn and it's a parry mechanic. Because the devs don't really think too much in terms of what they call it. At the end of the day, they understand that people know that a parry is timing within a certain time frame, and blocking is just holding it, no skill involved.
Okay,
And
so
usually
I'm
you
going to talk
get
about the mechanic itself.
please,
I'm totally
please.
down with that. Okay.
Yep.
Even from a visual standpoint, leaving off the actual description of what they're trying to say, the animation itself, not the animation, but what you can physically see it do is deflecting things. Okay, if it also happens to block damage or prevent damage rather, and it does use a resource, your stamina. And when you get into heavier NG cycles, you can't do that through every attack anyway, because the stronger the enemies become later in the game, the faster your stamina drains. You can't just do it willy-nilly indefinitely and just prevent. Yes, you might avoid some arrows here and there in the open world. It's not going to carry you. So it's not like some perfect defense or perfect block. It's not a shield with 100% physical or something like that that's going to carry you, okay? But if we're talking about specific mechanics and what they were designed for, this is one mechanic that has multiple different functions. So we can't just call it just a block. We can't call it just hang on one moment. We can't call it just a deflect, and we definitely can't call it a parry because it's not a parry. We can't call it any one specific thing was what I was trying to establish. If it's got multiple functions, it needs to be treated as one mechanic that has multiple functions. We can't call it a block. We can't call it a deflect. All
right, cool.
So
sorry, go on.
I agree with you. My whole point is it cannot be called a block.
So here's the thing. What you've said is true. However, keep in mind that when we're analyzing a core mechanic of something, it is a block that what you said is true. It has multiple functions. So it has the ability to give you chi, or what do we call it, the focus points or energy on hit. Focus. It has a probe giving you focus on the block or deflect, whatever they want to call it. It allows you to avoid range projectiles, which is incredible. It allows you can't block physical attacks, but essentially what's happening is the core mechanic is it's a block that takes stamina to use even when not blocking, and it allows you to gain chi. It's basically think of it as
you're using the word block where
I'm just by the way
saying the same thing.
Let's call it whatever. Let's call it deflect, right? It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is, in terms of what's universally seen. So the best way to look at it is when we're talking about a core mechanic, look at it as like a big circle and little circle. So think of the big circle as the core mechanic. So the core mechanic is blocking / deflect, whatever you want to call it, doesn't matter. It is the action of not time. Don't even give it a name. Big circle, this is what we're talking about. We're talking about the no timing mechanic. Would you say, don't call it a deflect or a block or anything. Let's call it the no timing mechanic. Does that sound good? No timing mechanic? Because you're not timing anything correctly. It's just you have to hold down one button, right? The no timing mechanic, and we can do the timing mechanic after. No timing mechanic.
I'm trying to replay in my mind some of the most difficult fights that I've already encountered in the game, and whether or not timing was a big factor. And there is a couple of them where staff spin is you need to time certain things. It's not 100% necessary. I can't think of anything off the top of my brain, mind you, because there's a ton of enemies in the game. But yes, it's beneficial for you to time certain things if you want to deflect certain projectiles in the middle of a fight. I wouldn't call it a no timing, but there is some timing required.
But the same, but one could say the same thing when it comes to blocking within Elden Ring, though. With blocking, it's like it's either the fact that you held down L1 before you got hit, or you didn't hit L1 at the right time beforehand, even if it's 10 seconds before and you get hit anyway, though. So, when I say no timing mechanic, it's more of you don't have to do it within the constraints of 0, within 2 frames, 5 frames, 8 frames.
Not like
you
a
can
parry,
hold it down.
basically.
You can hold it down. Correct.
Yes, I got you there.
You can hold it down. Yeah. So no time. That's why I'm calling no time. I'm not saying deflect, etc. The no timing mechanic.
Okay.
Plus, and it has multiple circles. Because think of it as because everything is different. Elden Ring, you might have this and the other, right? So you might have a smaller circle, and each smaller circle represents the maybe additional pros and cons that it has. Because think of it as their own flair that they have within a game. It's their own extra flair, their pizzazz. It's what separates them between the different games. No timing mechanic. Whatever, again, let's say Elden Ring's block, right? Elden Ring's block, because we can agree that's a block, right? Let's say Elden Ring's block.
What I didn't hear the question. I'm sorry, you kind of cut out there.
Oh, no, sorry, not a question. No, sorry, not a question. I'm just making the point here.
Okay.
So let's say it's no time mechanic or just Elden Ring's block, which I'm a nuffy and I haven't typed it. Elden Ring's block. Sorry, very hard to type. The microphone's always in the way whenever I've got the stream going. All right, Elden Ring's block, quote unquote, even though we're talking about Wukong. So Wukong, the core mechanic, the big circle that virtually many other action games out there follow, which is the block, right? Elden Ring's block, holding down a button, Devil May Cry, the whole shebang, whatever it might be, right? The smaller ones, the small circles are how games differentiate from each other. It's their own kind of extra flair or pizzazz or their spin on it, right? You know the saying, it's their own spin. So with Elden Ring, maybe I can do it. I don't know. I'm trying to think of how I can actually. Let's do this way. Make 2 separate ones. That'll make it easy so I don't have to do this again. So within Elden Ring, paint. Beautiful. Love to see it. All right, cool. Let's be anal about it. Bring that baby down. Cool beans. All right, so let's go to this one, and we're going to name this one as Wukong. Actually, let's want Elden Ring. We're already here. Elden Ring. And then the other one's going to be Wukong, right? So let's talk about the differences between the two and how close they are in terms of lighting to each other. So this is now Wukong, red, 22.
I see you, cool. Frosty. Sorry, I was talking to my chat. Go ahead.
Oh, good, mate. No problem. So with Elden Ring, when you block, what happens? So blocking doesn't require stamina. Again, this is their spin on it, right? So it doesn't require stamina. Allows you to
we're talking block about Elden Ring, sorry.
Yeah, this is Elden Ring, correct? Yeah, Elden Ring.
Are we talking about? Okay, it doesn't require stamina.
Apologies. Doesn't require stamina to hold by itself. So I was going to get to that. I'm trying to control Z. Why is that alerting me?
But Wukong does.
Yep, Wukong, correct, exactly. Yes. It doesn't require stamina holding down. And that's their flair on what Wukong has, but I'll get to that. Holding down, holding down, not being attacked, etc. So then doesn't require stamina holding down. Then you have when being hit when blocked, hit when blocked. Makes you, first of all, take stamina. Typically large amounts of stamina.
Mm-hmm.
Large amounts of stamina.
But the key difference being that in Elden Ring, you can block 100% of damage and only take stamina.
Depending on the shield, though. So here's the thing.
Physical and projectiles.
Correct. But keep in mind.
And Wukong, you cannot.
Exactly. So keep in mind, 100% yes, and we will do that. But keep in mind, though, we're talking about the core mechanic. So let's pretend right now that a shield within Elden Ring only blocked 1% physical, 1% magic, right? Because obviously then you have different OP shields, etc. But what does the actual mechanic do, though, right? Because if you're lacking for the physical, if you have 80%, then because that's just numbers, right? But in terms of with Wukong, it is 100%, and Elden Ring, obviously there's a variance. You can, hey Mara, what's up, Trash? Can the staff be? Oh, sorry, mate. Can the staff spin to be used to stagger enemies? I'm not too sure. I think maybe can stun lock smaller enemies. I think it has a small stagger effect in it. Question: what's up, Trash? Sorry, mate. I'm getting off a thing over there. But
you're good.
Block takes the largest amount of stamina, and typically within games, even Lies of P, I believe, unlike Sekiro, though, I think could be wrong or whatever it is. That's kind of the point of the conversation. Yeah. So if you spin stuff, I can stagger an enemy or create an opportunity. I'm not saying you can't use it to use offensively. By the way, sorry, talking to my chat. You can use it offensively. You just you can't block a projectile with using it defensively because you're blocking. Sorry. So I'm just going to boot it up at the same time as well because it takes a little bit of time. Get out the old Steam. Beautiful. Take a look at this, Gabs. You'll see what I mean in a moment, mate. Sorry, I'm going to keep going with this. But it doesn't require stamina to hold down. Hits block. Think of these as like the small bits and pieces that it's their own spin-off. But like in terms of the actual core mechanic, essentially this is, would you say that that's part of the blocking, right? There's a lot of things that are similar, whereas parry would be, or, you know, whatever you want to call it, Sekiro's parry, etc. You know, words don't matter in terms of what you want to call it, but it's a sense of timing within a certain constrained time that usually requires a crap ton more skill involved versus blocking, which is usually you can hold it for a very long time period before the attack comes to you. Would you say that's a fair assessment?
That's a fair assessment. Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah. If we're talking about from a skill standpoint, that's a different, separate conversation, but I do agree with that point.
Okay, gotcha. And obviously, here's the thing. And obviously it depends on the stamina within Wukong, but let me just hold down within Wukong, hold down the block and see how long it lasts without being hit. Because obviously different games, I'm aware of different games that have a block and no parry mechanic, that by holding it, you just lose stamina over time as well. So let's go over here. Is it even
possible to do a staff throw, dude? It's only possible if you have the
have a lovely one,
only if you have the entire Wukong set equipped with the Jingu Bong, and then you hold down staff spin, you'll do the Great Sage's move where he throws the staff at you. You can perform that, yeah. It is possible to throw. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry, I'm just doing a quick timing on something. So me being like a level 11 within Wukong, I was able to hold it down for about 8 seconds worth. So like within, let's say within that time period, you know, it's a decent amount of time window compared to like 8 frames. So obviously one can say stretch it in terms of what the word might be. Now, what you said beforehand obviously does matter in terms of having to potentially time it so that way you're not just holding it down 5 seconds preemptively, but within the,
you're in ads right now, but I mean, I can wait just a second.
Oh, correct.
That's okay.
Oh, sorry, of course.
You got 10 seconds. It's okay.
All good, all good. So also talking to Gabs in my chat. Gabs, you there, mate? This is why I'm considering this a block. Ready?
Hang on 1 second. I'm almost
coming over here for a moment. Not so good.
Okay, I'm out of ads. Go ahead.
No problem. So the reason why I'm considering this a block and not a parry is for this reason. This enemy is coming towards him and he's about to hit me. I'm holding it down right now. Ready? Holding down, holding down, holding down, holding down, holding down, holding down. Oh, I got it. Holding down, holding down, holding down, holding down, holding down. No sense of timing, no sense of timing, no sense of timing. I don't have to worry about it. Blocking, 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 block. That's why if I had to specifically time it as it was about to hit me, I would say that was a parry. Like Sekiro, where the knife comes flying towards you, you have to time it within the 12 frames. With this one, depending on how uncomfortable you feel about a certain mechanic, you could do it 5 seconds ahead of time and therefore avoid it. Okay. That can't be done within any game. Any game that I know of that allows a parry, even in the biggest windows, like maybe Genshin, you know, those casual games for parrying, they don't have windows or frames that allow, you know, to go that far in terms, and that's usually why they call it a block.
Okay.
So yeah, so that's why if this was perfect timing to the right moment, 12 frame, whatever it might be, even if it was to a second, honestly, I would say sure thing, because I would say that's pretty close to the rock solid, depending on maybe the upgrade that you have. But in this game, you can hold it preemptively by a large margin. This is definitely collision detection. So by the way, Gabs within my chat is a game designer and developer as well, and he knows how to put things into the context of very specifics for the coding and things like that. Gabs is saying this is...
Okay, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry. I was letting you finish. My bad.
Oh, no, I was just going to read it out. Does the stamina deplete faster if you get hit? Correct. Yes. It does. So whilst it's not like Elden Ring where you can hold it indefinitely, there is still, as you can see, a massive, much larger, expansive window as opposed to you having to time it. Because with Sekiro, it's yes or no. Did you block it and time it within that time period or no? With this attack here, I can time it much later. Look at this. I'm holding it down.
Okay, so
I'm holding it down.
So what are we most upset about? The fact that it requires a difference in skill set, or the mechanic itself? Because as much as you're displaying right now that it is blocking the arrow, I can make the case just as well saying that staff spin is deflecting, and we've already established deflecting and blocking in accordance with Soul's rules are two different things. This, however, is one in the same thing and should be treated differently, is what I'm saying. I also see that Gab said a block typically do not have offensive capabilities. And so by that own admission right there, staff spin does have an offensive capability. It's not a block.
But when we're talking about the core mechanic of what a parry is within a game, typically, what does that
it's
fall
not
under,
a parry, though. We're not talking about a parry. We're talking about an offensive capability that a deflect
But
has.
for a no-hit run, though. For a no-hit run
Yes.
versus yeah, but why would that be allowed within a no-hit run, though? Because blocks are allowed in no damage. Because remember, guys, ultimately, we're talking about what's allowed in a no-hit run and a no-damage run. What is allowed within a no-hit run?
The same. I'm saying that if you want to call it a block mechanic,
yes, you can,
totally fine. If I want to call it a deflect mechanic, because we've established those are two different kinds of things, especially if you're using a no-hit run. You're allowed to deflect in a no-hit run. You're not allowed to block in a no-hit run. I'm saying this one skill has both of those applications, and I can call it a deflect just as much as you can call it a block. Just as much. That seems to be fair game to me. And if you want to nerf yourself and not use staff spin, that's totally fine. But if I do my routing and I use staff spin, my run is just as valid as yours because this is a brand new mechanic that has two different functions. In fact, three.
But remember, that's the extra flavor in it. We're talking about the core mechanic, though.
The core mechanic deflects.
The core mechanic,
just as much as you can call it a block.
Blocking? Here's the thing. We're talking about the action of it. What is the actual thing that's happening within the game? The skill required to pull it off in the timing. Because again, what is typically associated with the parry within a game or a deflect,
but we've also established that skill does not invalidate or validate a run because people have been able to do
no. It's not about the it's not about the skill. It's about the timing. What usually constitutes what's a block and a parry within a game? What's Elden Ring? You have to hit it within a certain time period. No, this is not that case. This is a block that drains.
But okay, you just used parry again. We're not talking about parrying.
This is This is a block. Elden Ring. If you block an attack, it doesn't matter. 100% shield. It's a physical attack. What happens when you block the attack? Tell me.
No, stamina drains. No health is depleted.
Yes. Correct. And what happens here when I block an attack?
Stamina drains. No health is depleted.
Yes.
Okay. Now, so
a long period of time.
Do you consider that same Elden Ring block a deflect or no?
Do I consider Elden Ring block a deflect?
No. The same block we just talked about. If you put up a shield with 100% and you lose stamina and no health depletes, do you consider that a deflect?
Sorry, are we talking? Sorry, say that again. What?
If the same block you just talked about, let's say you're fighting Margit with 100% shield, doesn't matter what it is.
Yep, sounds good.
Okay.
Yes. Yep.
You block, he hits you one time, you take stamina depletion, no health depletes. Do you consider that same block a deflect? Yes or no?
It depends. When I click the block button, was there a tight constringent in terms of timing for that block, or could I hold it virtually for a long time before I got hit to avoid that
forever.
attack?
Not forever. And that's a physical attack, not a projectile attack.
Are we? Is that like the example of bringing Wukong to market within the 100%, or am I misinterpreting that?
Maybe I might be
because
not
within Elden Ring, you
myself
take zero
correctly.
stamina. So sorry. So if you're in Elden Ring and I'm fighting Margit and I have a shield, the only action right now that I think is described like the main thing, and I've talked about it as well, and I agree with, and I understand it's a point, is the act of by holding it in nature, you are draining stamina. But here's the thing, though. You were draining very little stamina to use it in the first place, and the extra amount of being able to, the extra, what's the word? The extra recovery, not recovery, what's the better word for it? The extra allowance to make a mistake is beyond, above and beyond of what one would be doing this challenge would be able to do.
Okay.
Using a shield to block an attack with the exception of perfectly executed parry deflect.
Okay. I understand that. You're back on skill now. You're back on like, well, this is a skill issue, and it like we've already established that you can do no hit runs with little to no skill in Souls games if you know what you're doing still. Okay, so
no, of course,
I leave skill off. I'm just talking about the
on.
mechanic itself.
Okay,
in blocking in Elden Ring, stamina is depleted. Stamina is depleted.
Yes.
It doesn't matter if you it's a physical attack or projectile. Stamina is depleted. HP remains the same. Same thing with
Yes.
Wukong. Stamina depletes, HP is the same. However, excuse me. However, sorry, I like we've been saying so much, I kind of got
No, of
a little
course, of course. No, I understand.
scatterbrained there.
All good.
But what I'm saying is that same block is not considered a deflect in Elden Ring because there is a separate mechanic in the game called deflect. That's
Yes.
that's
what
I'm
about
saying.
Sekiro? What about Sekiro though? Same button, by the way. Same button.
Okay, well,
Same with Lies of P, same button.
I could say the same thing about Stellar Blade. Okay, like I don't know, I'm
Yeah,
not certain if
yeah,
you've
go
played
on.
that. But you
I
know,
have, yes.
Stellar Blade,
Yep.
you can hold down
Yep.
block for forever. No stamina drains.
Yes. Yep.
Okay,
Yep.
you can perfect parry. The
Yes.
same. It's like, well, then what? There's no deflecting in that case. That's because that's a parry. But I'm saying if you have a different term for what you consider a deflect in a Souls game and versus a different term of what you call a block in a Souls game, I'm saying I have just as much of a right to call staff spin a deflect in this game as much as you do calling it a block. That's
Here's
what
the
I'm
thing.
saying.
So here's the thing. If we wanted to be absolutely anal, but the only thing that I would see has a leg to stand on is the fact that this takes stamina, quote unquote. But the thing is, if we were to compare the action of timing within a certain specific time frame, or literally being able to hold it for as pretty much, let's be honest here, as challenge runners, as long as you wanted to, for the most part, within because you don't have to
skill. Your
fallback
is on skill.
I'm not trying to say it's a skillful thing. I'm talking about the action. I'm talking about the fact of one, you can hold it. Mate, let's talk about this. What is the difference between the staff spin and rock solid? Go. What's the difference between?
There's not a huge difference except for the mana depletion. And the fact that you can counter with it. I mean, it's a whole different mechanic. There's plenty of things to differentiate.
What about the especially in regards to specific timing involved versus not specific timing?
It doesn't require super precise timing.
Sorry, are we talking about the staff spin or the rock solid?
No, you can stay in rock solid for almost 2 seconds and still deflect. Now, however, there is a skill in your relics that decreases the rock solid window time.
Yes.
And like you get an extra benefit for it. I think you get mana back or something like that. I mean that's semantics right there because you're just playing with all the different passives. I can leave that off the table. But my whole argument is with staff spin is like you can call it a block, and I'm totally with you on that. But I can also call it a deflect. And I feel like I don't want to say I have more evidence on my side, but not only do you see the deflection in the animations, you also the devs wrote that it does deflect. There's also a cost benefit to it as well, especially when you get to harder bosses. You can't just do it indefinitely. I guess I could make the same case with Elden Ring if we go back to that, and maybe a spellcaster, for instance. You can do, like, let's say Comet Azure. I know I made that. That's a button you can just hold down and absolutely obliterate any target in your way. So instead of costing you stamina, it costs you a bunch of mana. It's like, okay, you have like all the time in the world to sit there and blast your way. You also have stuff in Souls games like Assassin's Gambit and Unseen Form where you can also enter the boss arena and they don't even detect you. I'm saying
correct. Yeah.
So these are benefits. These are benefits that Souls games get apart from a game like this. Especially challenging yourself to a no-hit run, you can use all these hundreds of different elements in a Souls game to successfully get a flawless run. Probably a lot easier than Wukong, which is why we're here today trying to establish what's going to benefit us in a no-hit run and what's not, what we can't use. I say it is of a benefit, and it will be valid.
Sure.
Well, it'll also be valid because I can call it a deflect.
So why don't we allow blocking to occur within no-hit runs then, as opposed to making them no damage?
Because it doesn't have because it doesn't have a secondary function like Wukong. It doesn't have an offensive capability.
That's what the parries are for typically, though. That's usually the benefit.
That's a whole different skill, though.
Well,
you said, why do we not use blocking?
Well, here's the thing.
Staff
As
spin
you
is
said,
not a parry.
Well, here's the thing, correctamundo. So in this game, you have the equivalent, and it is only, what's this? If an enemy attacks, health stamina depletion, it's a hit in my book. Yeah, well, here's the thing. I feel the same way because I think if you, and that's a very good point, by the way, within this game, obviously depending on the game, because if it's both, then obviously that's a separate thing. But within this game, if you use an action to avoid a hit, let's say, what would you call the, what do you call it in this game? The seeing through, resolute counterflow and whatnot. What would that be considered as?
It's considered a see-through. That's a whole new mechanic. That's a whole new mechanic that it is not a deflect. It's not a block. It's not a parry. The closest thing we could call it is a parry. But typically, in any other parry, in any other Souls game, that you don't get to hit your target while doing a see-through. You don't get to hit offensively while also doing the parry. You parry and then you attack. So how do you call it a parry?
Well, this is the thing. This is why different games do different things in terms
Agreed.
of why it's not exactly. And that's why when we look at it from Elden Ring, the timing in particular, what separates, like, number one thing when someone says, what's the difference between a block and a parry? The first thing people mention is you have to time it at the right moment.
Agreed.
And if you time it, there's a reward that is involved within that. There is no difference in this game if you block at the last second, parry, block, whatever you want to call it. There is no difference if you time it at the last second versus timing it 5 seconds beforehand. And due to that, there's no difference. I can do this right now with this guy, right? Like, he's about to hit me 1 frame before. I don't get any benefit. I don't get less stamina consumption. I don't get extra chi because of it. There's no extra reward, which is typically given within a parry versus a block. It's the same. It's considered the same throughout.
Is there any benefit to deflecting? Like, only deflecting, not deflecting and like deflecting in a Souls game, but not deflecting and then attacking, just deflecting.
Yes, there is. There is. You stagger the enemy. You don't actually have to riposte them if we're talking about that afterwards. You knock the enemy down, they get stunned. You can heal during that time period. There is, yes. You can.
So
yep.
So you have have a net bad benefit to deflecting in this game with staff spin. So you get less of a benefit and you still want it nerfed. Like, you still want it to not consider it for a no-hit run.
More. Because think about it this way. Like, what do you mean less of a benefit? More.
Well, okay, so I'm establishing that
an attack is coming our way. We're avoiding an attack, quote unquote, by let's say we allow it. All of a sudden, let's say I'm fighting a boss. The Toad in Chapter 2, the very first boss you can fight. You know the Toad. If you get in there and fight him, and you allow, let's say you allow it. You allow staff spin. He's doing a certain attack, and all of a sudden this happens. I spin. He's doing an attack. I just hold it down preemptively. Same with this gentleman. Hold on. Give it a second. He's doing this. I'm not doing anything in particular. He's attacking me. He's been attacking me for a long time. I'm still spinning, still spinning, still spinning, still spinning. It's not like it heavily... You know what? I would make the argument for me. I would be moved in this if it did more stamina damage. It's almost like if you had to time it exactly. But
it does
this right here...
Later in the game, it does a ton more when the enemies get far stronger.
For sure, but let's say maybe it takes half your stamina though. Look at this. I'm just holding it. I held it down for 5 seconds. He's attacking me. The reason why, let's say let's say the example of it took a shit ton. Maybe let's say each arrow, because I've played games like that. There are certain games where if you block an attack, it takes virtually all your stamina, and that's fair enough, by the way, fair. And at that point in time, I wouldn't have any issue. The problem with this game is because obviously, if we say we allow it, that's quite a broad term in terms of what it's allowing. All of a sudden, by allowing it, this changes how you react throughout the game. Boss fights, maybe some bosses, right? Let's be honest here. Some boss fights, that might not change anything in terms of the staff spin. And at that point in time, it's negligible. But there are some fights, like that Toad guy, where it completely changes how one completely analyzes and fights that fight. And that's what I'm fighting for in terms of, like, I think that it massively changes the outcome because all of a sudden, prime example, in my Hitless run, if I want to fight that Toad down there and get a few things unlocked, right now, I wouldn't feel comfortable fighting that dude because the staff spin makes it easy mode and completely virtually no risk at all. Whereas if I don't use it, we spent 2-3 hours the other day trying to find ways around it. And imagine if I have to do that for 30, 40, hypothetically 10, 20 bosses. And each enemy is going to be different to counter them versus just holding down one button. The ease of execution for it, and I know it's not like about the whole ease and not, but I would have to come up with 30 different strategies specifically of how to avoid a specific attack. We'd have to be creative, cooldowns, rotation of cooldowns, certain specific skills, perfect dodging. Otherwise, because you know how in some attacks, if you don't perfect dodge, you get hit anyway. It's like you
it's
might
almost like a
dodge the
frame
first.
trap. If you don't get the first
Correct,
one, the second
exactly.
one's going to get you. I get that.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. So it's like I might have to be forced within my challenge run. I could be 5 hours deep into the run fighting final boss. And if I don't perfect dodge, which we know is like 1 frame, it's like it's very small compared to blocking. You know, which one's going to be like in terms of the difference between. So it's not like, whilst one might argue it doesn't matter, it's like the difference in terms of the run of a no-hit run with and a no-hit run without. It's not semantical at that point. It makes a massive difference.
I know it makes a massive difference, but
yeah, correct, and that's why I'm arguing. Yeah,
I 100% respect that point. I understand exactly what you're saying. It does change the run. What I'm saying is that the only, I guess, dispute that I'm having is regardless of what it changes in your run and in your routing, and even in mine, is the fact that whether it's allowed or not. And that's the only thing I was really trying to establish was, is it a block, is it a deflect, or is it both? And beyond that, it also has the offensive capability to damage your opponent. So let's say, for instance, you are fighting that frog, because it's the easiest example we can think of. You're right in front of his face. Right in front of his face. You have you're in a position where you have no focus. You would like to build up your focus meter, perhaps, or something like that, or even recharge your chi, which is for your spirit summon. You have Wandering White equipped right now, and then in mid staff spin, because that's the fastest way to go ahead and ratchet up your focus. In mid staff spin, he happens to change animations, because I don't believe you've seen every boss in this game just yet. I don't want to assume that, but I'm kind of going out on a branch there. But he happens to change animations, which can happen in the blink of an eye, and a lot of these bosses do, and spits out one of those lightning projectiles, and you don't even notice it. You get all the way to your end of the run, you've completed it, you go back and review the footage, that one projectile, one little ground projectile actually hits your staff spin while you were trying to build up focus. Your run is now invalidated. Even though you were using it, even though you were using it in an offensive capable way, because you can do that. You can sit there and barrage. Let's say that you run up to that first archer right there, and you start hitting him with staff spin to build your focus, and the archer from the left side starts firing at you. It will also deflect those arrows at the same time. So how do you reconcile that when it can do both at the exact same time?
Let's use something that's similar. So yes, it is invalidated, and here's another example. You know how within Elden Ring, if you use a spear, you can block and attack at the same time? Prime example. You know how you can do both? Prime example, shield, block, stab at the same time. Would you agree with that? You can.
Repeat that one more time, I apologize.
So that's okay. Within Elden Ring, you have the ability with certain setups, and this is a very good explanation in terms of how we can represent Wukong as well, in fact. Within Elden Ring, there's a situation where you can both block and attack at the same time, right? Let's think spear. You've got shield and spear, whatever you call it, shield, halberd. You know how there are some weapons you can block and stab, and you don't drop the guard at the same time. This is a good example of that. Obviously, this is projectiles, and that might be might be melee attacks and projectiles, but let's pretend the melee doesn't exist. Okay. If you get hit during that time period of you attacking the enemy as you're blocking, that does count as a hit within Team Hitless rules.
Yes, I understand that. I totally agree with you on that.
Even if you block the entire thing.
Right. I totally agree with you on that. However, it's not deflecting. You are blocking. I'm arguing that the staff spin is a deflect. You just said that was a shield and spear, and you're blocking while attacking. I'm saying staff spin is not a block. It is a deflect. And we've already established that there is a certain thing called deflect in Souls and a certain thing called block in Souls. If they're two separate categories, I'm arguing for category A while you're arguing for category B. Staff spin is a deflect to me, not a block.
But then we come back to why things are called certain things in the first place, or at least the core concept of it. The core concept of what we're talking about here, of me being able to hold this down for like 10 seconds in the first place, would not ever in any game, and let's be, this is being intellectually honest.
There's a first time for everything.
Mate, come on. Out of the history of ever, when would this ever be called a parry? Or, the universal known terms. Oh, no, hear me out.
Okay.
Hear me out. In any game that there has ever been a parry, etc., whatever you want to call it, the version of what Sekiro parry. When in the history of ever has this been seen as a deflect over like an 8-second, 10-second, 15-second hold and not considered a block?
2024. I've never ever. I'm saying it's a brand new mechanic. That's all I'm really arguing for. It is a brand new mechanic we have never encountered before that can deflect projectiles and damage an opponent at the same time. Your argument is that you want to call it a block, which would invalidate a no-hit run. I understand your point. I'm just saying you're arguing for point A, and because I consider this a brand new mechanic never seen in the likes of Souls games, especially before, it has its own set of rules.
I see what you're saying, and I really do understand the point you're making. But because whenever we break down rules in the first place in terms of what's allowed and what's not, when we're talking about like extra specifics, though, because ultimately what really matters here is the separation between what's blocking and what's parrying in any game. It is usually typically within what's deemed is almost like a recognizable skill check in terms of can you reciprocate your timing to the attack that's about to happen within a very stringent time period.
Again,
that is not that situation.
Right?
Oh, no. That's not. I understand. One could measure the skill between rock solid being because when we play a game, and one could say Lies of P is one of the tightest frames possible for fuck the parry and dodge. Let's talk about perfect dodges. Sorry, the block. Let's say perfect dodges. This game here is probably the tightest I've seen for a perfect dodge before. What's the difference between a perfect dodge and a normal dodge? Do you know what I mean? Like, you have to time it down to the last frame. Otherwise, why don't we just call it a dodge? There's a perfect dodge and there's a normal dodge. You have a block and a perfect block, or a parry, whatever. There's different ways to call it.
Right, but you don't have to perfect dodge either.
Correct. You don't have to, but then that's where certain things like, let's say hypothetically, there are some games where you have to time it to that last frame. There are certain games that just don't have a normal dodge. You just have to perfect. It's like the perfect dodge, otherwise no dodge at all. There are some games that are like that. And so this is why it's important to look at other games for reference. And the core concept that this game falls under in terms of, especially when we're talking about certain timing periods, because again, it's like what's typically seen as a parry and what's seen as a block. If you ask anyone what is a block and what's a parry, they'll be like, one you can hold and you don't have to time it, quote unquote, and the other one was within very, very tight time constraints.
Correct. I agree.
This one here, you can hold this for how long? And this is with me being like a level 1 character. I can hold this for close to 10 seconds and still get that timing off. That is not considered universally as seen as a deflect, a parry, etc. I understand. This is the way I see it is. This is a block with a stamina drain attached to it.
Okay, so can you name any other game in any point in time that has a mechanic just like this where it would block and deflect at the same time? Deflect projectiles.
What does that mean?
And I can't think of one offhand.
Sorry, what do you mean block and deflect? It's considered blocking.
I'm sorry. I apologize. Like hold down the button and deflect projectiles and not take any damage.
What do you? I'm trying to understand though in terms of the difference. Like when I play Elden Ring, if I'm holding down one button and I'm losing stamina, this is like Elden Ring. But if Elden Ring allowed just the use of stamina by holding it, some games don't want you to forever hold in terms of their blocking systems, and this is one of those ones. And they've just made it that you can only do it to range projectiles instead of just melee as well. Warframe, says Sir Chris. Okay, Chance got a few examples. Breath of the Wild, Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild. Warframe, shield deflect lasers. Okay.
I'm not familiar, but okay.
What's up, Sam? How you doing, mate?
Okay.
Yeah. So apparently there's a few examples already in terms of that.
Right.
But typically, So I would say my main argument would be the fact of typically what's considered a block and not universally in general, regardless of what one wants to call it. Pink unicorn, blue unicorn is typically.
Right, we could care less what the devs intended to call it. I'm on board.
Correct, I agree. Yeah,
I'm on board with that.
Hell yeah.
So I'm just trying to establish what we, as the players, the challenge runners, are trying to decide what it is and what it isn't. And I lean more on the side of it deflects because it also has an offensive capability. It's one and the same. You do not whether you choose to hold it down for X amount of time that's completely up to you. If it's about it doesn't require much skill because you can there's plenty of examples we can talk about that don't require skills and you can do a flawless run of a game. That's off the table. The amount of skills or frames, who cares? That is a separate conversation.
It does separate them.
I'm sorry.
So, well, it does separate. Well, it does separate the mechanic because usually it's either an implementation or not. Because some games, unfortunately, I love games that parry. This is one of those games where the parry isn't like Sekiro, but it's more in terms of this. It's more in the see through, and I guess a very loose term, the rock solid, because it's within a certain consumed time. Like I would consider that. Chat was saying, ask him to define the difference between a block and a deflect. So, how would you define that in terms of the two differences?
A block, like. Okay, well,
The difference between the two
in Wukong or a different game.
Oh, just in general, if someone says, "What's the difference between a block and a deflect?"
Okay, I guess at that point you would actually have to look at the animation of what's happening, because when you look at anything else, like let's say you look at a dodge or a perfect dodge, you have to see the animation to know that this happened or this happened. Correct?
So I wouldn't say. So this kind of falls into the category of me of what the devs call it because
no. I'm trying to leave that off the table though. I am.
No. Hear me. All right. Let's move it to the side. Imagine that we don't have a spinning stick and I had a shield in front of me that was spinning in front of me. Like metaphorically speaking, what if I was holding a shield, not a staff, and instead I'm just like twirling the shield in my hands like this? You know, I've got the remote controller. This is a block, etc. I'm blocking.
Right. I was getting to that.
The difference? Okay, gotcha.
Absolutely getting to that. So I was going to circle directly to that. I'm glad you brought that up. But so my first premise was you have to why it comes down to animations and why that's important. Is there a difference between seeing what a perfect dodge is and not a perfect dodge? Like you can see when you execute one and when you can't execute another. Or
in this game, yes, you can.
Let's just take this game for example. A perfect
some games you can't though. There's a lot of games where actually a lot of games where you can't actually see the difference. Even in terms of like you know how it's in Sekiro if you've played it. Sekiro, if you perfect parry and attack and you don't, there's a different visual animation.
Right.
But some games actually don't showcase the difference.
But would you agree that there's a benefit to doing a perfect parry versus a non-perfect parry? Right? And you can see the animation difference. Is there a benefit?
Could you repeat that one more time? Is there a benefit to doing a perfect parry compared to a block? Yes, there is.
Okay,
but some of them
Wait, did you say there was a parry and a? Did you say in Sekiro there was a perfect parry and just a regular parry? Like if you
within Sekiro you either block or you perfect parry.
Gotcha. Okay.
So there's no in between. There's different things.
Right. So, but at least in terms of Wukong, there is a dodge and there's a perfect dodge. And the animation, I mean, yes, you have to time it, but the animation is what separates what is a perfect dodge and what is a regular dodge, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm just saying that this is basically a block with extra benefits and with one weakness as well. But it's still ultimately a block at the end of the day.
What I was circling around to is because I have to go on the data provided to me from the game and the data that I see and why I consider this a deflect versus a block is the animation that I see happening when you staff spin. I not only you are avoiding damage, but I see arrows. You can physically see the animation of things being deflected.
Correct. And here's the thing, though,
the
right?
Animation is what separates what it is.
Here's the thing. You've said the right. So here's the thing. From a visual standpoint, what you're seeing is the arrows being potentially deflected off the stuff. Correct. In language, yes. But here's the thing, though. From a programmer's perspective, or just in general, we're a challenge runner. What we care about is not what we're seeing. Because here's the thing, right? If you and I were a games journalists call it deflecting. They say whatever it is.
Right.
But as a challenge runner, we talk about the core mechanics of what things are because that's how we set the rules. So, because you know how and what they do is to look at the different categories. You know how in some speedruns there is a very minute difference between what one is versus another thing? It's very minute. I would say that there's a very big difference between what's usually seen as a block and a parry. And I would ultimately say this is a block with very good pros and a con that's usually not seen within blocking, but is ultimately still a block. So the pros would be you can build up chi, you can even attack with it, because you know how in some games, there are some games you can even in this game you can staff spin on the enemy, therefore dealing damage. But this is, and even though in this game you can visually see you spinning a staff, imagine if the developers are creating this, the staff doesn't exist. They've just got an invisible hitbox just on the front of you like a circle that's just spinning in front of you, or not even spinning.
Right, I wanted to get to that shield point you were making. If it was a shield, for instance, okay? So this is why I make the distinction about the arrows getting deflected versus if you had a shield. Let's just say you had a shield and it spun right in front of you. If it was still a deflect mechanic, they would bounce off the same way the staff does. If it is
That's still visual.
hang on, but if it was not a deflect mechanic, you would see the animation of the arrows sticking into the shield. The animation, in my opinion, is what matters here. And the same could be said for something like Elden Ring. You can block projectiles with a shield, and you will see them enter the shield. And yes, they dissipate after a while, but the animation, in my opinion, is what separates what I see as a deflect and what I don't see as a deflect.
So here's the thing. We're going back to what we said in terms of the game's journalism, though. What you're seeing in the game is what the developers want you to see. What's happening behind the scenes, though?
They created the game.
Well, no. But then we could say that. But here's the thing. I know what you're saying. I get it. But what have the developers done behind the scenes? You know, have you seen those? Have you seen prime example Elden Ring? You know the frame. Did you play Elden Ring's DLC by any chance when you fought Radahn?
Yeah, trust me. Yeah,
yes?
I went through the misery of Consort Radahn.
Yep. Incredible. I think the concept was good, but the execution was dog shit, and here's why.
I totally agree.
So here's the reason why the frame trap attack was frame trapping people. Do you know why that was? It's because his hitboxes were dog shit. We looked at it, and frame by frame, he was hitting you 5 frames prematurely before he should have. So instead of you, because what I've played, you know, you and I probably played a lot of
there was
games
only one
where
way to actually avoid it, though. There is a talisman that allowed you to avoid that frame trap attack with consistency.
Well, here's the thing. Well, actually, even then you could avoid it, though, with spacing. But what I'm saying is the developer's intention in terms of how that attack worked didn't align with the polish of the game. So basically, he would do the swing 1 and 2. He would hit you when his arm was at 90 degrees. That's how early it was. So instead of you timing it as it was about to make contact, so basically what happened was that move in general was really poorly executed, and therefore it didn't actually fit through. But, you know, out of the context.
Totally agree.
So that's the issue with why Radahn was there. But deflections must redirect an incoming hitbox, meaning the hitbox must survive the collision. Blocks kill the hitbox, and that's the thing. So here's what I wanted to present to you in terms of what's going on, right?
Okay.
Let's pretend I'm a developer right now and I'm making Wukong, because this is literally what's happened, right? They're working with literally like stick figures, right? As you've seen in terms of the making of games, right?
Yep.
So this is Wukong right now. Hold on, big fucking neck and body. This is the circle. This is my stick figure.
I love it.
Thank you. We're getting there. It's probably got a broken neck, but that's okay. So, cool. So what happens is when they're making the game, Jesus, dude, when they're making the game, it's nothing more than this. It's like skeletal. And what's going to happen is the stuff doesn't exist. So as soon as what they've done is, it is triggered that if you hit or hold L2, not hit it, if you hold L2, a circle or whatever it might be, and hitbox, it could be a dandelion, I don't care. A hitbox covers the character. It's not a staff. A hitbox actively covers the character, not in terms of timing or anything like that. It's, think of it as a force field that appears in front of you, and anything that goes into it, again, keep this in mind, because we're talking about from the core. This is like peeling under the carpet, right? Arrow is active frames. So arrow is going into it. It hits your shield. It's the moment it hits your shield, it doesn't exist anymore. It's not like it's being redirected. It's not that it's falling down, can be picked back up. The moment it hits your shield, it just disappears completely from existence. Whereas because obviously that would look bad, it's almost like if we, did what we did in terms of the game, the moment it hits the shield, in actual coding terms, it is now non-existent. It disappeared completely. Whereas what we see visually, just because it's for realism purposes, it hits the shield and then it bounces off. But from an active hitbox perspective, it hits the shield and it disappears, no longer exists. That's what blocking typically does. And then if you look at it from a Sekiro point of view, which is a good way to look at it, if you time it correctly at the right moment, it will reband off and then hit the character, which isn't available in this game, by the way, unfortunately, but it will reband off and then hit the character. But in this game, just from a visual art perspective, from a realism perspective, they're just making it look like it's hitting the shield and deflecting off. But from what's actually happening, and Gabs, feel free to tell me if I'm saying this incorrectly, what's happening in this game is the moment that arrow or whatever projectile hits the shield, disappears and deletes itself immediately. Therefore, there's no more projectiles. There's no staff. It's literally an active hitbox covering the player. Whatever projectile hits that hitbox, deletes itself. Whatever happens visually afterwards is up to the designer's flair and how they want to represent that. But essentially, this is what's happening within the game and its core mechanics and how it's been made in the first place. No Wukong, stick figure, circle in front, no stuff, doesn't matter, because the action itself creates the force field. What we see is just based on our visual perception of it, and how the devs want to express that. Yeah,
I understand that. So again, like I'm on board with you there. If we're talking about like a coding hitbox and bubble that surrounds you standpoint, I understand that. However, I still consider it like I still have to give it consideration for its offensive capabilities, because it has more than one function.
Use it offensively. You can. Yeah, use it offensively. I'm just saying you can't use it defensively because that counts as a hit. Absolutely, you can use it offensively, 100%.
I still think it's a deflect. I'm trying to think of another example because I don't want to come. I don't want to come into this conversation not so unprepared. I don't know too much about like coding and hitboxes and stuff like that. And I would love to find another example where there is a multifaceted blocking / deflecting ability in a game.
Elden Ring is that example, and it counts as a hit within their run and rules. So Elden Ring can attack with the spear and block at the same time, and they designate that as
two different weapons with two different capabilities, not one weapon.
But think of it as the same.
That's two different weapons.
Well, what?
Absolutely not.
No. But the execution though is the same in terms of it's both offensive and defensive.
You have one specific because shields can be used as weapons as well.
Well, actually, true. Shields can be used as offensively. So what about those no-hit runs where people have used shields to get the no-hit run though? They haven't used it to block the attack.
Right, and they're using it for its offensive capabilities, and that's what I'm saying. I'm using the offensive capability to deflect projectiles. I mean, just the same way you would say, well, you're using the defensive capability. I'm using the offensive capability to deflect a projectile.
Well, it's not. Well, here's the thing. Okay. Sorry, it's not seen as offensive though, because within Sekiro you can redirect it. As soon as it hits your hitbox, it is null and void and it's deleted. Therefore, it's not offensive.
Right, but why are we shifting to Sekiro? It's like
no. Sorry,
I feel like we're getting the benefit of using Dark Souls 1, 2, 3, Lies of P, and Elden Ring, and this to apply all these separate like blanket rules to this one game of Wukong that has brand new mechanics that the Souls games have never explored before.
Fair. So no game whatsoever involved. Stick figure. And an arrow goes into your shield. An offensive use of that is if the devs have implemented that, if you time it correctly or just in general, it redirects back at the enemy. We don't have that in this game.
But why is
that it hits the shield, it dies.
Right, but why does a projectile have to be deflected back at your target in the form of an offensive capability in order for it to be considered a deflect? I can deflect something. I can throw something up in the air and smack it away with my hand, and then
you can separate them.
And I literally just deflected it.
So, very good point, but here's the reason why. Because you know how when it comes... But here's the thing, though. Oh, fair enough, but here's the thing, though. Within this game, you have the option. It's the same with... You know how in some games, if the game... Just like my God of War run, because you have the option and you can do it whilst being offensive and avoiding the attack at the same time, therefore you are held to that, and the challenge run expects you to stay with that and be, and basically stick to those rules. So as an example, because even though it's the same action, because you and I can cancel out this move, because I don't have the upgrade, because you and I can cancel out the move at the last moment to avoid the attack and therefore dodge it, therefore it's seen as, well, here's the thing, Chris, Mario, whatever you want to call it, at yourself as well, Zach. Here's the thing. I can hold down L2 on the enemy and use it offensively, which there's no issue at all. But the moment I know that the boss is about to attack me with a projectile and I can avoid using my L2 on that ability, at that point in time, it now counts as a hit. So there is nothing absolutely wrong with using it offensively. In fact, I endorse it. I think that's amazing because it would be skill required for you to identify incoming, how long you can hold on the boss for, when you need to pull back from it before needing to dodge again. In this game, the fact that you can separate the two actions and not one and the same means that you actually need to stick by that. It's the option that it's there. Does that make sense?
No, what you said made absolute sense. However, I would consider whilst using it in an offensive capability way, And let's say again,
Yes.
you're at a perfect area where this could happen. If you ran up to that first archer and you started staff
Yes.
spinning away, you are
Yep.
at simultaneously using it in an offensive way while deflecting an incoming arrow. While not blocking, deflecting an arrow while using it offensively. You can do that at the same time. Now, I know you can sit there and draw the line and say, "Oh, well, as soon as I saw him fire that arrow, I backed off and jumped away." However,
but that's going away from this though, in terms of what we drew, but what's happening though, because again, it's coming down.
You're using it offensively. You're using the staff spin to kill that enemy, that first archer, and another arrow comes in from a secondary archer, and it cancels it. Whatever you want to call it, it deflects it. I consider it a deflect, even though it kills the arrow. We're not like. It doesn't have to go back towards an enemy to be considered a deflect. But you were using it in an offensive way to kill that first archer whilst deflecting
You're using it as a
arrow.
gap closer. You're using it as a gap closer then defensively to get closer to damage them with the attack though, which can be separated though.
Do it right now. Do it right now. Run up. Just don't even just go all the way up to the enemy. Start staff spinning and wait for I hope you don't kill him before an arrow comes in. But you'll be using it.
I think it'll be locked. I think that for these enemies, yes. Against bosses, no. But then because we have the ability to actually separate the action of doing that.
No, I don't mean he'll be locked. I'm talking about the secondary archer that'll shoot you.
I know what you're saying in terms of I can push in and get close enough to eventually damage him. But again, like this is the thing, right? That's how long I was holding him for. Give it a second. Hold on, I'll do it when he's attacking.
No, yeah, you're
Give
good.
it a
You're
second.
good. Your stream's a little bit behind your voice, obviously. So, like, if the other one happens to,
I'm aware that because I had a feeling that was going to happen. What I'm saying is the fact that you can do it both offensively and defensively at the same time whilst holding it. The fact of the matter is, there's a lot of challenge runs out there where it's almost like just because how to word it.
So while you were killing that enemy, I just saw the footage.
Yes.
So while you were killing that enemy, if another arrow came in, before the enemy's dead, mind you, if another arrow came in, thank you for the follow.
Yes.
If another arrow came in and it deflected while you were doing that offensive damage.
Does the arrow hurt him? Does it hurt him though? Does the arrow hurt him?
Not if you deflect it. Why would it hurt him?
No. If I'm right in front of him and he shoots an arrow at me, if I'm right in front, is the arrow hitting him though? Is it redirecting and hitting him? That's what deflecting is.
Right. Well, what if you're between him and if you were between, let's say you were in the middle of those two targets and doing that staff spin, and the arrow hit you from behind,
Yes.
you're deflecting it from behind. There'd be no
What do
way
you mean?
for it to make contact with the first enemy you're killing with the offensive staff spin.
Yeah, but I understand what you're saying, but again, we're going back to the point of like when we have to put everything back to the basics of what is actively happening behind the scenes, though. What's happening is that there is an arrow that is flying towards my character, and it doesn't matter if this is like a block with the added benefit of a parry. You know how in some games you can charge at the enemy, and as you're charging them, it's almost like you're shield bashing. You're going into the enemy, you've got the shield in front of you, and anything that's hitting you in the front is being nullified as you push through the enemy. That's essentially what this is. It's like a shield charge or a shield bash, but a bit slower. So what's happening though?
Are shield bashes not allowed in Souls games for no hit runs?
No, they're not. They're not. It's considered a block.
No, sorry. Let me.
No damage runs.
No,
unless
I'm trying to think of like what I can't really think of the Ashes of War, for instance.
Because it's a shield
Or
block.
shield.
It's considered a shield charge. Because what you've said makes sense. Because you know how shields. It is literally, even though it's a very slow one, you are essentially shield charging the enemy. And you know how in some games you can shield charge an enemy and you can deal damage and they didn't even hit you and you've stun locked them. But then let's say if I'm running through a group of enemies and I've shield charged those enemies, I'm usually going to get hit here and there, or maybe just from the frontal, and I'm blocking the attacks as I'm charging them. But then as soon as I reach them, I'm
attacks,
damaging
not
them.
projectiles, right?
Same thing, but yeah, your shield. Basically, this game's version of a shield charge, and because it's both offensive and defensive, but within Souls-like games as well, that's considered a block. You're blocking the attack. You've activated the skill, whatever it might be, and you've just basically run into the enemy. It's a shield block. Thanks, mate. What's up, bro?
It still feels I'm still trying to treat this as like a new mechanic because I still consider it a deflect. Like I understand maybe like from a hitbox perspective, like you were trying to show me there, that like once the arrow hits this like invisible bubble, it kills it.
Yes.
But I can I can just as easily call that a deflect. Like it's
How?
Because it deflected it, even though it kills, even whatever it. This bubble, while
No.
you say blocks projectiles, I'm saying this
No.
bubble deflects the projectiles.
It's not deflecting because it deletes it from existence. A deflection would mean that it active frames falls to the ground, and therefore, here's the thing as well. If
How do we know this? Because again, I was relying on the animations that I see.
Because it doesn't exist. It was easy. Do you know how it doesn't exist? You go up in front of an enemy and you block, or whatever it's called, whatever you want to call it. You do the spin in front of an enemy, and if it actively hits them and it reciprocates that damage, what they were shooting at you, then it's an active frame. And at that point in time, it is therefore considered a deflect. The fact that we know it doesn't do that is why I know that this is what's happening behind the scenes. That's exactly what it is. Because here's the thing.
Then we're just talking about that. We're just talking about the devs didn't code the fact that you can like deflect projectiles back at your target. But they still call it a deflect. You don't have to deflect back at your target. You can deflect them and cancel the damage. That's all it is.
No, it's because so this is why it matters in terms of universal language for what it's coded for. So pretend this is a big frog in front of me, right? In terms of my drawing, you've got big frog in front of me, and I'm literally right in front of him, right? Big frog in front. There is no, let's say that he shoots at knives at me. Doesn't matter, arrows, knives, whatever. I know this is I'm just trying to say big hitbox, so that way there's no avoiding it, right? If I'm literally right in front of him, and I had the shield like I'm on his nose, and he spits those knives at me, those knives will not hit my shield and then go back and hit him and hurt him. What's happening is it hits my shield and it disappears immediately. And that goes true for this game. If it was deflecting, it would immediately deflect back off him. It would be active frames. It would bounce off my shield. The arrows would bounce off my shield and would go immediately. Doesn't matter if they plink on the ground very weakly, because you know how that's what happens in this game. It would hurt him. It would be active frames. It is not the case in this game. It would hit my character.
That's called reflecting, not deflecting.
Deflecting,
right?
But that's reflecting.
If you want to get into semantics, I'm here for it.
But it's as soon as it hits my shield, it is deleted from existence. There is no damage being done to the enemy. The only damage that's being done is by our character in the staff spin, which is a shield bash mechanic. That is that is typically it's basically the same thing.
I feel like
because that's what happens. It's not because that's what happens. That's what happens. So shield bash within other games, there is an active frame ahead of you. Your character moves forward with an active frame of whatever it might be, whether it's typically it's in as a block, but let's say you've got an active invisible shield in front of you, stick figure, doesn't matter what game.
Okay.
You're running towards the enemy or walking, and when you get there, you hit the enemy and you hurt them. And typically, guess what? It usually runs on stamina as well, which is the exact same thing as this game. So I would almost say that this game is basically the same as a shield rush or shield bash mechanic that you can stand still with.
You can stand. No, I don't know. I still find it that you're able.
Isn't that what it is?
I trust me. I know your chat's like, oh, there's so much hesitation in his voice. I'm sitting here trying to process and think about this logistically, guys. I'm not being disingenuous. Like whatever you guys want to say, go for it. But I'm trying to understand your side and still come at you with my argument in the most respectful way possible. I
appreciate that. I appreciate that, and that's why I appreciate the conversation. I'm just, after, even if we were slightly.
That's why I said the only thing I had to rely on was the animation of seeing projectiles being deflected to the ground or somewhere else.
Yes.
And you're probably going to see it later on, much later on, when there's tons of other kinds of projectiles you're going to be able to deflect and see that it looks like a deflection and not a block.
What's happening to the hitbox, though, as soon as it hits your character? Does it at any point in time, if you were to be right in front of that character, would it hurt them as soon as you're in front of their face? Because that would actually be the defining factor of what it actually is, mechanically. Does it hurt them?
If they did a projectile attack while you're doing staff spin right in front of their face, is that what you're asking?
If in any boss in this game, if I was right in front of them and I held down L2 and they shot whatever they shot, spells, I don't care, whatever it might be, at any point in time, will that redirect back at him in any form, even if because I know some games actually do make it plink to the ground, but it can hurt you if you run into like your footsteps on it. If at any point in time, does it make it where if it hits my shield, it then, even if it plinks like this, even if it goes plink and falls on his little cheekbone there, will it hurt him?
No.
Does that happen?
No, it falls to the ground.
Visually, it looks like it falls to the ground. What happened to the hitbox?
The same thing that would happen to any blocked or like deflected attack.
So
it dies.
Well, here's the thing. In an active, there are a lot of games that do this.
Okay,
Thanks,
okay, but by that logic, let's say one projectile is coming toward you, and you rock solid it. You didn't parry it.
Wait, what?
You didn't
No,
block it.
Yeah. No, but difference though is here's the thing.
In fact, if you rock solided, like if you hit rock solid right before one arrow hits you, I would also call that a deflect. In fact, there is part of your skill tree in rock solid that has, and I know that we're back on like the devs say what the devs say and what they wrote, but you would have deflected and killed the hitbox.
So here's the thing, though.
You would have killed the hitbox with that arrow.
But most importantly, though, it follows a very time constringent in terms of what's happening, though.
We're not talking about skill again.
No, that's not skill. It's literally within the game. The devs even mention themselves within this. Okay. They mention that if you don't use it within a certain time period, nothing happens. Even though it might have a very similar negation in terms of what's happening there, it also stuns the enemy, by the way. It stuns the enemy. So by them hitting me, and if it's a projectile, let's say as an example, if it's a projectile nothing that happens, whatever. But what's happening here is in terms of, because we're talking about the shield and not the shield, we're talking about the staff spin. I'm not calling it a block. I'm not talking anything.
Okay.
We're talking about the staff spin.
Yep.
There is no stringent time periods that you have to time it on. I'm saying that it's a block with a drain on the stamina, so it isn't one of those games you can hold it forever. So it's a glorified, I think after what we've talked about, the more I see it is a glorified block with it's a block shield bash mechanic or shield rush mechanic if you so choose to use it, but is typically used as kind of like standing on the spot and blocking projectiles. Because if you were in front of the enemy, and again, because there are games that do this, if you're in front of the enemy, what happens is, and this would be called a deflect because you're technically deflecting back at the enemy, what happens if they'll shoot or whatever it is, they'll spit on you. And then because it doesn't matter if you're holding or anything, by the way, at that point in time, in my opinion, that would change this completely in what I would say, even if you don't time it, because again, skill doesn't always matter, but it is a good guideline to help in times to see what's going on.
Fair.
If it hit my shield, and if I'm right in front of them, plink, -1 damage. -1 damage.
-1 damage of what? I'm sorry.
Their health. It hurts them. It's an active hitbox. Okay, it goes into your shield and falls off.
Okay, but what about the rock solid deflection? If you only had one arrow coming at you and you hit rock solid, and there's a plenty enough window. Okay, arrows are pretty fast in this game, and you have like a 2 or 3 second window of staying in rock solid. Is that a deflection or a block?
For me, I would see. Here's the thing.
No, not for you. Not for you.
No. Okay. Is rock solid? Rock solid, I would still define as whatever parry, deflection, etc., because you have to use it within constringent time. But here's the thing: if you have projectiles coming towards you and you've just used rock solid, you're probably going to get fucked.
It doesn't matter. I'm talking about one attack,
one arrow.
One arrow.
I'm still
rock solid.
So at this point,
is that a deflect
or
a block?
So here's the thing for rock solid. I've been talking about rock solid, and I still don't know where I want to put it.
Okay.
In terms of parry or not, so I'm still on the fence about rock solid in the first place. So I'm just going off in terms of what is considered in other games, and just in general, in terms of how because again, in terms of rock solid, even though it does have a more stringent time comparison to that of the start spin.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I want to use it within my run. Do you know what I mean? I'm still on the fence.
No,
about
yeah.
that.
I absolutely.
Here's the thing. So I don't know if I want to use rock solid as an example because at this point
I have to because it's a mechanic of the game. Because
it's a mechanic of the game.
Like, what if I want to use rock solid in my run?
Well,
I need to establish that.
I would say that's a fair mechanic. I don't think anyone within the. I would say nobody would have any issues with you using it. That would be. I would be like, you know what?
As a deflection.
I would say that. Yes, correct. For me, rock solid is a perfect 50-50 gray area that you could see it as either way. And because for me, I would see that as, you know what, I probably don't want to use it at that point in time, therefore I won't. That, for me, that is a perfect example. This is not one of those ones, and this is very clear cut and dry. Again, prime example, if you're right in front of the enemy, if it plinks into your shield and falls off visually, because there are a lot of games where arrows and bullets and whatnot thing are visually, can it redirect back into the enemy and hurt them? There's no active frames, meaning what's happening behind the scenes in terms of the way it's been designed and coded, hard-coded, actually how it's done, is it disappears. It deletes itself.
Okay,
therefore, no longer active frames.
I totally understand that.
Yes, okay.
So my logic was kind of moving towards, especially because rock solid is a whole nother mechanic, but it is a mechanic in which you can deflect an attack. And you can make use of that by following it up with a heavy attack or something, which then you can kind of consider it a parry or something. But going by that same logic, if you have one arrow coming at you, you hit rock solid, it deflects it, okay? And you you get like a 2 or 3 second window of rock solid. Okay, I find that still to be a deflection, in which case it killed the hitbox of that arrow. And I'm not arguing like just like crazy minute details, but again, this is a new game with brand new mechanics, unlike Soul stuff, and we're still trying to apply Soul's logic to that. When I'm saying stuff like staff spin needs its own
nothing new, though.
rule because it has.
It isn't actually something new, though. It is more of what we've had in the past, though. It isn't anything groundbreaking or anything. So here's the thing. I understand what you're saying about one could, and this is why I think that it's a 50-50 in terms of the rock solid, but this is different based on the actions in the first place. One of them you have to time to a specific point, which is the main point of it in the first place, right? Because if I could hold rock solid, do you know what I mean? So first and foremost, in terms of importance of usually why the rules are created in the first place within Team Hitless, is because they're trying to set a certain standard for the skill required or what's required to do it. So rock solid has like 2-second hold and then it releases. Mortal Shell, as an example, doesn't have that. Mortal Shell, you can hold it indefinitely for as long as you like, and then you can release it at your pleasure. This game is within 2 seconds. Because it is a stringent time, and it's, I would say, relatively, depending on how one wants to look at it, it's not 10 seconds, 15, or whatever you know, depending on the stamina you have in this game, which can be held for a long period of time with a staff spin. That is a long period of time. Or, you know, fuck me, as opposed to the 2-second period of the what do you call it? I would actually say that's a parry. It is a very easy to time parry, but you're parrying efficient. That is effectively a parry. Because even though it might, against a melee attack, it makes the enemies bounce off, you know, cool, and therefore that's the pro and con. Using it against a range attack, you might be invulnerable to avoid that attack, but against a melee attack, timing correctly, quote unquote, there are benefits to that, and it is active frames at that point, because it's offensive too, you're in a sense making them stagger back. That doesn't happen with the staff spin. The staff spin itself just nullifies the arrows, or whatever it might be, into non-existence.
Right,
whereas the actual rock solid does. Against arrows, no. Against arrows, no. And projectiles, as far as I'm aware, no. But it's only one of them. That's the thing. That's the caveat. It's only one, and the devs have made it favorable towards melee attacks. And the resource it uses is mana. It uses resources, and mana is a resource, which means it's very, what's it called? It's very limited in terms of how many times you can use it, as opposed to stamina, which is infinite.
Okay, I mean that seems like
I would agree with you, Gabs. I feel the same way.
Stamina is infinite in Elden Ring too, so I mean it's like okay.
Correct, Mundo. Yes.
Okay, so like I fail to see why we're even bringing up resources and what it
costs. So here's the thing. Fair point. Let's say rock solid. If we're applying the same logic that I am now, to be intellectually honest, rock solid shouldn't be allowed within the no hit run. No damage run, yes. No hit run, no. To be intellectually honest, if what we're talking about, if rock solid, even if it's within a constringent time zone, because let's be intellectually honest here, if this is how it works in terms of the specific timing and whatnot, if that's the case, rock solid's not allowed within a no hit run. If we're really getting down, like, you know, in terms of if we're following what I said before, rock solid's not allowed within a no hit run, but allowed within a no damage run. That would be fair.
Okay. Okay, so I mean, okay, I could agree with you on that. However, I mean, I would say, like, if you went on your run right now and you used rock solid, you had a projectile coming towards you, and like you had no other option. Maybe you were even drained on stamina. Who knows? Let's say you're in a dire situation. You hit rock solid. You deflected that projectile. I would consider that a deflect. Not that you blocked it, even though it did the exact same thing as staff spin would have done and killed the hitbox. And in rock solid's description in the game, and I don't want to fall back on descriptions, but it is mirroring the same thing staff spin is by saying deflect.
And therefore both count as a block. And that's exactly why I'm saying
I said I would not count it as a block. I would count it as a deflect in your favor.
Because so here's the thing. How would you call this then? In terms of, because we're talking about the actual official, doesn't matter what the devs call it, the official term in terms of what's happening right now, when it goes into the hitbox and then deletes it permanently, that isn't seen as a deflect, because the deflect is seen as redirecting back at the enemy and therefore has active hitbox and can hurt someone. So if that's not happening in this scenario, because again, it doesn't matter what the devs call it, universally, as any developer...
Because your experience on this, is there any way to deflect in a Souls game that doesn't project anything back to a target?
Well, here's the thing. I'm trying to think of an example. There's plenty of examples in many games, because it doesn't have to be a Souls game. There's plenty of games out there where it's an active hitbox.
Yeah, I mean, that's the most established. That's kind of why I was bringing that up. My bad. I figured
correct, yeah.
Souls like just
Well,
kind
yeah.
of established the most
Well,
like
I'd have
grandiose
to think
rules.
about that, but in terms of just in general, there are many games out there where if you're holding, think Captain America, whatever it might be, where in a sense, if someone shoots at the shoots at a shield, things like that, hits the actual shield and then it bounces back and can hurt the enemy. That doesn't happen in this game. It doesn't happen with, especially if you gave the example of projectile. That's a very good point. It doesn't. Therefore, even with the constringent time things based on how it's coded, therefore counts as a block. It's a block within a certain time period. Yeah. Therefore, I would say from a no-hit run, both are not allowed.
Well, I'm sorry, I kind of got lost in the sauce there a little bit. But
Odd
again,
tomahawk throwing,
did
apparently. Yeah.
that answer the question of is there a way to deflect something without reflecting the attack or hitbox of the projectile or whatever it is back at the opponent?
Say that again, sorry? I'm just trying to say that again, please.
Yes, my bad. Is there a way to is there a specific skill in any of the games usually surrounding Team Hitless, I suppose I should say, not just Souls, but like if you deflected something that doesn't automatically like return the hitbox of the projectile or attack or whatever back to the target?
That doesn't.
Does not, correct.
Games are saying COD shields. Oh, we'll see. I don't know about the COD, but in terms of my experience, no, which means it further amplifies my thoughts in terms of what's in as a deflection, what's not. Because in this situation, Lies of P, no, correct. Lies of P. Lies of P is actually a prime example. Granted, there's situations where it doesn't, like Sarsia, but in Lies of P, the enemies, when they shoot bullets at you, you can perfect block it, or whatever you want to call it, parry, etc. Lies of P, I'll boot it up right now and show you the example, because I know you probably haven't. Have you played it by any chance? Lies of P is the prime example.
That's actually one of the few Souls games I haven't. And
okay, beautiful. Let me bring that up right now.
Lords of the Fallen stuff, kind of like the offshoot Souls.
right here, too easy, mate, too easy. So let's bring this up immediately. So this is Lies of P is prime example. Like Sarsi is a special exclusion from this in terms of special occasion, because she's just been designed that way. But in terms of just the general, if something comes towards you, you can't actually deflect it or whatever, even with perfect timing. So, and this is a Souls-like game, quite literally.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
I'm trying to think if I'm easier.
Tossed with the idea of wanting to play it or not, but I'm a little more excited about what 2025 has around the corner.
Oh, absolutely. A lot of good games in band. So this is one of those prime examples for the game. I'm just going to run. There's a gunner right around the corner. Don't have to wait long at all. This is, prime example.
It doesn't have to hit the enemy to count as a deflect, Gran. That was kind of my point, Gran. It is like I feel like
this is
still considered a deflect without
it
necessarily returning something to the target. It can deflect it, and if it kills the hitbox, the whatever it killed hits the ground.
Oh my god.
The hitbox of the projectile said whatever we're talking about here.
It disappears. This disappears immediately. Yep. And this is considered.
Right, but I consider that a deflect just as much as I would accept the term someone try to call it a block.
So obviously there's layers to this, right? In terms of, because then it's how sometimes things might fall on a 50-50, but then you look at the other things that it can and can't do. This is something that you can block it and watch this, right? Check this out. Bada bing, bada boom. I might have to kill a few enemies, whatever.
Sorry, yeah. Again, you're a little bit behind, so like
That's all good. All good. No problem. I'll wait a second.
You're good. Yeah, play it how you want to play it. Then I'll watch.
So check this out. All right, cool. So that's too easy. So if I'm holding this right here and I'm just holding the L1, blocking, 1, my HP is going down, 2, my stamina is going down, and there's a certain timing and animation to it and everything. Don't want to die here. Oh shit. But it can be parried, and what happens is it disappears into existence without reflecting. So this is like the exception in terms of what happens like within Sekiro as an example, where within Sekiro, typically what happens is you redirect it. This doesn't happen in this game.
You were getting hit by a projectile while blocking there.
Correct, exactly. And watch what happens here. And notice how the bullet doesn't, even when blocking, bullet doesn't redirect. Right. How it's up, Ozzy. So the same goes for when I parry. So even with perfect timing, you'll see, so when I block, I take damage. So we go over here. When I block, I take damage. I take stamina, etc. Most importantly, I take damage. When I perfect, difference in animation, don't take damage, less stamina consumed as well. There is a specific different animation for it. And there is no redirecting back to the enemy, even if I'm locked onto them. Sekiro redirects it. So this is the exception, but obviously one can very quickly say, well, one, you have to perfect time, and therefore it's skillfully executed to be able. That's why parries are allowed in no-hit runs. Otherwise, no parries would be allowed in any no-hit
so
runs.
What you're doing, because I'm just now seeing the footage, what you're doing
Yep.
against whatever he's shooting you at, you would
Yes,
consider
it's a bullet.
to
It's a
be
bullet.
a
Yep.
deflection.
Well, whatever you want to call it. But what I'm saying
No,
is
I
the
feel like
active.
terms matter.
The active. Well, no. Well, here's the thing though, because as we were saying beforehand, what the dev says doesn't always represent what's been going on here.
I'm
What's
not talking
happening
about
right
devs,
now?
but just between you and I.
Can we agree though that if I time it at a certain point in time, what happens is instead of there being any form of redirection of the projectile coming towards me, it disappears permanently.
It kills, right?
It dies.
Right.
The hitbox dies. There's no
Right.
form. It doesn't fall to the ground. There's no active frame on the ground or going near me or anything
Okay.
like that.
Okay.
So the same thing happens when we're playing Wukong. There is nothing. Well, I don't. The only benefit we have from doing this is the fact that we quote unquote don't take damage. But to achieve that not taking damage in the first place requires a skillful execution within a certain limited amount of time. Because again, one could say it might be what you're saying about Wukong, but then all of a sudden, because this, one could argue, why is it that Lies of P, this is allowed, and not that why is blocking and perfect block not seen as the same thing for projectiles? The difference is that there is a skillful execution that allows one to, in a sense, allow it to be considered a no-hit run and not a no-damage run.
Right,
A no-damage run, by the way, this wouldn't work either because obviously you take damage. But there are other games out there, which I'm trying to think of right now, where even if you were to, in a sense, time it at the last moment, Sekiro actually, if you block, it doesn't make you take damage. One, it doesn't
Right.
it doesn't redirect
Okay,
it, and two,
I want to
you just
stick
don't
on
take
Lies of
it
P
either.
because, like, I don't know all
Okay.
the mechanics
Yeah.
of Sekiro.
Go for
Just based
Go
on
for
what I'm watching here. So
Yes.
I could argue that what you're doing right there with the bullets is
Yes.
not a block, not a parry, but a deflect, and it also kills the hitbox of the projectile. And yes, you have to skillfully time it, but again, we're not talking about skill. We left the skill argument off the table. Okay? Regardless of how much skill the devs intended.
Well, it does matter. It does. Yeah, sorry, go on. Because otherwise,
it matters. It does matter in Lies of P to execute that deflect. Just because the devs intended for less amount of skill, we can call it that, less amount of skill to deflect things in Wukong does not stop it from being a deflect. It's just two different functions, but it's the same function, but just executed two different ways. One you get a lot more grace for, and you get a lot more timing for with a staff spin. The hitbox is dead. I would argue what you just did in Lies of P is a deflect, plain and simple.
Okay. So perfect way to look at it is then, the hitbox that I have here and the red one right here. Don't look at it as a physical entity. Pretend it's a black hole. As soon as it goes in there, it just disappears.
And that's what you just did in Lies of P as well, except it was just perfectly timed.
Yep. Well, exactly right. And when it's perfectly timed, therefore think of it almost as if like it's not whatever. It doesn't matter. But that's why. And here's the thing though: why is it that within Lies of P it's considered allowed versus not? And here's why. This is why it matters because we're challenge
you're saying
runners.
It is allowed in Lies of P. It is.
Yes, correct. Because here's the thing: when doing a Lies of P no hit run, this is why I'm saying it does matter in terms of the skillful execution. Skillful execution has to be considered when it comes to these points, because otherwise blocking would be allowed. This is why I'm saying this is the core concept. And then it's like, okay, let's look at the rest of the points and see if it should or shouldn't be allowed. The reason why Lies of P is allowing you to delete the hitbox is because you have to time it correctly within the no-hit run. That's where skill matters, because at that point in time, skillful execution is, in a sense, contemplated. It's like, okay, so the bullet is now coming towards me. Yes, within Wukong, just like Wukong, as soon as it hits my character or the hitbox in front, it disappears. Okay, is there any specific timing involved in that? Yes or no? Yes, there is. Okay. And then in that point in time, one could say, well, it's within 5 seconds worth. Well, we're about challenge runs here and about being hitless. 5 seconds, timing things within 5 seconds doesn't exactly fall under our banner of trying to do a hitless, but it could work within a no damage.
So you're saying if I skillfully used staff spin for a projectile coming into me and just did it at the last second, it would be the equivalent of a Lies of P deflection.
Well, here's the thing. That is correct. So here's the thing. Hear me out, though. And this is the problem. I feel for you, my friend, because yes, However,
Oh my gosh.
the
Okay, go ahead.
hear me out.
No,
Hear me
I
out.
love this.
Hear
I
me
love
out.
this. I love this. Come on, come on,
feel
come
for
on.
you. Here's the thing. Yes, but the developers have not added any extra benefit nor animation to separate the two, and that's why it's devastating. They didn't separate it as in like a block within Lies of P and then adding in the whatever you want to call it, parry deflect within Sekiro. There's no separation. Therefore, because it is a broad spectrum, unfortunately, therefore it can't be used. I would love to use it. If there was a perfect timing involved, I'd be getting erected all day. Do you know what I mean? I'd be happy about that. I'm not happy that we can't use a mechanic because the devs, didn't unfortunately add an extra bonus to playing better. There's no extra skill ceiling, and because there's no skill ceiling to the particular move, it falls in line with two things. It's like, well, one, what happens with the actual hitbox behind the scenes? What happens on the stick figure? It deletes itself. Okay.
So
Is there a certain specific timing?
So we established the deflect thing that you just did in Lies of P is the exact same thing that Wukong is doing by killing the hitbox, and but we're calling one of them a deflection and one of them not a deflection based on game design and not mechanics, not mechanics.
Yes,
game design. I don't.
Well, this
I
is
don't
the
know. I think it's deflection.
So here's the thing, though. We can call it whatever, but ultimately, there's two separate scenarios that happen, right? One of them actually makes me take damage, or there's some form of negative in the first place. Prime example, Sekiro. How does one see the difference between a no-hit run with blocks,
right,
or how does one differentiate between blocks and parries within that game? Because in Sekiro, if I blocked everything, I don't take HP damage, by the way. Unless you use a particular item, you don't take HP damage. So I could technically say, following this logic, that I could therefore block in Sekiro and call it a no-hit run when it's technically a no damage if I block. No-hit Sekiro runs is because it's the skillful execution of timing it at the correct moment as it's hitting you. Otherwise, it's designated as a block. So it's like, whilst it's seen as the same, because Lies of P, it is going into an invisible shield and disappearing and deleting. The next thing that's considered is there a skillful execution required? Is there within a certain time constraint? The answer is no. It's not. Within the start spin.
And the reason I think these are poor, and this is not you explaining it poorly at all. This has had nothing to do regarding you. But as far as the games you are comparing the same type of mechanic with, just like you showed me in Lies of P. Well, let's say I granted you that because the extra animation and the skillful execution is the reason that parry that killed that projectile hitbox still doesn't have an offensive capability. And I could absolutely still argue that I'm using the offensive capability to deflect just as much as you can say you're using the defensive ability to defensive side of, because it's multifaceted.
So here's the thing. There are some people, I'm not saying within typically Team Hitless, but this is something typically parrying within a game, especially let's say like Dark Souls as an example. Some people have come to my stream.
Yes, I'm back on this.
Who are not familiar. Some people are not. Some people have come to my stream who are not familiar with Souls games, and they've actually said to me, "Doesn't parrying count as a hit?" And it's a very good question. Parrying within games within Team Hitless rules is typically seen as an exception because they make a very good point. It's like they've made contact with your hitbox, therefore, think of a shield you're deflecting last moment. No hit specifically within what it sounds like. You never get touched, no hit. So one could say technically yes, but parries have been allowed within no-hit runs because it is seen as skillful execution. Therefore, it's seen as an allowance. It's an allowance within the Team Hitless rule set because you have to time it. Otherwise, technically, no-hit runs wouldn't allow any touching whatsoever. Does that make sense? So it's like the whole thing of technically, if we were to go super, super, super technical, if you're doing a no-hit run. Technical on the actual word itself, like melee only, no parrying allowed. You don't get touched ever. Perfect rolls only. But because of skillful execution, like within Sekiro, things like that, there's a lot of games where there's no dodges, just parries, things like that. They've said, you know what? Based on how the skill requirement to execute it, we've allowed this within no-hit runs. So by all means and definitions, no-hit runs, I guess in a perfect world, or even then, I actually prefer it, they've allowed to the use of parries. So from that perspective, seeing it as an extra, going further than that and allowing blocks would be a little bit weird. It's basically Resident Evil 2 Remake. What's this game? Sorry? New category, no touchy runs? Well, that's the thing, right? Yeah, so Great. It's mechanically doing the same thing, killing the hitbox. So yes, it's like the whole thing of it's a checklist. It's like one, does it kill it? Does it kill the hitbox? Question mark. Two, does it in some form, reflect to the enemy like Sekiro if you perfectly time it, or just maybe in general? Yes or no? And then at the other one, or maybe second one, third would be, does it need to be timed to a specific point, and is it a skill check? Because one could say initially that's not the most important thing when going down the list in terms of assessing whether or not it's going to be used or not. The answer is yes, it does need to be skillfully executed. Therefore, and that's why I'm saying there's a bit of a grey area that I feel for rock solid.
Which returned me to my point, like using staff spin to kill the hitbox of a projectile. If I did that at the very last second, does that qualify?
As a hitless, here's the thing, unfortunately, because there's no way to tell yes or no within the game, that's why it's tragic that that's not the case. So the answer would be no. It's just one of those things where that's why I feel for you, because I would love to do the same thing. It's just like Sekiro. If there was no lies of
I think you can. I think you should absolutely be allowed, and myself and anybody else who wants to take on the challenge should be able to use staff spin. It is the very it's one of the very first sparks. It's a core mechanic of the game. It's something you should be able to use. Now, granted, if you had a staff and a shield, you would have two different weapons with two different functions, but you don't. You have one thing in this game, one thing to do like everything with that you could possibly do. I know you have spells and all that stuff, but if you wanted to do like melee only, you don't get any other option. That's why I think, if anything, it's one of the most basic skills you can even unlock in the game. It's one of your default moves. That's why I consider it more a deflection ever than a block. Ever.
Visually, one could say that it is, but based on what's happening behind the scenes, technically it's not. And because, I understand what you're saying, but that's why I wanted to go back to like skin deep of the in terms of what's actually actively happening behind the scenes. Because again, devs might call it a deflection in game, but that's not actually what's happening. And so, as Sir Chris actually pointed out, within the rule set,
my apologies.
We are very fortunate. That's okay.
You were going back to the skill thing, and I didn't want to bring it up again because you were like, does this require the skillful execution of X, Y, and Z? But again, I can always, chase that line of logic back to the people who were doing Souls level 1, like hitless runs in Elden Ring with no skill, just a bunch of swaps and a bunch of buffs.
Question 4, can it be measured?
What can it be measured? I'm sorry.
Can the animation of you perfectly timing it or not can be measured? In other words, within Lies of P, can I visually, for anyone who's in a sense regulating my run, and when they're checking my run, can they see whether or not I've done a perfect parry? Can they see whether or not I've taken damage, done a perfect parry or a block, or just anything in general? If the answer is no, then typically it's not allowed. And here's the thing. As Gino said, and this is a very good example, and this is following the same, being intellectually honest, the very first fight you have within the prologue, it is very difficult depending on the attack that hits you, camera scenes and everything, HP bar we don't have. It is very difficult to see whether or not you're being hit. Therefore, should it count of you actually being hitless or not during that prologue fight? Gino said the answer is no, and I would agree with that. Again, being intellectually honest, I would agree with that because it's hard to measure it.
I wouldn't say measure it. Like there's sound effects. Every time you get hit, there's a sound effect. Every time you get hit, like your monkey will make a sound effect. There's absolutely a way to measure it. However,
is it easy though?
According to the game's logic, though, you do not. Your HP does not even exist. Your mana doesn't exist. Your stamina doesn't exist. Therefore, you cannot be hit. That's why I think it's able to be measured, because it's unmeasurable. So I think you should absolutely be allowed to be hit in the prologue, and there's no measurement required. Now,
it's hard to measure though, because even though like maybe based on a certain camera angle you could see it happening, the audio cues which I was listening to isn't always clear and concise, especially when he's doing certain attacks. You've maybe done some things like that.
Let's take the audio off. I'm totally fine with that. I'll give you that grace. Right. Pretend there's a challenge runner who was actually deaf. They were like solely on visual cues alone. Okay, I'm totally fine. Totally fine. Yep. Then we could still agree right there that hits are allowed. Because we're not even because there is no measurement of your HP bar. Because there is no HP bar. I totally agree with you on that. You can take an infinite amount of hits during your no-hit run during the prologue. I'm totally on board with you there. The debate that I have is just with the staff spin at this point. Everything else, I've
I
been
feel the
100% agreeance with you on.
So, well, correct. Who wants to keep track of that? Exactly right, Sir Chris. I agree, and that's why I'm saying I don't give a crap in terms of that, and I agree with the prologue. So, again, I'm in full agreement. It's the whole thing of, if we're talking about, again, because skillful execution is a major consideration when it comes to no-hit runs. Because remember, at the end of the day, though, what is the biggest, usually one of the biggest factors in terms of a no-hit run and no damage run? It's typically seen as usually one of the biggest ones is obviously no damage in general, no HP lost whatsoever unless it's scripted. And two, typically it's like, are you parrying or blocking? That's usually one of the biggest differences between no damage and no hit runs. And typically the way that skillful execution is seen in terms of parrying and blocking, typically it's seen within usually a short time span. And that's what I'm saying, one could potentially allow, based on it being very specific in quite a short period of time, the rock one, even though specifically it doesn't fall in line with this exactly, because it is within a specific time zone. Because let's say if all of a sudden first question was, does it make it disappear and delete? The answer is yes, but then everything else was maybe no, but then the timing was specific. One could be like, you know what, it does half the things. I reckon that's good. That's a good gray zone. But for me, the staff spin, you can hold it for a very long period of time. There's no identification of if you've timed it correctly. There's no, because, again, within this game, I can clearly see the person who's seeing my run and they're investigating my run can see whether or not I'm blocking. This is a block, very clear, sand cue precise. This is the visual. For a parry, much larger, sand, etc. changes. You can measure it. Whereas, unfortunately, and this is again why I'm saying it's tragic, unfortunately, the devs didn't implement a design where if you time it perfectly at the last moment, there is a specific sand animation or difference in terms of stats different. Because then, let's say you can measure it with your stamina. Let's say if the devs implemented it, if you time it perfectly, your stamina is less by deflection at the right time, you could measure that. You could. They haven't included any of that. So unfortunately, at that point in time, it's almost like it becomes a glorified block because there's no benefit to timing it 4 or 5 seconds before or timing it at the last moment. That's why I'm saying it's tragic. But therefore, definitively, it then counts as a block with a limited time frame based on the stamina.
Okay. Was there a question in there? Oh, I thought that was.
I was just putting my point in terms of because measuring obviously is important when it comes to any kind of challenge run in terms of how are they actually executing what they're saying that they're doing. There's no measurement to be able to actually see whether or not you timed it correctly down to the last frame. There's no measurement for that. One could say visually, but what if you're 1 frame off? How does the person who's looking at your run say, you know what, yep, that was 1 frame on point? Because there's no animation to actually say, or a sand cue to be like, you know what, he got it. There's nothing. Right, but it doesn't exist.
Why in Wukong does there need to be like a measurable window, I guess, of a successful deflection? Yeah, that's my question. Why does there have to be?
Well, it's perfect, exactly. So why does there have to be something that allows you to measure? Because otherwise, then that would be the definition of you being able to see whether or not you actually blocked it or perfectly parried it. As you said, I would love to be able to do that.
We're talking like exactly. I'm sorry, no, in my case, what I'm asking is why does there have to be a measurable, perfect deflect or anything to know that you have perfect? Like you know if you've actually deflected something in Wukong because you didn't get hit. Deflected. Yes. Okay, so that's your measurement tool right there. You didn't get hit. Well, that's what I'm saying.
Well, here's the thing.
You killed the hitbox.
No, it's more complicated. Well, yes, you've killed the hitbox, correct?
Just like Lies of P, and that you deflected it. In your case, you're saying you blocked it. I say you deflected it, which is why I'm saying it should be allowed in a no-hit run, and that's where I'm at.
But unlike blocks that are separated between, you've got this certain time constraint, and it can say whether or not there's an animation. There isn't any of that. So because the person can't measure,
there is a block in Lies of P, and there is a deflection in Lies of P.
And the difference, exactly.
But the difference being in Wukong, you have no block. You only have a deflection.
And that's the problem, though, because how does one know whether or not you timed it correctly? That's exactly the point.
Because your health there's no way to. There's no alternative with deflecting in Wukong. You either deflect it or you lose health. That's your measurement tool.
Exactly, but then there's no skill requirement, and that's one of the big ones for it in the
skill. Again, I can go back to the skill.
No. But here's the thing, though. Why is parry allowed in no-hit runs in the first place? Why was it the exception?
Why is parry? I'm sorry. Why is parries
What,
allowed
so
in no hit
why?
runs?
So correct. So remember how we said beforehand, parries are allowed within no hit runs because it was deemed the sole exception due to the skill execution, the skillful execution of
Okay.
something that was tied or constrained.
Mm-hmm.
That staff spin doesn't fall under that category. So why would we
Well,
allow
you're,
that to
you're
be
just
seen as
saying you're just
parry?
saying that like that's not been established anywhere besides this conversation,
Right,
perhaps.
mate, who would, within a challenge run though, any
Mhm.
challenge runner, could we agree that holding something potentially 5 seconds beforehand is a skillful execution?
No, no, no,
There's,
no, no, no. I'm not arguing that. No, absolutely not. Like I'm agreeing.
it's just,
It
yeah,
requires far
yeah,
less skill than like a parry or something like that.
correct.
I'm saying
Yes,
it's a new mechanic. Like it's a new
yeah.
mechanic. We have to treat it as new, which means a new rule. The same way you created a new rule when it came to parrying.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
well, or
based on
not
what
you,
we've
but I mean,
talked
you know
about
what I'm
then,
saying. Team
no,
Hitless or
no, no,
whoever.
but here's the thing. Based on what we've just talked about, then wouldn't all the defining questions and factors we've just considered make it fall under the it shouldn't be included then? Because it makes the hitbox disappear. Does it question one, does it make the hitbox disappear? The answer is yes. Two,
Likewise of
is there
P.
any form of
Correct.
so yep, so hold on, let me just type it in. So apologies.
You're
Let's
good. You're
make it
good. You're good.
so first question, because I gotta run soon. So
Yes, sir.
does it delete the hitbox? The answer is yes, it does delete it.
Okay.
Number two, hold on. Question two. Does it reflect, deflect, whatever you want to call it, deflect, or have an active hitbox that can be returned to the enemy in any way? The answer is no.
Likewise of
Number
P as
three.
well. Correct.
Correct,
Okay.
exactly.
Okay. Okay. I'm
Is
just saying.
there
Go ahead.
yeah, no, correct. Is there a skillful execution? Is there a skillful execution implemented within the game?
And by skillful execution, do you mean just timing,
Correct
or does it
timing.
have to
Yep,
have a
correct
different animation, or what?
Well, here's the thing. Depending on the game, maybe it's a separate button, right? Maybe there are some games where you have to hold L2, but then at the last moment you hit square or triangle. So when I say skillful execution, every game is going to be different in terms of how that's implemented based on the controls of that game. So I'm just saying because skillful execution, one can, I think people can come together and agree very quickly
Okay.
on that requires skill, that doesn't require skill.
Okay,
So I'd say
I would
skillful
love to make a
execution. Yeah.
very brief example of a skillful execution of staff spin in this game, where I
Sure.
think it absolutely will benefit you, especially in a no-hit run, and it's on the final fight of the game, believe it or not. Okay, I don't want to ruin it for you. I don't know how much of the game you've actually seen or played, though. So please tell me if I'm ruining anything for you. Spoilers.
No, mate, go for it. I don't mind
Okay,
at this
okay,
point in
okay.
time. It's
Anyway,
all good.
there is a moment in time where the Great Sage, the final boss, he gets up on a staff, and there are 6 projectile staffs. They're like illusionary staffs that he likes to throw at you very, very rapidly. Okay, you cannot outrun them. You cannot outrun them. All right, and maybe with just the slightest bit of RNG luck. But the one way that I have found, because I did the challenge mode on the hardest setting, and when you do that, each staff that he throws at you deletes like 1/3 of your stamina gauge. You cannot deflect all of them. You cannot with staff spin.
Is there another way around it though?
You have here's the only consistent workaround that I've ever found with it is you have to be a certain amount of distance away from him, run in a semicircle and jumps because he likes to throw them in your previously spot. You know that they'll hit, one will be at ground level, the next one will be like he tried to throw it at you while you jumped, and then after like the third staff throw, you have to go into a staff spin and deflect the final few before he comes at you with another huge melee attack. That is the only very consistent way, and you have to use that. Otherwise, you are going to get punished, especially in a no-hit run.
Okay, so here's the thing. I haven't done it, and I can't say for sure it's impossible, but let's go with it. It is impossible. Did you know that within Team Hitless, if there's a situation where something is impossible and you're forced and required to use that mechanic, they actually allow you to use it. There are situations where there is no other way that you can avoid it through any other means apart from a certain mechanic, just like when you might be familiar with, when you get hit in cutscenes and you take damage, just like Ragnarok, that's not counted at that point in time. There are a lot of challenge runs where there are certain things, but here's the thing though. In other situations, though,
yeah, give that a shot and see how that works out for you.
So, well, here's the thing though, right? In this situation, let's say hypothetically there is nothing else and you were forced to use it. At that point in time, that's a green flag. You can do whatever you can do what's necessary based on what's required to be able to do that as skillfully as possible. And
So
that's where again
it's-
skill makes.
it's
So
situational
you
is
can
what
use
you're
it.
saying.
Yes, because correct me if I'm wrong, I think Dark Souls 1, if you're doing a firebomb only challenge or a fire damage only, things like that, like Pyromancy, I think it was, I think Quaylake is impossible to actually beat with fire because I think she's resistant to it. Therefore, the team came together and allowed a one consensus for her specifically, where I think you could melee her or some shit like that.
Okay.
But then you can keep going on afterwards. So if that situation, by all means, use it. But if there is another way around it, then obviously, no matter how difficult, if it's possible and it's consistent, because obviously glitches fuck that.
No. Yeah,
then
I've had to do the same thing.
yeah.
Like I've already
correct.
beaten Wukong only by dodging the whole game. But there was few fights where I had to make an exception because the skill that allows you to damage them after a perfect dodge doesn't hit the hitbox at all. Okay, so I've had to make those exceptions. I'm totally on board. I understand what you mean by that.
Yeah, so there's no issue. Yes, but
Okay, so there wouldn't be an issue using it in that fight.
But there's no issue using it in that fight if that is quite literally the. And again, I haven't tested myself, and therefore, obviously, more people. Because what happens is more people come together and they try to see if there's a way around it. If there is no other way, then it's seen as okay, no problem. Because again, it's not fair. That's not a skillful execution requirement. That is unfair to you at that point in time. Therefore, considered impossible. So they allow you to use what's necessary to be able to get past it by all means.
So,
but in this situation of many other, like this gentleman here, in terms of the staff spin or whatever it might be, the bullet, I can sprint around it. If there is literally one way to avoid it consistently that doesn't involve the staff spin, then at that point in time, it's not within Team Hitless. It's not considered a no-hit run. That's no damage run because you've used an ability. Does that make? What is going on, final boss? I'll do against Melania, run away and dodge and block the end. Well, it might be. That's the thing. But obviously, when you're fighting Melania, yeah. So if that is truly the case, and here's the thing, there are a lot of games out there where you are forced to use every single mechanic. And prime example, for me, in terms of God of War Ragnarok for the no-hit run or no damage run, I do not foresee that. Like, I cannot ever foresee that being done in a no-hit run. I think it's technically possible by the 1% standard, but I wouldn't put my time into doing it. Therefore, I've made my title for God of War Ragnarok a no damage run because it's not technically a no-hit run, even though I'm forced to use it.
Wait, forced to use what again? Forced to use what?
Within God of War Ragnarok, there is a parry and there's a block, and it's defined by perfectly timing or holding it down and not getting it within the time constraints.
Right.
So, for me, whilst it's technically potentially possible in terms of maybe getting it no hit, if you get lucky and everything else, RNG and just in general, because you're getting flanked at all times, I do not foresee it realistically ever being done for no hit. But because it doesn't fall under the Team Hitless rules, one could say, whilst I've technically done a no-hit run, being intellectually honest, I didn't do a no-hit run. I did a no damage run. I blocked. Even though in a sense I was meant to, I blocked. So my title is World First No Damage Run God of War Ragnarok.
Right.
As opposed to being a no-hit.
I agree with that. Yeah. Like you blocked, you didn't parry, correct?
Correct, exactly right.
But
right.
Even
though I parry within it.
And I'm not disagreeing with you on that at
correct,
all.
Exactly.
But the only thing I was disagreeing is the staff spin, a deflect or a block.
Yes.
Because parry's not on the table. The word parry is not even in question when it comes to staff spin.
Yes.
I think the only two skills or the only two terms we can really look at when it comes to the staff spin is deflect and block. And while I totally accept your argument, regarding the hitbox kill and other different things you've stated, I could just as well make the same case as far as it being considered a deflect. That was my entire crux of the point.
So what is a deflect from a coding perspective, though? As in, would that reflect back at the enemy? So here's
why does it have to go back to the enemy?
Again, here's the thing, because you were talking about it from an offensive standpoint. But here's the criteria that would be met with.
Yes,
does it delete the hitbox?
Right.
It deletes the hitbox. Does it reflect or deflect or have an active hitbox that can be returned to the enemy in any way or hurt you, by the way? There are some games that if you block an attack, sometimes it bounces off the shield and falls on top of you. Is there an active hitbox after hitting your shield or stuff or whatever? The answer is no. It dies. It dies immediately.
But why? Okay. Yes. Go ahead.
Because the reason why this matters, and you might be like, well, why does that matter? It does because let's say a single attack comes my way, just like rock solid, and I block that single attack. I can then move out the way after I've blocked it. But if there's a hail of arrows and I'm going spin, 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 and then afterwards they're going up and I'm not repositioning, they land on me and they can hurt me, there's risk involved, right? There's extra risk involved, so that would be considered. So is there an active hitbox after parrying or blocking? The answer is no, there isn't. Is there a
Neither was there in
execution?
Lies of P, correct?
Sorry, what that? After returning, the answer is no, correct, Amundo, exactly. But what's happening here is, let's go through with it. Is there a skillful execution implemented, or the implementation requirement? The answer is no, there isn't. You can hold it at any point in time, 5 seconds before. Again, we're painting with the broad brush here because that's what the skill is. There's no identification, which is the fourth question. Can it be measured or identified for it to be a skillful last moment execution? And the answer is also no. There's no, with rock, excuse me, with rock solid, you know.
Okay, I feel like these are a couple of gray areas because, and like gray areas, not black and white.
How so? How so though? Because
I'm only saying this because I've already, I don't know how far you've gotten into the game, but like I feel there's been plenty of times. I can't cite super specific examples because my brain's all over the place. But I feel like there has been plenty of skillful executions of staff spin. And there's been moments in time where I have used staff spin in an offensive way to gain focus, and a projectile has come and it has deflected it while also doesn't hit the enemy. It was going to hit me on my side, left side, right side, whatever, and it deflected that while I was still doing damage to said target. Target A is getting hit by staff spin. Target B shoots an arrow at me, and it deflects it. So it still killed the hitbox, but why does it have to be? Why does it have to return fire? Why does that hitbox have to return fire?
It's not that it has to return fire. It has to be an active hitbox. It doesn't have to return fire.
Lies of P didn't.
There's risk. Correct. And here's the thing, though. What's Lies of P ultimately at the end? Lies of P, let's go through it together. Lies of P, does it delete the hitbox? The answer is yes. And there is actually a deflect later on, but does it delete the hitbox? The answer is yes, and with exceptions. 2, does it reflect, deflect, or have an active hitbox that can be returned to the enemy in any way? There is none, outside of Laxasia as far as I'm aware. 3, is there, so that's no. So we have yes and no for Lies of P, right?
Those are two objective points we can talk about, right? Those are black and white things that you can say yes with 100% certainty and no with 100% certainty, correct?
Correct. We know for a fact it does. It disappears.
Right. We know it disappears. I'm on board with you.
Yes, it disappears. And those are
questions one and questions 2 are objectively by yes or no answers. When you say number 3, that is a subjective. That is subjective, and so is number 4.
So well, here's the thing though, it's not subjective because it's based on the person assessing it. Number 3, is there a
everybody has subjective points of views.
Well, but that's not when someone's assessing something in terms of if there is a boundary in terms of, and this is the problem. This is why it's so sad. Within 3, is there a skillful execution? The answer is yes. So right now we are currently 2 out of, in terms of yeses, and let's do the final one as well, shall we? Number 4, can it be measured? The answer is yes. So in terms of Lies of P, does it delete the hitbox? The answer is yes, it does, which is, not a good thing. It's seen as, one could initially say it's a block.
Again, the measurement question is what again? Like it can be measured.
The measurement question is, can it be identified clearly? Not a gray area whenever someone's looking at it. Is there a clear sand cue, visual cue in terms of the sparks flying? Does my stamina go down a little bit instead of a lot? Is there some form of identification
you put no, that can be identified? No for Wukong. Why?
Correct. Why? Because Wukong, the reason being, if you time it at the last moment within Wukong, there is no difference of stamina detracted. There is no difference or benefits in terms of extra chi given. There's no way to measure if you timed it within a certain period that the devs have implemented within the game. There is no...
The measurement is that you did not get hit.
No, but that's the same with the block, though. That's the problem. How do we determine if it's a skillful execution?
That's question 3, not question 4.
No, but it goes hand in hand. Can the skillful execution be measured? The answer is no, it can't be. Can the move be measured at all between skillful execution and not? There's no measurement. Mate, tell me this. Is there any difference between holding L2 5 seconds before and holding L2 at the last fraction 0.1 of a second? Is there any differences, bonuses in terms of health, stamina, different animation, sand cue? Is there any defining factor that we can tell within the game that we know for a fact that it was done at a different timing?
Yeah,
3B. I mean, yes.
depending on
What?
depending on how much stamina you have left, given the situation that you're in.
No, no, not what I mean. As in, as soon as if someone was to analyze frame by frame and looking, because obviously we're looking at an identification in terms of did you block or parry. If they were to zoom in your on your stamina bar and was like, holy shit, he timed it to the correct frame. There is no difference in terms of stamina taken on the compared to 5 seconds compared to last frame. There's no difference between the two.
Okay,
It's the same.
I understand your
See what I
point.
mean?
I thought you were talking about can it be measured that you performed the action?
No, can it be performed that you did the skillful execution and action? Because obviously, if there was no identification, if this was Lies of P, if Lies of P didn't have a visual cue, it didn't have a sound cue, the stamina was the same, I didn't take health, there was no difference between the two.
Right.
At that point in time, intellectually honest, both ways, being intellectually fair both ways, Lies of P wouldn't allow the parry. You would have to dodge every mechanic because there's no way to measure it. Because the poor, I know. Oh, sorry, guys. Sorry. Because the poor developer, or sorry, not the poor developers, the poor people that have to look at your run and assess to see if it's done correctly. There's no way for them to tell one frame difference between whether or not it was a perfect parry or a block. If that didn't exist, if I went into the game and if I timed it perfectly every time, and if there was no difference, sound cue, visually, etc., and it looked the same every time, the animation for parrying was done the same every time, there was no separate button, at that point in time, you wouldn't be able to do it within this game. It just wouldn't be allowed, period. Even though you could be like, oh, but I timed it, if they can't measure it consistently and obviously accurately, it wouldn't be allowed. It's the same reason when we're doing, let's say, when we're talking about the Olympics and a 100-meter sprint, what do they use mechanically, technological-wise, to make sure that it's as accurate as possible?
Mm-hmm.
They use the lasers, right, to make sure it's down to the 0.1 of a second.
Yeah.
They don't do it based on someone with a stopwatch. So being as fair as possible, there has to be some form of measurement. If you've taken damage, stamina, etc., there is none of that within Wukong. Unfortunately, again, I would love to use it, but there's nothing. So it's like within that time, going to these questions, does it delete the hitbox? Yes. So ultimately, Lies of P ends up being 3 out of the 4. Therefore, it's almost like, well, at that point in time, guys, do we,
Right.
this is 3 out of the 4 important questions here.
Okay.
Should we allow it? And the answer is yes, they allowed it.
The reason I still don't think it's an equal and fair assessment, at least if we're just talking about against Lies of P within your 4 points. I'm sorry.
Oh, I was saying goodbye to someone in my chat. Okay. Just heading off.
The reason I don't think it's a 1-for-1 assessment, Wukong versus Lies of P, if we're talking about this here, is because the same deflect mechanic, or perfect deflect, whatever, block mechanic, whatever you want to call it, is not 1-for-1 the same mechanic. It's not like if you have a parry mechanic, like a perfect parry mechanic in Lies of P, and you have a perfect parry mechanic that's in Elden Ring, you could compare those two mechanics and be like, okay, if those are not executed the exact same way because they are the same mechanic, there's a visual cue, sound cue, blah blah blah, whatever, they all meet the same criteria. That's a 1-for-1 comparison right there, and I would totally agree with you. However, staff spin is a completely different mechanic than because it has offensive capabilities.
Well, just like Shield Bash, though. Shield Bashes have offensive capabilities, but the same... Remember, we haven't forgotten that, though. Shield Bashes have the same thing, where even though you might be moving a bit slower, it's the exact same thing in terms of how Shield Bash works, in terms of, moving towards a target, being able to, when you're moving into them, upon executing said skill, whether or not it's active or not, because sometimes it is, and whatever.
Okay, right, but Shield Bash obviously doesn't... But yeah, I don't think it's the same as Shield Bash.
It is. How so? How not though? How so? Because
I guess I would have to understand everything that Shield Bash does in order to agree with you. Like for instance, if you were to get like shot in the back by an archer or by the side, but you're charging forward at a certain enemy,
you take damage.
You take damage. Okay, you do not deflect. You do. Thank you. No, it's a different mechanic.
No. Well, no. If you're shot in the back and you're spitting to the front, don't you get hit? It's not a different mechanic. It's literally the same. You just move slower. Mate, picture the stick figure. The stick figure is here. If you execute a Shield Bash and you execute the staff, it is literally the same thing. You just move slower and work on.
No,
what do you mean, no?
If I have an arrow coming at me from my left side while I'm actively using staff spin and at the target in front of me, which you would say is equivalent to a Shield Bash.
Yes.
Okay. If that was a Shield Bash, you would get shot in the shoulder, correct?
No, here's the thing though. It depends on some game. This is why we're talking about hitboxes and why it matters.
No. I'm
Some
sorry.
games-
I'm treating this as two
No, no, no.
different mechanics. That's why I'm trying to be intellectually honest with you. But
Correct. You're allowed to use the staff spin offensively, but if you see an enemy is about to attack you with an attack, instead of
just because it's a byproduct, just because deflecting arrows from your side is a byproduct of that offensive capability, that is not my problem. That's not anybody's problem.
It is within the certain stringent rules within the Team Hitless and no hit runs. That's why the rules exist.
Well,
that's why, mate. There have been.
I guess the only reason I'm arguing for this so much is because I've already seen people perform no hit fights. I mean, now they might have to rebrand it as no damage fights. Whatever.
Correct. It matters.
I'm even relying on sources such as a Gino Machino, who I actively watch as well, and I respect him and everything that he does, and him using. So I'm not arguing in favor to like grandstand like for Gino and like stand up for him and like what he's established, but I've also come around to that kind of thinking that it is a deflection mechanic that you can't go 1-for-1 with Lies of P or Elden Ring because it is an entirely new mechanic that needs its own different.
So why can't we ask the same questions though?
Because no. I'm not saying we can't. Oh, I apologize. We can absolutely ask the same questions.
And because the questions do align very well in terms of, because here's the thing, why was parry allowed in the first place? It met a certain different batch of criterion questions, and whether or not it was weighed upon whether or not because obviously if they have to question whether or not parry is allowed in the first place, the reason why it was allowed was because of the quote-unquote skillful execution alongside a bunch of other things.
Who's to say that this won't meet the exception in some way because it has multiple...
Well, based on the questions that we've just gone over in the first place, based on how it works behind the scenes, based on potential extra risk and whatnot in terms of the reflect-deflect of it being an active hitbox, remaining an active hitbox. Because some games, let's say an enemy shoots this magic arrow at you. Let's say you're doing a staff spin and it goes into the ground, and it might become a mine. If you go near it, it explodes. It disappears. It deletes. So there's no extra risk. So let's say hypothetically within Wukong, right?
Okay.
Let's say within Wukong, a magic arrow was fired at your character, and if you timed it at the last moment, let's say if you timed it at the last moment, it just disappeared. That is your reward for timing it correctly. But if you blocked it, you don't take damage, but it instead falls to the ground being an active frame. But then maybe there might be a risk of you not perfect timing it because now you're surrounded by bombs and now you have to get out of that. So within this game, it is important to know whether or not it is still active after blocking it, because one, you can use it offensively, which is cool. Second of all, there is none of that. It is, it's just a matter of you deflecting and you just hitting them with melee. What's this? Never use it? Oh, sorry. That's something else from So Chris. And then the skillful execution. Because you can't measure it, because kind of 3 and 4 kind of go hand in hand. But first of all, is there skillful execution required? One could argue maybe there is. Let's say there is. But then the problem, and this is where most of the issue comes down to, let's say, because I'm well aware, and I considered it as well. Again, it's not like I've just thought of this.
Right. What I would agree with you on that point.
What if I could showcase on the replay, I literally timed it at the right moment, and therefore it was skillful execution. I didn't just hold it down, it was skillful execution.
That's why I said it's subjective, but yes.
Then, can it be measured? And the unfortunate thing is, no, it can't be. And that's the problem.
And that's so the extra point, if I were to write an extra question on that list...
Sure, by all means.
Well, I mean, just me. Like, if I were making that list, I would have put probably number 3 at yes and number 4 at no, okay? Because I think like there's a subjective point of view in the skillful execution of using staff spin. Then I would have put a question 5. Does it have a secondary utility?
Well, the utility doesn't matter.
It's the reason why parry... It's a mechanic of the game.
It doesn't matter though. The reason why it was allowed in the first place...
You're dismissing it as it doesn't matter. I'm saying it does matter.
The reason why it was allowed in the first place, parries were allowed in games, was first and foremost because it was a skillful execution.
Sorry, my bad.
No, the reason why parries were allowed in no-hit runs in the first place was because people were arguing that because it's a skillful execution, therefore it should be allowed. That's why. That's the main point. It's a skillful execution. It separates itself from blocking in the first place. There is nothing separating this game from the staff spin, from a block or a parry. Therefore, because there's no identifying that in the first place.
Like, they don't technically exist. Blocks don't exist in Wukong.
No, but what I'm saying is, let's pretend that it's a block or a parry. Is there any way to identify between you timing it at the very last frame or not? There isn't any form of measurement.
Yes, because if a block existed in this game, we would be able to measure the difference. But a block doesn't exist in this game. That's what I'm saying.
Problem. That's why it's devastating. That's why it's sad. Because if they had something that
you
measured,
just agreed.
even if it was a
it's sad. There is no block in this game. There's no block. It's not a block. It's a deflection. It has.
But then this is why we go back to this to. This is why we rectify. It's like, so what happens? That's why we talk about this though. It's like, what is actively happening behind the scenes?
Yeah.
It is going into this hitbox and it deletes itself. That's why it's like we're actively talking about what's happening. So it's like, is that technically a block from literally every other game that follows the same thing? The answer is yes, it is. That's what blocks do within virtually every other game. It goes in and then it disappears.
But it is not required. I mean, there's nothing required for a no-hit run, and like if you're using like a spear, you don't have to use the spear in a no-hit run. That makes no sense.
Weapon? I don't know. I'm not even seeing if there's a comment regarding that. I'm just talking about if we're to look at literally, because one could say Wukong is a separate game, but it's not a different coding. It's coded the same way. Therefore, it is literally the same. Because what we might see visually, it isn't a brand. This isn't like a. Have you played? What's it called? The what is it? Have you fought? Sorry, not fought. Have you played the game, the Lord of the Rings one? You know how there's a brand new specific mechanic that was introduced. The
I'm trying to remember. Nemesis I think I know what you're talking about, though. Yeah.
You know the Nemesis system. There is a specific system that was completely invented, completely new, and it was very separate and specific in terms of how it worked. This isn't a brand new mechanic. What's happening underneath the layers of what we see visually, think it's skin deep. What is actually happening has been done many times before. It is actually not it's not a new mechanic. It just looks visually different, but how it works is still the same at the end of the day. Shadow of Mordor and more, thank you. It's not a new mechanic, because I know you mentioned that a few times. It actually isn't, because we've talked about how it works. It isn't a new mechanic. They haven't reinvented the wheel. They haven't invented something new. We're just seeing a different spin on how it looks visually. They're spinning a staff instead of maybe walking forward with the shield in front of them.
I would like to, because we're using like examples, like, you know, from other games to justify what is what. Sure. I would love to know what other game has this mechanic in it.
I'd have to look through my thing and maybe look at an
I'm not expecting you to know right off hand. Like
in terms of what a block is considered within other games and how it functions in the first place, you know, based on this is
based on this mechanic. Based on this mechanic is what we should be talking about.
Based on how blocking works in general across games, is your character does said action, an invisible hitbox or whatever it's called appears in front of character and prevents damage to the character in any form. Or it maybe doesn't prevent, obviously depends in terms of how it works, sometimes stamina, whatever, Liza PHP, etc. But it basically completely deletes the arrow. There's no returning it whatsoever. You're blocking it. You are. And that's why maybe within Liza P they call it a perfect block. Because you're not technically reflecting, you're not deflecting, you're not parrying. In Liza P they call it perfect blocking or perfect guarding.
You just told me by the same game game logic or game coding rather.
Yes, but I'm saying it aligns. I'm saying that's
killed the hitbox in the exact same way that Wukong does.
Yes.
But the only thing separating it is the skillful execution and how it's measured. But I'm saying that's not a one-for-one mechanic, because it has no offensive capability. You're not applying the same rules to the same mechanic.
But that's an extra bonus on top of that. That's a shield bash. That's what I'm saying. That's why it's important to measure it, because first and foremost, how does one looking at the run and they're assessing it? Yeah. How do they know when you're playing Sekiro and you've done a no-hit run, not a no-damage run, how do they know that you have just blocked? Because Sekiro, honestly, it's quite... If you didn't have those visual ways, or just in general, there's a sand cue and there's a visual cue. It's different sparks, just like Liza P. If they didn't have that, there would be no way to do a no-hit run, because you couldn't measure it. It'd just be no damage run. That's just how it would be. So the reason why Sekiro has a no-hit category and a no-damage category is because there is simply a way to measure whether or not someone timed the skillful execution and not.
Right.
That's why.
I totally agree with you. Totally agree with you. I have not disagreed with your point of you being able to call the staff spin a block. I have not disagreed with your point. I'm saying it can function as both. If you want to call it a block, that's fine.
Yes.
I'm still going to call it a deflection, because I feel like it meets the criteria of deflecting things, even if there's not a specific or separate animation that happens showing that you have deflected it. The only thing that I have to go on is now even more information that it kills the hitbox of said projectile in the same fashion that Lies of P does, which is just the game logic and how it functions, and the animation of whatever you see being deflected in the game. So I'm going based off of the information that I'm seeing in Wukong. Like, and
but you're looking
it.
at the staff spin and seeing that literally, though. What if you were to look at this stick figure and see it pushing towards an enemy? In Wukong, we have staff spin. What if I said that right now it wasn't? What if he conjured a shield, but it did exactly the same thing? Because right now we're talking too much on visuals. If he conjured a shield in front of him and he didn't spin the staff and it was a shield and he could just move towards the enemy, and as he got to the enemy, he could push it in the face or just keep doing that and hurt them, what do we call that then? Do you know what I mean? We're visually seeing a staff spin, but what's happening behind the scenes is the same thing as what we'd see within a shield bash. Because it literally, through definition, is a shield bash. That's what it is. You can block whilst doing the offensive.
Wouldn't we also define a block as something that would block not only projectiles, but melee and physical attacks?
What do you mean? Shield bash does the same, by the way. That's what I'm saying. It falls under the same category. Shield bash typically
we were just talking about Lies of P, for instance.
Yeah, but
what if you're just holding down block the same way you're holding it down in Wukong, and then an enemy comes at you and just melee attacks you?
And I'm blocking the same way. Sorry, repeat that one more time. I'm trying to understand. Go on.
If you're just holding down, like no skillful execution at all, but you're holding it down, block. And like someone just comes and melee attacks you. No projectiles. You know, we're not talking about the perfect. What happens?
Correct. Yes.
You get hit.
Yes, but you can also see that there is a form to measure that you have actually not skillfully executed something at the right timing. Therefore, it's considered a hit within a no-hit
Does
run.
it negate damage when you hold down that block?
Depends on what you're using.
No. Well, I'm just.
In this situation,
what is the general rule?
So within Lies of P, in this situation, you do take damage, but there is a full measure it though. Is what I'm saying.
Do you take less damage by blocking and getting hit with that melee?
I don't actually in this game. I think there might be a difference. I think the answer is yes, which is why it depends in strength weapons. And this is why it's logical in this game. I understand what you're saying. In this game, I believe yes, you take more damage. Not only that, they're separate. Again, this is why they're separating the two. They've got 3 layers. You either A, get cleanly hit by the enemy attack, because this is why it matters. You get cleanly, and notice how there's no red bar. But if I block in this game, I can get that health back. So I can then, in a sense, hit the enemy and recover it. And C, perfect blocking means I take the least amount of stamina from perfect blocking, and I take no health damage whatsoever.
Right, no, I'm talking about the non-skillful execution of holding block. Do you take damage?
Correct.
Do you take...
In this one, yes.
Do you take less damage if you perhaps...
depending on the weapon, yes, correct. Depending on the weapon, some you take more.
You get a slight bit of damage.
In this one, yes, you do.
That means by using that function L2 or whatever the block button is, by just holding it, you can negate damage, and then you can clearly measure a block. You cannot do that in Wukong. It is not a block.
That's exactly.
I feel like that's more credence to the fact that it is not a block.
Well, that's the thing, though.
I apologize.
It's because
I'm not.
No, I understand. Sorry.
You cannot block or negate damage using staff spin, which further verifies the fact that it is not a block. It would function as a block and negate some kind of damage. That is true for almost every game.
And that's why we have these questions,
if you're
though, to follow
just
up
holding
with,
down block. Because you're presenting this as it is a block and it's nothing else. If you were to hold down block in any other game, regardless of the weapon, there are varying degrees of damage negation that you get, but you do not get that in Wukong, which means it is not a block. You don't get any damage negation.
You don't take in Wukong you don't take damage if you
No, I'm talking about a melee attack.
Oh, a melee attack. Sorry, wait, what's this? No, but this is the thing, though. I've from the get-go said to chat, my community, that in general, Wukong has a block for projectiles. Because, again, we don't have to be like it doesn't do it for melee attacks. It doesn't matter. What I'm saying is that it is a block for projectiles. It's the same thing. Whilst it might not work on melee attacks, you're still blocking the projectiles. So I know what you're saying in terms of it might be specific. At the end of the day, this is their own spin on it. This is their spin on essentially a shield charge if you want to get close enough. But you are essentially blocking projectiles because it doesn't work for melee. You're blocking projectiles. Doesn't matter if you're blocking melee, because obviously different games allow you to do different things. Some games allow you to block or parry melee attacks, but then you can't parry range attacks. There are some games that do that.
Right.
So I
as
think
far
that,
as
you
the
know,
word block, though, I feel like the function of a block has multiple uses. One, it can fully negate damage if you thereby did a perfect block, or it can negate some damage if you just stood there and held it. Okay, staff spin does not work that way. I don't feel like it even reaches the category of a block.
All right, mate. Let's go back to basics. First and foremost, why was no hit? Why was parry allowed and no hit? Why was parry allowed and no hit in the first place?
Because it is a separate function. It is a separate mechanic.
No. Why was it allowed in the first place, though? What was the main reason for why it was allowed in the first place?
The skillful execution part. Yes, I get that.
Correct. And then followed by that, most importantly, can it be measured?
Well, of course it can. Yeah, parries can. Of course.
Correct. In these games that we're talking about, Sekiro, etc., Lies of P, there is a clear separation visually, audio-wise, etc.
Right,
even
but
stamina.
you just moved my argument.
No. I'm not sorry. I'm not trying to. No. What I'm saying is the reason why it was allowed in Team Hitless in the first place was because first and foremost, because again, this is a no hit run, not a no damage run. Why was parrying allowed within no hit runs in the first place? First and foremost, it was because people said, look, guys, I understand that technically, visually, it's hitting my character, but I'm timing it down to the last frame. People argued that it was for a specific, it was very time constrained, and it was skillful execution. That was the number one reason why it's allowed. Number two, in terms of why it would be allowed within no hit runs and therefore would be seen as an official thing in the first place was, could it be measured? Because again, for Sekiro, if there was no visual cue or audio cue in the first place, or even if, let's say, if, worst case scenario, I feel sorry for the people that had to do it, if there was maybe a slight difference in stamina consumption, if there's nothing to measure it, Sekiro would be only seen as a no damage run, even if you timed it correctly. Because that's a perfect example. So that basically staff spin cannot be measured, even if you timed it correctly, which is tragic. Therefore, it doesn't actually fall in line with what they say of skillful execution.
Right.
That's just one of those ones where, unfortunately, again, if this was Sekiro, and I'd be saying the same thing about Sekiro, if there was no way to measure it, Sekiro, even with melee and ranged, would be a no damage run only. It would only fall under that category.
Right. And
but because there's a clear measurement.
Right.
Yes.
I understand where you're coming from with Sekiro. Absolutely. Yes. My point was just to illustrate that the function of a block, regardless of if you perfect block and negate all damage, the function of what you can measure is a block. Like I can measure, if we're talking about game mechanics and measurement, if in any game, if I just stand there and let the enemy hit me, I take 100 points of damage, whatever. But if I just stand there and hold block and I still get hit and I take 50 points worth of damage, I was able to measure the fact that this is in fact a block. I was blocking. It doesn't matter how long I was holding the button. I was blocking. Yes. Okay. I got hit with a melee attack. Okay. That defines a block. Whether it's a projectile, or a melee attack, depending on how much damage and negation, I don't care about that. You negate a damage. That's how I can measure that what I just did was a block. Okay. Take no hit runs off the table. But okay. 50 points in damage. If I'll use your terminology. If I blocked projectiles in Black Myth Wukong, I will receive no damage. Okay, but if I block any melee attack in Wukong, it does 0 damage negation. It's not fitting the criteria. I'm sorry, it's not fitting the criteria of a block. If I just sat there with a staff spin and let this enemy come up to me. I'm sorry.
How did they measure it? How did they measure that it was a skillful execution or not, though, within Wukong?
I'm not talking about skillful execution. I'm talking about what is defined as a block. If I'm just standing there and I let the enemy hit me and I lose 100 points of damage in Wukong, and then I stand there holding down what you consider to be a block, the staff spin, and the enemy still hits me and still does 100 points of damage, I did not block. That does not fit the requirements of a block. There's 0 damage negation.
But the
How
same,
is it
but here's the thing,
considered
though.
a block?
But this is exactly, and you've just proven this is exactly why there's a no damage run and a no hit run. Because whilst there might be a difference in HP measurements in terms of not taking damage, in terms of from a skillful perspective, which is why there is a difference between no hit runs and no damage runs, you have essentially, in the eyes of no hit run, because there's no way to potentially measure it, even if you time it at the last moment, it's just one of those things where that's why the two categories are separate in the first place. Unfortunately, there are some games out there where there is no way to measure, even if you time it at the last moment. There are plenty of games where it's only got a block, not a perfect block, and therefore it's just seen as no damage. There's no hit, a no hit run might not exist because some games don't even have a dodge. Maybe spacing isn't possible. You know what a perfect example of this is? Have you played Grounded before? Grounded?
No.
Grounded, it's a survival. Incredible, by the way. In that game, you can't really space attacks. There are some that are the exception, but think of the magnetism of the attacks are so insane and the range of them, etc. They basically, in some ways, teleport on your character, regardless of the distance on their attack. You're actually forced to block or parry, and that can be measured as well. There's a different sand cube, more stun meter on the enemy as well. There are some games out there where it's actually just physically impossible, based on Team Hitless rules, to do a no-hit run on, and it's only no damage. That would be one of them.
I understand that. I was just trying to understand what, like, as far as game logic is concerned, because we've already gone through hitboxes getting killed and stuff. But a block would considerably negate damage in any other game. If you are calling staff spin a block, and you get hit with the same melee attack, and you take the same amount of damage, it does not fit the requirements of a block across any other game that I know of. It does not negate damage. How can it be considered a block when one of the core mechanics of a block is to negate damage, regardless of how long you hold block?
I understand what you're saying, but at the same time, when we're looking at the difference, and again, going back to where it's first and foremost...
logic? I'm failing to understand where anybody's coming from. If you hold up a shield in any game, unless it has perfect defense, like an Elden Ring or something like that, just if it has 50 damage negation, you take half of the damage points. Okay, cool. You performed a block. But if you get hit with the same logic applying to Wukong, and you get hit with the same strength of attack from an enemy, and you don't get any damage negation, how do you consider that a block? That makes no sense.
You block within Lies of P when taking damage as well, though. There are certain games where you do take damage. Elden Ring, if you don't have the right shield. It falls under different branches, but basically, typically, and if we can be honest here, what's typically seen the difference between a parry and a block, and typically that's seen as identifiable.
I know you still take damage, but you take considerably less damage. I'm saying that if you do the staff spin or don't do the staff spin, you take the same amount of damage with the same incoming attack.
No, yeah. So going back to what I said, typically when we look at the difference between a block and a perfect block, or whatever it might be, parry, etc., the difference is that there is usually an identifiable means of seeing whether or not you've timed it at a correct moment, at the last moment.
Again, you're going back to a skillful check. I totally respect that.
No, it's not a skillful check. It's identifying, because how does one measure it? Again, if we were in the Olympics and all of a sudden they didn't have those lasers to kind of actually, say legitimately whether or not someone... Because all of a sudden, I had a stopwatch. Okay. And on that stopwatch, I timed Usain Bolt as 0.3 quicker than the world record, but that's based on me. Do you know what I mean? If someone's looking at our replay of us doing our run, and they saw... Because let's say I looked at your run, and I was like, you know what? Let's say we allowed the spin, or whatever it was. Let's say the spin, hypothetically. Let's say the only way to tell the difference between the spin of it being parrying and blocking. Let's say the devs implemented this, which they haven't, which is a shame.
Yep.
You take less stamina for doing it at the right moment. Let's say that.
Let us decide what's serious and what's not. You're saying it's just a game, like we're challenge runners. We're trying to hash something out, man.
Correct.
It's not a big deal.
If I didn't look at it carefully and I was like, hey, that looked like it was incorrect timing, but then the reviewer, the person reviewing my run, zoomed in on the replay and said, hey, no, it's correctly done because there's stamina was done at the correct timing, then we know for a fact it was done correctly. Unfortunately, and that's what's so tragic, there is no way to measure it, but you know what can be measured? A perfect example, the rock solid. Rock solid, you know if you've been hit or not within that, even though I would say it's a very loose quote-unquote parry, not that I want to call it that, but you know for a fact that if you timed rock solid correctly or not. So rock solid, if you're within that rock state, you're either in it or not. And if they hit you during that rock state, what happens? Cling, they bounce off, or whatever it might be. There's a clear audio or visual sign that you've done it. And if you mistime it, what happens? Don't you come out of it and just get hit anyways? Isn't there a clear cut and dry measurable fact of whether or not you timed it correctly or not for Rock Solid? The staff doesn't have that.
Right. But you're again, and that's why I said I totally agree with you about the skillful execution of certain abilities. The same way, which is why like a parry. But I'm saying, but that still doesn't answer my question of does staff spin meet all the qualifications of what a block is? Because if it doesn't, then you have a situation on your hands where in any other game, let's say you're in Lies of P right now, whatever staff you're holding, or whatever you use to block there within staff Lies of P, if you held the block button and that guy came up to you and hit you, and then you didn't, you're going to see a significant difference in how much HP loss. Okay, now same could be said for projectiles. Whether you perfect block them or deflect them, whatever. I'm saying that given Wukong, if you applied that exact same blocking logic to any enemy in Wukong and they come up and hit you with a melee attack, you are going to see no difference. It does not meet the requirements of a block. The same way other games would negate the damage. You were going to take the same amount of points.
That would be a no damage run though in terms of what happens, because
what do you mean
Wukong,
a no damage run? You get
Wukong. There's no measurement though.
Is there a certain way that you get hit by the same amount of HP points?
Mate, so if that's the case, then why is it that there is certain games out there like Sekiro where there is a no hit run and no damage run? Why is that allowed? There is a clear identifying aspect of being able to tell whether or not someone parried or not.
We're not talking, brother. We're not talking about parries. I was talking about the actual damage negation. How many HP points you take? Staff spin does not qualify as a block, because even if you tried to block, even if you tried to use it as a block needs to do more than just stop projectiles from coming in. It needs to be able to block incoming melee damage and stuff like that. It doesn't do that.
Not at all. Skyrim. What about the ones where you bring up an energy shield and you only block magic attacks?
I don't know Team Hitless's rules on Skyrim. I don't even play Skyrim.
That's not what I'm saying. What about hypothetically, you have a shield, correct me if I'm wrong, I think Elden Ring might have the same. What if there is a certain energy shield that only blocks magical attacks but doesn't allow melee attacks? It allows melee attacks to come in. You can hold L1 for every single magic projectile coming your way, any kind of thing, but the moment a physical attack hits you, it goes through. That's the caveat. So it's like there are absolutely forms of where you can block one way but not the other.
Right, but this isn't Skyrim we're talking about.
But that's coding. It's the allowance.
Okay, then how come there's not a damage negation coding if staff spin is a block? How come there's not a damage negation? It's not the same coding. You would get if I was just sitting there and staff spinning, someone came up to me and rammed me, I should get far fewer HP loss. That doesn't happen.
This is the dev spin on what's their version of a block. What do you call it?
Totally agree. Which is why I said there needs to be a new rule. Totally agree.
Here's the thing though, because with said new rule, it literally doesn't fall under the most important things.
I know there is damage negation coding, not for staff spin though.
What are we talking about here at the end of the day though? What type of run? Is it a no-hit run or is it a no-damage run?
Like no hit.
So we're talking about no-hit. So is there ultimately, if we're talking about a no-hit run, these are the two most important things, ultimately, I would say. Can it be measured and is there a skillful execution for it, which is why it was allowed in the first place? The answer is no, it can't be measured. You cannot tell if they timed it at the last moment if you got hit or not.
Okay, but
there's no frame by frame. It can't be measured.
A block is a block, whether it's against a projectile or against a melee attack. Correct or not? Like, let's say, take the challenge run off the table. What is a block?
That's the reason why it's there. This is an exception. This is why it's one of the most important things to look at. Sekiro, I think, is the prime example to look at here. Let's pretend Sekiro didn't allow physical attacks in terms of what you could block, parry, whatever, deflect. Sekiro, if it did not have a visual cue, a sound cue, or any other means to measure it, your animation is quite literally the same throughout. The devs specifically added a different sound cue, a different animation, and I think you do more stun to the enemy specifically to allow you to identify that you have done it correctly at the perfect time. This game doesn't have that. Wukong does not have that. So because there's no measurement of which is why I'm saying that unfortunately by default, because if what's it called had it, if Sekiro didn't have it, Therefore, it would count as a no damage run, and there would be no variation unless you dodged every single attack and you didn't parry, block, whatever it's called. Sekiro is a prime best example of this because Sekiro, again, there is like unlike other games, sometimes if you do a certain parry and whatnot, it's very obvious. It's almost a separate button. Elden Ring, prime example. Shield flash. Right. Sekiro, if it didn't have those flashes, those sparks, the sand Q, because if you block or miss time a block within Sekiro, you actually don't take health damage. You don't. In fact, you also, I think, take a certain amount of stagger. It's almost the same as well.
Right.
But it's
we've agreed that these are different games.
So specifically, they are, but it's the same thing, though. If there was no form of identifying... No. Hear me out. The most important thing is, can it be measured? If Sekiro didn't have that measurability, you couldn't actually call it a no-hit run. That's the only reason why it's allowed right now. That's one of the most crucial points.
Am I able to measure in Wukong what is a block and what isn't?
You can't measure the skillful execution. How do you do that?
No. Is there please. I want an answer to my question. And I apologize if I sound aggressive. This is just me talking. I freaking love video games, dude. I'm so passionate about this. I'm not aggressive at all. It's just how I speak down here. That's my bad. But can you measure a block and not a block by any other thing? You can. By any metric besides seeing the animation or a hitbox.
You didn't take damage in Wukong. You didn't take damage, and you can see the arrow bounce off your character, whatever you want to call it.
For an arrow. What about melee attacks?
It'll hit you because it doesn't allow you to block melee attacks. Yes.
So it's not a block. It's only a block in some scenarios and not a block in other scenarios. No, I'm sorry. But this is where I draw the line, especially if you're making Lies of P references and Souls games.
But you can't just say a block has to be counted as a block if it blocks physical and magical and ranged.
No, not blocks. I never made the statement it needs to block. It needs to give you some kind of damage negation. Regardless of what you use, even in Elden Ring, you could use a freaking misery chord and you're going to get like 30% damage negation of a physical melee attack. Yes. You do not get anything from staff spin. It does not fit a requirement for a block.
I mean, you can only parry melee attacks. Oh, I know what you're saying, and I can understand it, but this is why we always keep going back to this in terms of that, and that's what would be measured and why it was allowed in the first place. The only reason why parry was allowed within a no-hit run, not a no-damage run.
Why are we back on parry?
I need to go soon.
I apologize. Why are we back on parry?
So the reason, we don't have a name for it, but the reason why this won't be allowed, whatever this is called, let's call it the Wukong spin. The reason why ultimately the Wukong spin shouldn't be allowed, in my opinion won't be, is because it's not a skillful execution. And because you can do it beforehand, there are ways you could if you min-maxed it, but even then, it's not a skillful execution, especially if used in a basic manner. And there's no way to measure it, especially from a perspective of timing it correctly and not. Going back to the third question. So due to that, they would say, look, guys, this is technically, we're going to call it a block here in this game, even though it's obviously the devs have made it in their own very specific criteria in terms of the pros and cons. We're going to call it a block. And therefore, for projectiles, it is a block for projectiles, and we're going to put this in the no damage category because there's no skillful execution that can be identified, most importantly. If Sekiro didn't have what they had beforehand, that would also be seen as a no damage run.
Okay. On this same point, as far as blocking projectiles, what would, if you did a see-through on a projectile, is that a block?
Yes. Here's the thing. It doesn't matter what it is because it is seen as one you can identify it, and it does require specific timing. So therefore, it is seen as whatever one wants to call it, a parry, etc. Some people call it a counter attack. A see-through needs to be done within a very short period of time. It is a skillful execution, and one can identify it through your HP bar, the red, but sometimes doesn't appear as you've probably seen. But the HP bar, you can see it through the red spark that happens when you time it correctly, followed by everything else that happens after. There is a clear identification as opposed to the spin on the spot, which there is no identification in terms of timing whatsoever. That's the difference. See-through would be considered a parry and would be allowed because it's a very clear measurement.
No.
Specific animation.
That's the thing is, I'm agreeing. I would agree with you that it is a see-through. Yes. Like the only hang-up.
It'd be seen as a parry.
The only hang-up seems to. That there seems to be is about skillful execution and stuff like that, and
which is why it was allowed. Yes.
So But here's the thing: even if I conceded that point, which I did, there is not a whole lot of skillful execution required with staff spin. I can concede that point to you. I'm happy to do so.
Cool.
I still think staff spin, where it loses a point in that favor and not being considered a deflect, I think it gains a point in not being able to block incoming damage. The same way, in the same, that's why I don't consider it a block. Even though the block is never being used in no-hit runs, it is not even considered a block because it does not function the same way as a block would. Otherwise, people would be attempting to min-max their damage negation and use staff spin because there's ways to get your damage negation up to like 80% in this game.
It's a specific block though. It's a block that only works for projectiles is how it would be considered. Like again,
it's a multifaceted skill. Like if we're only going to make the exception for if we're only going to make the exception for just the projectiles, then how come then? Like, look, what are we talking about here? Like, it only gets a specific exemption when it also has offensive. Do that, though.
Many games do that in terms of you can only do certain things. A block doesn't usually mean physical, etc. Like I said, there are certain things where you can only block magical attacks, but then you maybe can't block physical attacks. There are some games you can block physical attacks, but then you can't block magical. So in this game, you can block projectiles, but you can't block physical. It's just one of those ones where it's almost like the Triforce. So in terms of an action, the developers have allowed you to block projectiles in this game, but they thought, you know what, I think melee would be too far. It didn't fit in the direction they wanted. So instead of it being like a full shield of a card shield, think of it as like they cut it in half. And they said, look, we'll allow projectiles, but then we're not going to allow the blocking of melee. It's just a different block. It's a very specific block.
Okay. All right. No, I see where you're coming from, and I 100% respect your side, and I have new information going forward now,
Fair.
I mean, while we might agree to disagree, and there's still going to have to be like some consensus amongst the Souls community. I totally know that.
I hope we do.
I hope we do. I hope the conversation continues. I think you've made a very strong case as to why you think it's a block. And I feel like I've made, while I'm not on Team Hitless and I don't know all the rules, I'm still kind of coming into this a little blind. I feel like I've made a reasonable case for why I think it's a deflect. And I know you're going to disagree with me on that point, and that's totally fine because I live for disagreement so we can talk these things and challenge ourselves going forward, and I love that. But I still hold true that it doesn't fit the requirements of what any other game would consider a block. It would have to meet multiple requirements to be considered a block. I see it killing a hitbox the same way Lies of P does. It's also a multifaceted, I know I'm repeating myself, skill that has offensive and a defensive capability. I feel like it meets so many different requirements to justify.
So here's the thing: offensive doesn't matter. Check this out though. Offensively doesn't matter because at the end of the day, same with people doing no-hit runs with shield bashes and things like that in Elden Ring. So, because you can punch people in the face with a shield and everything. What matters in no-hit runs and no damage runs is what happens defensively. How we counterattack or block the attack and things like that. So no-hit runs, no damage runs, it doesn't matter in terms of utility offensively. What matters is ultimately what happens defensively.
Okay, I totally agree with you. And defensively, it does not meet both of the requirements for a defensive skill. A blocking skill. It doesn't. It absolutely doesn't. It doesn't.
In terms of what? Sorry. In terms of it doesn't do both physical and it doesn't do the melee hits as well.
If we're talking about what it can defend against in any other game, if I were to hold the block button in any other game, I would get significantly less damage done to me. That does not happen here. If we're talking about if the requirements
a lot of games for blocking mitigates it to 0, by the way. In a lot of games in blocking, it mitigates it to 0. It's not just always just barely mitigates or less damage.
Right, but
there are a lot of games where blocking does 0 damage as well. Half of the course, Sekiro.
You would be able to measure that though, right?
And that's exactly the point though. Skillful execution can be measured. Because again, if let's say, and I know I keep going back to it, it's equally important that it's a skillful execution as it's equally important that one can measure it. And here's the thing, let's say hypothetically speaking, and this is what's sad. Let's say hypothetically speaking, there was a means of you being able to perfectly execute a parry with the blocking or whatever you call it, the staff spin in Wukong. Yeah. What if there was no way to measure it? at that point in time, it would still then cant and fall under the no damage run and not a no hit run, just like Sekiro. Because if they didn't have the cues that they do now, and there was no way to measure it, even if you are properly timing it, if the devs didn't do their due diligence of showcasing the differences between, it couldn't be measured. Therefore, it's not canted. Because then someone could just say, I swear I did. That's ultimately it's the last two.
Right.
The reason why it's allowed in the first place. So there's no way to measure it. And therefore, that's why I'm saying it just can't be added. I think it's tragic. I think Sekiro was lucky because the devs did their due diligence of adding the proper sound cues, the visual cues, everything like that. You can't measure it in this game. You cannot measure it.
Right.
So because you can't measure it, but you don't take damage,
just how
no
you
damage is left.
Yeah, just how you said you think it's equally important, like the skillful execution as, I forgot, what
Yes.
did you say? What's
Skillful
equally,
execution and its ability to measure
and
it.
ability to
Skillful
measure it.
execution comes
Okay,
first.
so from my perspective, I think it's equally as important that if we're going to call it a block, it needs to fit the criteria of a block that we would apply the same criteria to any other game.
What if it isn't a block though? It doesn't matter if it isn't a block though. Because that's the
But
thing.
you're
Let's say
calling
it isn't a
staff
block.
spin a block.
Okay,
That's the whole
here's
point
the
of
thing.
this.
Here's the thing. Let's say it's a completely new mechanic. It doesn't matter. Let's say brand new mechanic,
Yeah,
hypothetically. Wukong has come with a brand new mechanic. Does it fit the standard of skillful execution and can it be identified? The answer is no. Therefore, it's not allowed within a no-hit run. But it doesn't make you take damage from projectiles. Therefore, allowed in a no-damage run. Let's go with it isn't even a block. Let's say it's a brand new mechanic that they've come up with.
Okay.
The fact that there's no skillful execution involved and it can't be measured, even if there was hypothetically skillful execution involved, the fact that it can't be measured therefore prevents it from being allowed within a no-hit run. It just can't be measured. So it's like
the
at that
skillful
point in time,
execution can't be measured, is what you're saying, right?
no,
Yeah,
correct.
You said that's one and the
there's
same point.
no-
You're, like
correct.
I feel
There's
like
no
you're
way to
making two
measure it.
extra points for your side, and it's just
No,
the
no,
same
no,
point.
well,
It's question
here's
3
the
and question
thing.
4.
Sorry, they're basically one and the same in a
Yeah,
sense,
yeah.
but they're in a sense like 4A, 4B, right? Or whatever, 3A, 3B. But in a sense, it is a question. Is there skillful execution? Because it's the first question. And if someone says yes, or sorry, it's like a flow chart. Is there skillful execution? No, it counts as a hit, and therefore it's a no damage run unless you don't take damage, or if you do, it's not. So if we look at a flow chart, again, I'm just gonna have to be careful because I'm gonna have to run out. But basically, think of it from this perspective. Let's talk about it from a flow chart perspective. So let's go over here. So the reason why I'm saying yes and no and why I'm treating it as a separate question is for this reason. So you've got 2 boxes, right? Or here's 2 boxes, flowchart, right? 3, 2, 1,
Right.
bang.
While you're doing that, real quick side note. If you're to like consume a bunch of medicines and then like one shot your opponent, which requires no skillful execution at all.
Yes. Correct. Yes, I'm aware, and that's why.
Then why is skillful execution so considered?
Because it's a mechanic. I know what you mean in terms of being able to one-hit the enemy and whatnot. And I, personally, for me, here's the thing. I know what you mean. I 100% agree with that. The problem with that is you're not getting hit. That's why it's called a no-hit run.
No,
That's
I
the thing.
I understand, but like,
it's not a potion run. So what you said about the potions, let's talk about this, right? Let's say if I go into a game and it was made for babies, and I'm playing as some kind of OP dude that literally one hit kills everything, and potions aside, because potions make you allowed a one hit kill or script everything much easier.
Detroit, thank you for the $2 super chat.
So basically, if I go into a game and I'm one hit killing everything,
yeah.
Again, let's pretend that it's a potions in terms of the metaphorical that we're talking here. If I'm going to a game and I'm one hit killing everything, that would just make it it'd make it a very easy no hit game unless you can nerf yourself somehow. And that's why we have different subcategories. But yes, technically, because you haven't been hit under their rule set, you have done a no hit run.
Yeah.
Yes. And that's why I've said to the chat at times, unfortunately, there are some no hit runs out there, even within Elden Ring, that's didn't fit the criteria of what I expected it to be. That was literally my first.
Your criteria, does it fall under Team Hitless's criteria?
Yes, it does.
Okay,
it does.
So regardless of the amount of skill involved to like one shot,
yes,
it does that doesn't matter. Skillful execution only matters on very small, meticulous things like parrying and deflecting.
Defensively, yes, exactly.
Defensively.
Correct. But as in how we react defensively.
Right.
Do we perfect dodge and attack? Yes. So it doesn't matter what we do skill-based wise offensively, because we're not getting hit. This is why it's called a no-hit run. Because ultimately, if I'm one hit killing the enemy, which a lot of people do in a lot of different, like Elden Ring, etc., you can literally blast the enemy into smithereens, into atoms.
Yeah.
It is still a no-hit run, even though it's very easy. It's a very easy run. But the moment, what constitutes a hit? That's the problem. That is the actual question. That's
Yeah,
when no
I agree.
hit
Yeah,
runs
yeah.
start getting questioned. So that's when it's like, well, does a block count as a hit? And that's why the question came out in the first place.
Right.
So that's why the question of blocks, etc. No hit runs aren't a matter of is it the most skillful thing out there. It's a matter of did I actually take a hit? And then blocks are 100% considered a hit. The only thing that can be measured right now is it a parry? Because parries are allowed in games. And then the thing that I'm saying right now is, in this game, it's not a parry because there's no skillful timer execution in terms of this, like the rock solid. And B, again, is it measured? You can't measure it. Therefore, it doesn't fit within a no hit run, but a no damage run it does instead because you don't take damage from projectiles.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's more towards what is the challenge run that we're actually going for?
Yeah.
We're going for a no hit run. So it's like we're, based on what they've said previously in the past, even if it is something you have to time perfectly, if the game doesn't identify that counts as you being hit because we, the reviewers, pretend I'm a reviewer. I cannot see if you timed it correctly or not. Therefore, we can't allow that through anyways. We're gonna have to put that in the no damage category. That's because again, if otherwise there's no way to measure Sekiro, block, parry. Therefore, it's considered the same thing. It's seen as a wide brush. Unfortunately, too bad. It's like no damage instead. No hit run. Otherwise, you'd have to do dodges only. Yeah. Whereas a rock solid, one could argue in a grey area that's allowed because you can see clearly that you've timed it because you either have or you haven't, and it's within a certain time period.
Yeah, I understand exactly where
What do
you're
you
going
think
with
about that then? What do you reckon with that then? So, going with this, is it skillful execution? The answer is like yes or no. Yes, no, flowchart is skillful execution because why? That's why parry was allowed in the first place. So
Right.
let's treat Wukong spin. For Wukong spin, doesn't matter. We're not calling it a parry, we're not calling it effect. Is Wukong spin a brand new mechanic that's never existed before in the history of time? Is Wukong spin skillful execution? Yes or no? The answer is no, because then no, and then afterwards, the next question within Team Hitless would be, do you take damage from it? Because obviously that's the next best question. So the next question is it skillful execution? The answer is no. So then, and let's say hypothetically, let's say we argued yes. So let's get to that in a moment. So let's have two boxes here, one below, one after the other. Because obviously you have to choose between the two, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then this goes down here. Oh, fucking backwards arrow, dude. Bang, bang. So you have two boxes there based on what happens. Is it skillful execution for Wukong spin? No. Or let's just go hypothetical, whatever it might be. Does it make you take damage? Damage, question mark. And then we have this over here. So again, then we have two boxes.
We have two different applications for do you take damage or not.
So do you take damage? And then what happens is it goes into these two. This is what happens. It goes into one or the other. Does it make you take damage? The answer is yes.
Why is that the premise instead of
So I'm getting to that. Yes. Not valid for no damage runs. Sorry, I know that it's quite massive in terms of text here. So yes, not valid for no damage runs. And if it does make you take damage, like projectiles within Wukong, valid for no damage runs.
Does it make you?
It is allowed. So it is valid for no damage runs because let's say the spin within this game, doesn't matter if it's a block, whatever, etc. If you took damage from it, it wouldn't be allowed in a no damage run because you take damage, right? Could we, it's same with Liza P because the block doesn't allow you to prevent all damage, therefore it's counted as damage within a no damage run. Let's say Wukong. Is it skillful execution? Let's argue both points. Is it skillful execution for Wukong spin? Let's say yes and go down that pathway. The next immediate question would be, can it be identified? And then let's go to the next two things that happen afterwards, yes or no. So let's go down here, and then we have the two. One, and then we have two. Can it be identified? Yes. Valid for no hit runs. No. Not valid for no hit runs. It can't be measured. Again, sorry about the text. I know it's all over the place. But at this point in time, that's literally what it would follow. And then, obviously, if we wanted to take it further in terms of being specific about it, then we'd go into like what we're talking about here. But like coming back to this point, is it skillful execution? Again, Parries are the exception, not the rule. Parries were accepted. They are the exception after people argued for a very good point that it's skillful execution and no hit runs are bad at skillful execution. And in fact, guess what? Within Lies of P, mate, did you know that the parry frames are 8 frames, but the dodge frame is like 18 frames? So dodging is actually technically easier within Lies of P than it is to parry. So that's why people made the argument, well, parrying is actually skillful execution, just like how dodges are. So that's why they allowed it. So is skillful execution Wukong spin? Let's say it is yes. Can it be identified? The answer is no, it can't be. Let's go back. Is it skillful execution, Wukong spin? No. Does it make you take damage? The answer is no. So it's now valid for no damage runs. What do you reckon? Thoughts?
Are you asking me or chat? Sorry.
Oh, I was asking you.
Okay.
Like, after seeing this, what are your thoughts on that?
Okay.
Because this isn't a parry or anything. Brand new mechanic.
Right.
Wukong spin, we're now applying to the board. It's like Team Hitless.
So
I want to apply for Wukong spin as a new mechanic.
Right. Okay. So I take issue with the premise. Does it make you take damage? Like, you've set your own premise.
No. Because what happens is, no. The reason why I'm saying, because if we're going into a completely new thing of, it has to be, if it's a lad, is a brand new mechanic.
I know.
The whole point of Team Hitless. So the reason why I'm saying it's in no and it's then considered for no damage runs, because that's what happens. It's either if it's not a no hit run, is it a no damage run?
Right, but
So what do you mean by that then?
Does it make you take damage? There's two different forms of damage you can take, right? Projectile damage and melee damage. At least that's what's been put on the table.
No, but following this though, so like in terms of what we have here, it's going to the board.
Does it make
it is a brand new mechanic.
Damage? I don't understand. Like, you don't self-inflict damage.
No. Sorry. When I say does it make you take damage, if I am doing this spin on a projectile, I'm talking about if you spin a projectile, do you take damage from the spinning a projectile? With the Wukong spin? You don't, do you?
Not unless you run out of stamina, no.
No, but when you actually actively have this skill out, do you take damage from it?
No.
From sack? No, correct, exactly. So it's valid for no damage runs. It's a mechanic that doesn't allow you to take damage. Then if we were to compare it to, because here's the thing, if there is a game, and this is where it's important as well, there are games out there that maybe parrying would make you take damage. Therefore, parrying wouldn't be allowed in that, even if it was perfect timing. If you took, and I think there's actually a game out there, there's games out there that do that. Even if it's almost like it reduces.
Team Hitless probably doesn't recognize though, right?
Well, here's the thing. They probably would, because Team Hitless does both no hit and no damage runs. They do both. So it wouldn't be recognized for no hit runs if you were to do that. But if you were to do dodge only, then at that point in time, you could do a no hit run. Yeah. Prime example, actually. Did you play Sifu by any chance? Really good game, actually.
No, but I've wanted to. I saw there was an announcement about Sifu recently.
Gotcha. So Sifu, what was it? There was something in particular that I thought was interesting. Sifu, I was talking about this a while ago, but I think Sifu, you would have to specifically not use the parry and have to dodge every attack instead of parrying, because there is a parry at perfect time like Sekiro. There is an animation and everything, but I think you take damage from it anyways, or there's something that happens that is a negative to the character that I would say would be probably considered a hit. So I think the world's first no-hit run on that did dodging only. Because, again, it's skillful execution for the perfect timing. But in no-hit runs, if an enemy is hitting you, even if you perfectly timed it and you take damage, that is no longer a valid run. You would have to dodge only if that exists.
Is there any way you can give me, like, I apologize, I don't mean to interrupt. Is there any way you can give me, like,
okay.
30 seconds real quick?
Right, by all means.
I'll be right back. 30 seconds. I'll be right back, chat.
All good. Sorry, because I won't have to run, guys. I'm meeting up with the lads tonight as a yearly meetup, and I'm already going to be late. I just, wanted to make sure I got the point across, and I appreciate you guys staying with me to the end. I should have gone fucking ages ago. They're going to kick my ass. Does it matter if the skill is innate or needs to be unlocked? It doesn't, because at the end of the day, though, like, even if you unlock it near the end of the game, as long as it, skillful execution is an exception to the rule. Because within no hit runs, guys, keep in mind, initially, parries weren't allowed or not considered to be allowed within no hit runs, because one could argue technically they made contact, they hit your shield, not you specifically, they hit your shield, therefore not a no hit run. But then people said, hang on a second, no hit runs are meant to be the example of a very skillful run, therefore parries should be allowed. And therefore parries were allowed, because just like Lies of P parry frames is only 8 active frames, but dodging is 16, 18 frames, which is Fucking huge. That's more than double. That's insane. So technically, it's actually easy to offer, and that's why they allowed the rule to go through. There's always exceptions to the rule, which is why I'm saying even if we've treated Wukong spin not as a block, a completely new mechanic, it still doesn't fit into the exception that parrying fit into. Thoughts? I'm gonna have to run a sec, guys, because I'm absolutely gonna get my butt cheeks kicked. I'm sorry, Jono, if you're there. I'm sorry, mate. Fuck. That's why I've titled my my no damage run within Ragnarok. I blocked as a no damage run. I'm not going to be, dishonest about that. Same with my Mortal Shell. Mortal Shell, I used the Shell ability, which is technically a block. Oh my lord. Shit.
My
I've
apologies.
no doubt that.
My apologies.
Mate, of
chat.
course. Yeah.
I hope that wasn't disrespectful. My bladder was so full, man. I had to run to the restroom. Oh,
It's a good, mate.
I'm good. I'm good now. It really seems he doesn't want to redo his work so far. I'm still in routing. I'm not making this with any definitive statement that I've already completed parts of a no hit run in Wukong. I'm still doing the routing. You guys got to understand that I'm trying to find out, or we're trying to establish certain rules so that way I don't go through an entire hitless run, or anybody else for that matter, and it's invalidated because they're based upon very arbitrary things that we have to try and make very objective.
We're trying to make it as fair as possible for what we're talking about, the title that we're going for. Jen says in Lords of Fallen you take wither damage on a parry, but that would be fine for no damage since the wither doesn't decay and only gets chunked if you get hit again. You can't avoid wither damage because going into the Umbral Realm is mandatory and you get it from that. So that would go under a no damage but not a no hit run. Is that right, Jen?
Someone said earlier that you made it to chapter 4. No. I posted my chapter 4 dodge only run. I did the game by only dodging. So that's a completely separate run, and those chapters are still being posted. So that's probably what it was. But anyway, yeah, back to the topic. I did not mean to interrupt. Go ahead.
Oh, it's all good, mate. I was just saying that based on the criteria of why, if we were to look at, again, treating it as like we're going to the board, we've got the papers in front of us, and we want to say Wukong spin is a brand new mechanic that has never existed. And even though, based on what we can see objectively through the stick figures, it is the same as what we've seen in the past. Even if hypothetically it is a brand new mechanic, and we want to bring it to the board, and we have an argument for why it should be the exception. The exception doesn't fit for why parrying was allowed to be the exception anyways. Right. It's not a skillful execution and it can't be measured, but it does prevent you from taking damage. So they'd be like, but I can imagine, logically, they'd be like, well, by all means, use it for no damage run. There's no reason why you can't use it if it made you take damage. And by the way, I think I don't know if you were there. Whether it's a glitch or via other means, I was actually on the fence of not even allowing the rock solid to be allowed for no damage runs, let alone no hit runs. Because I've died from using rock solid before. I was on like 1 health. I used rock solid and I died. It's like, holy shit, what's going on?
Because
that's like,
it'll penetrate your health if it's a specific like heavy attack from the enemy.
But but here's the thing though, right? You can see that visually though, because you can see that though. Don't they throw you to the side though when they do that?
What do you mean?
Isn't there a specific action where if they're doing a certain, you're in rock solid, because I think Yellow Long is a prime example. If he's about to smash, do a heavy attack, and you go rock solid, and you misidentify what you're trying to, do the right thing on, don't they basically yeet you and throw you to the ground? I'm pretty certain there's an action for it. You can identify it. I'm pretty certain.
Yellowbrow, I'm not entirely certain because I almost never use rock solid. However, like there's a couple of moments if you're not out of the way, there's scripted damage that will happen. So I don't know if it's that you might be referring to. I'd have to see the footage.
I don't believe so. But basically, I'll have to see if I can send it to you, mate. But essentially, I had 1 health, and I went into a parry form after I was fighting the chapter 2 end boss, and he was sending the statue towards me, and I parried it. And then you could hear it. The timing was good. Virtually last frame, etc. It went up. Ching, you could hear the audio cue, but then I died immediately after. And it's like, oh shit. I was like, oh my god, what the fuck? Because that shouldn't be happening.
Yeah,
it's
that's never happened to me before, so I can't make the yes or no on
that's why I was like, hang on a second. This wouldn't, because if you take damage even at all, that would fit under no hit being gone and no damage because you're taking damage and essentially you're being hit, you're still taking damage.
Which was why I was like, you're brave when you came into the chat. You're brave for wanting to use rock solid. I was like surprised by that.
Well, that's the thing. If it does, if you don't take damage and that was a glitch of some kind, that would be very interesting. Because I then went over to other enemies and I used Wiimote and I turned on, you can edit your HP to 1, and I then parried an attack, and I didn't die. So it's like, was that a glitch? Is it only, does that mean there's some way to potentially measure maybe some specific attacks glitch out? Because, the devs, after being attested for Remnant 2, the amount of things that unfortunately the devs miss, they might have accidentally coded it instead of being 0 damage, they made it 1 or whatever it might be.
Something like that.
So they might have accidentally.
Same thing actually happens with Renala when she goes to, in second phase, when she goes to summon and she does that big like pentagram thing on the ground, very white color, and it knocks you back. That actually does 1 point of damage as well.
There you go. And that wouldn't be like no hit or no damage. So yeah, it's like one of those things where, because I would love to use it. That'd be cool, especially the upgraded version where it's harder to use, as we can both agree. The more you upgrade it, there's a certain one that it makes it more constrained in terms of timings, but more reward. I'd love to use that. But if I take damage from it, I'm a little bit, I'm even then, I'm still hesitant to use it. So I hope it's not coming off as I'm being intellectually inconsistent. I'm trying to make it as fair as possible, but I can't in any way see why Wukong spin should be allowed for no hit runs. No damage, absolutely. No hit runs though.
And my only justification is, because I'm sorry, I want to set the stage here. If based on your flowchart and what you're telling me, you would consider staff spin a block.
Yes,
and that's that's why.
Or just a mechanic that doesn't have, not even a block. Let's say it's a brand new innovation. It doesn't matter if it's a block. Let's say it's not. Even if it's a brand new mechanic, the fact that there's no skillful execution and there is no way to identify if there was in the first place. Because let's say yes, there was skillful identification. Let's say there was a skillful. I know, Rumiz, I'm late. Let's say that there was a way to identify. Let's say there was a skillful execution. If you cannot identify it ultimately at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. So even if there was, so it's like, is there skillful execution? Yes. Can it be identified? No, it's not valid for no hit runs. It would have to unfortunately fall in the category of no damage runs. So even if I said no, it's not skillful, and you said yes, it is skillful, regardless of which section that we go down into, it's not valid for no hit runs. It's not, because we can't identify. There's nothing that the parry has within Sekiro, Lies of P, and other games that are very similar. Elden Ring does a very different animation. You can hear it tonk.
Right.
Every time. You can tell there's no identification.
Right. And I'm pretty sure, like following your line of logic right there, I'm pretty sure towards the beginning of this conversation, I said it is a new mechanic and should be treated and be given a new rule. New mechanic, new rule. I said that at the very early part of this conversation. Like if we're not going to consider it a block, we're not going to consider it a deflect.
So why should it? Yes. So yes, correct. I get that, but then here's the thing: no hit runs are about what? Skill execution and not being hit. So and here's the thing: this is why I'm saying it falls into the category.
But no hit runs can follow non-skillful execution with people just one-shotting stuff.
Correct, but not. We're talking about defensively. Remember what I said to you beforehand about what happened initially with no hit runs and parrying. The reason why I'm attributing this to, even if this is, let's say it's not a block and it's not a parry, it's a brand new mechanic. Do you know why I'm saying it's falling under the same category, regardless? Because ultimately, what happens? Think about it. This is what people said. I think it's a fair question. Ultimately, the reason why parries were allowed, because initially people like no hit runs, you can't be touched. Your body cannot be hit by the enemy. So they made an exception for parries, because ultimately if I have a shield, if I have a staff, if I'm touching them in some way, I have touched the enemy, therefore no hit invalid. People said it requires skillful execution, therefore should be allowed. So it's like, okay, so technically the enemies are touching your staff, no hit run. They are technically touching your staff. We're asking the same question for no hit runs here. New mechanic, not a block, not a parry. It's completely separate. We're in a brand new 2050 over here in terms of the year. Brand new mechanic. They are physically touching your character or an extension of your character, shield within Dark Souls or staff within this game. At that point in time, two questions are asked.
Yes. Okay.
Is there a skillful execution? Which in this case, there is not, but one could argue, let's say yes. Let's say yes, there is. Can it be measured? The answer is no. Let's say there's no skillful execution. Well, the answer would be no immediately in terms of allowed for no hit runs. So then what do we do then? Do you know what I mean? That's why I'm saying it's not valid for a no hit run. That's my point. It's like it falls under the same category. That Elden Ring, Do my runs now become invalid and become no damage runs because I parried? Well, I parried, whatever you want to call it. They touched my shield. I used a shield. They touched it. I touched them. Cool. We're very intimate. I've touched them. Does that mean it's a no-hit run? They've allowed it to go through because it's a skillful execution and it can be measured. I take damage if I mistime it. The block, or whatever you want to call it the spin, Wukong spin within this game, as far as I'm aware, there's no skill, because, in terms of holding it beforehand, but maybe you can make clutch plays at the last parry frame, sure. And you can therefore maximize your stamina usage. There is no, I would say, obvious visible sign in terms of, there's a massive stringent in terms of how skillful one can use it and get away with things, sure. But even if we went with, yes, it's skillful execution, there's no identifying, therefore it just doesn't work ultimately. So, yeah. Okay. The only thing that he said that makes sense for being led, sorry, Gab's saying, is the only way to avoid taking damage during. Correct, and I would agree with you on that. If we fight a boss down the line, mate, and I, for the life of me, and other people testing cannot find a counter to it and you're forced to use it, that would be allowed for both situations of no damage and no hit. It would absolutely be allowed.
Because the devs, execution sprinting is not allowed then? No.
Again, guys, defensively. Defensive action.
Sprinting is a defensive. Can be.
It is. It's spacing 101. Spacing is one of the most important things for no hit runs. Positioning.
So
absolutely.
like I'm following your logic, but it is a new mechanic and should be treated as such. And
right.
That's why I said earlier that can it be identified, and I said that was kind of a subjective point of view, whether it's being implemented or used by said player in a skillful way. And if it's subjective, then
can it be measured?
Yeah, that's the subjective part.
Well, it's not subjective because being measured is a definitive yes or no. Can it be measured specifically through sand cues, visual cues, looking at the stamina? There's no way for you to actually measure whether or not you did the skillful execution in that situation. Because for it to be considered for a no-hit run, it has to be, especially if it's touching your character, it has to be allowed. It has to be seen as a skillful execution, which is why parries were allowed in the first place. If I'm throwing at an air blast, Fus Radar, whatever it was from Skyrim, and that's taking at things in the middle on the way, that's not touching my character. You know what I mean?
Even if one could say, would you consider other spells in the game to be considered defensive spells?
If it hits my character?
No. Is there any spell like I don't know, Immobilize, for instance? Immobilize can absolutely be used in a defensive way.
Yes, but here's the thing. When we say defensively, we're talking about defensively the moment it makes contact with our body. When we're doing iframes with the rolling, one could, in Dark Souls, Elden Ring, when we phase through an enemy, when we dodge an attack, the attack is phasing through us, but we're invulnerable. When I'm saying defensive action, as it hits our body, a no-hit run, hitting our character, our model, we are invulnerable, and therefore it's seen as a no-hit run. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to use rolling within Dark Souls. You'd have to run and space the attacks physically, so it never phases through your character in the first place.
Yeah, there's a specific curio in Wukong called the Gold Spike Plate, wherein if an enemy is near you and they try to engage in an attack, they will take damage. And that's not even a defensive skill. Yeah, but they don't even have to hit you, and they will take damage. But I've literally been in a situation when I fought Erlang, which is considered the hardest boss in the game, and he was maybe 30 points away from his next phase, and he was gearing up for an attack, which would have collided with my hitbox, and the Gold Spike Plate did damage to him. Would that be considered I didn't do anything?
Here's the thing. Ultimately, the answer is yes, because it's a no-hit run, and it didn't hit your character. If he's attacking and missing, and he's being punished because it's a implementation the devs have done, that's a no-hit run. That's allowed. It's ultimately the comments and the questions come down to if there is something touching your character, are you blocking? Therefore, no skill involved. Counts as a hit. Are you parrying? But it requires skill and there's incentive to do so and therefore reward. There's a skill check and can be identified. It's the exception, not the rule. Because a no-hit run starts first and foremost, is your character being hit? And if we were to be too specific about it again, that would mean iframe rolls are not allowed. And the only way for anyone to do a specific no-hit run would be to sprint only through spacing. So they've allowed rolls because it's technically hitting your character, but you're doing a defensive action. There is a block that is not allowed because you don't have to time it, which is rolls. You have to time it. So pretty much people said, you know what, look, parries and rolls, depending on if you take damage or not, rolls you don't take damage, but if parries, if you don't take damage and you can time it correctly and you can identify it, we will allow it. Cool. That's basically how they've done it. So even if, again, if it was a brand new mechanic and they brought it to the scene, or if you and I walked up to them and said, look, we want it, this is Wukong's brand new mechanic here, it's a spin. Is there skillful execution? Let's say yes, there is. Can it be identified? The answer is no. Unfortunate. It can go within no damage run because you therefore do not take. And I guess this would have to then go over here in terms of flowchart, by the way. No, not valid for no hit runs. Then we'd have to get an arrow over here. And the arrow would say, does it make you take damage? Because that's the next question. Do you take damage from it? Yes. It is, yes, not valid for no damage runs. And if you don't take damage from it, then it is valid for no hit, for no damage runs. So I can't see any other way around it. What's up, honey? Sorry. By the way, I know, honey. Thank you. I completely appreciate that. I'm just saying from a like very fast stance. Even if this was a brand new mechanic that came to the scene that had nothing to do with what Wukong does, if we were to consider it as a defensive action, what is a no-hit run? If there was something making contact with that character at any form, is a skillful execution, and is there a measurement for it? And this, unfortunately, doesn't fit under anything. In my opinion, it's not. Sorry, apologies. In my opinion, it's not skillful execution. Let's say, for your opinion, it is. And I think that's fair because I can I can time it last frame as well. But the problem is it can't be measured. And at that point in time, because it's not measurable, therefore it then counts as no damage. Logically, there's no other way around it. I cannot see another way around it because to me the parries make sense, which is why I'm happy to do them. I love parrying. I'm sure you probably do as well. Parries make sense because if you time it just like the iframe of the roll, otherwise rolls. If we say that parries aren't allowed, technically rolls shouldn't be allowed either. They're technically going through your. Right, there are some games.
I disagree with that. Yeah. I've only ever maintained the case that it's not a block because a block is what would invalidate a no-hit run.
What is a no-hit run? Because we're doing the challenge, and obviously the challenge and the rules, most importantly, stem from the challenge that we're doing.
Yeah, no hit run is you do not get hit run. You do not get hit by your target, and you're not allowed to block attacks, even if it does 100% damage negation.
Correct.
Okay. I do not consider staff spin to be a block. I consider it to be an entirely different mechanic, which falls more in line with what I would consider a deflect, which is an entirely separate skill in a lot of different Souls-like type games. A deflect and a parry and a block are all different mechanics. I do not think it fits the requirements for what is considered a block. And you can measure what a block is and what a block isn't just by testing, just by game testing, whether or not a block gives you damage negation or doesn't, whether it's by projectiles or by melee hits.
But these are the most important. These are the questions. Everything else is irrelevant in terms of everything else. So whether or not it's a block, this or the other, I could be parrying it could be a parry. And like I said to you before, there is skillful execution, and that would be another question, by the way. Is there skillful execution? The other box would be, does it make you take damage? If the answer is yes, you can't use it. So skillful execution isn't the only question.
We're only talking about skillful execution here.
I love one, Virginia.
When we're talking about something entirely new, and you're using the Souls logic and the Souls games of rules that are already established for something that's brand new and needs to be established, and not and. I forgot, not grandfathered in, but like implemented into the new rules with a new rule, because it doesn't, regardless of the skillful execution of it, it does not follow the criteria of a parry. It doesn't follow the criteria of a block. It doesn't meet these same skills.
That's what I'm saying. Coding wise, technically the answer is yes, it does. However, what I've said is, and this is the most important part, because again, how do we know if I'm using a stopwatch on Usain Bolt, whether or not he truly got the record because we didn't use the lasers, which are definitive? At that point in time, if I'm just guessing, we need to have a way to measure it. There is no way to measure whether or not you timed it at the correct timing. Unfortunately, timing and releasing and everything like that, based on that, therefore, it doesn't unfortunately fit within because that's the entire reason why parry was allowed. There was a definitive, measurable way to do it. Otherwise, it's not considered a parry. So if this was a brand new mechanic, again, Wukong spin, brand new mechanic. Never seen anything like it before. right now, and we could say hypothetically it looks like a block or a parry, but ultimately, here's the question. Does it touch our character? The answer is that yes, it does, by the way, Roomies. Why? Because the staff is an extension of us. Same within blocking, within Dark Souls, etc. They use a shield, we're using a staff. I'm not saying it's a block, but does it touch us or a part of us within the character model that we're using? The answer is yes. In fact,
So
actually, if we want to get really technical, our shield doesn't exist, remember? If we're looking at this, if this over here, we click the action and something invisible appears. What we see is just a visual. So it doesn't have to be shield, it doesn't have to be staff.
When you parry is an extension of your body, but it was accepted because it deflects. We could say the word deflect here. Deflects the damage.
Doesn't have a shield.
Because
They
it's a
use
parry.
his fist. So whether parry, whatever, what I'm saying is basically whatever we see visually is based on what the devs want us to see. Ultimately, we click a button and a hitbox appears in front of our character that either does certain things and the actions that come with it. So then the question then becomes is, okay, you've come to us with a new mechanic. Cool. Thank you very much for coming to us with a new mechanic. We'd love to talk about it. First and foremost, your character, there is an alignment with the enemy's attack with your hitbox. And you have to take a defensive action. Rolling's allowed, parrying's allowed, blocking is not allowed. Wukong's, you've come to us with a new mechanic
Define
of
block.
Wukong spin.
Like define what a block does.
It doesn't matter what block is though. What I'm saying is, it doesn't matter what Wukong's is. I'm separating it. I'm doing it on purpose to make it a brand new thing. Even if we were to hypothetically say it was, even though I'm saying coding wise it's the same, let's say Wukong's is completely separate and different. The enemy is making an action against you and they have now hit your hitbox. Right? First and foremost, based on the defensive action that you are now using in this moment, is there a skillful execution required? And one could debate on that. I'm aware. Thank you so much, Roomies. One could say, is there a skillful execution? The answer is yes or no. I would be happy. Let's say yes. Let's say yes. There is skillful execution. Can it be measured? The answer is no. It can't be.
You're saying
Because
you're saying blocking. The blocking argument doesn't matter, but you were calling the staff spin a block.
Blocking can typically be measured, though, is what I'm saying. I'm not calling the staff spin a block. What I'm saying is
okay. Go ahead. Yes, sir.
Is it a skillful execution? I say no, you say yes. Let's say it's yes. Let's go with the positive that yes, it's a skillful execution. Even though I say no, it doesn't matter. Can it be identified and measured? The answer is no, it can't be.
Well, you're just saying no, it can't be.
You
are just saying no, it can't be. That's where I take issue.
Hear me out. And okay, and let's go with that then. Why were parries allowed in the first place? Tell me that. Why is Sekiro deflect allowed? Parry, whatever. Why was it allowed?
You would know that more than me. Like, you're part of Team Hitless, I'm not. So
no. But here's the thing, though. The reason why it was allowed was because it could be measured within a skillful action. So that's why I'm saying there is a sound cue, there's a visual cue, there is a difference in stamina, health, etc. The whole shebang. Lies of P. I can eat. Lies of P. You saw beforehand, right? Within Lies of P. Even if they didn't, you saw how there was sparks and there was a sand cue.
Yes,
Imagine they didn't have that. Imagine they didn't. Lies of P. If I mistime it, guess what can be seen visually? I take health damage. So even if the devs themselves didn't actually do the due diligence of putting in an animation in a sand cue, I can measure the fact that I've mistimed because I've taken health damage. There's a skillful execution, there isn't. They know that I've mistimed it. They're the ones looking at my run. They're like, oh shit, Mario got hit here because his health went down. I see what happened. He mistimed. The same can be said for blocking within Sekiro, Lies of P, the whole shebang. It can be measured. There is no difference in terms of stamina let's say it's health. What I'm saying is, if I'm blocking, there is no difference. If I'm blocking 5 seconds beforehand and they hit me on that 5 second after 5 seconds of spinning, there's no difference between me spinning for 5 seconds and them hitting my spin compared to hitting at the last frame. There's no difference in stamina, there's no extra reward. The only thing that you benefit from in your run that could be seen as a no damage run or no hit run is the fact that you have just maximized your stamina a bit more offensively. But that can't be measured. Do you know, there's no sound cue, visual, etc. to say whether or not you've done it correctly or not. There's nothing. There's no measurement. So at that point in time, it would then be considered not valid for no hit runs, but valid for no damage. Yeah, I'm gonna miss the ending of this one. I know.
No, no,
see,
no.
see what I mean though?
No,
Even if it's
I
a
know what you're
brand new
saying.
mechanic.
I just disagree with the fact that it can be identified. I feel like that's
How? How do we identify it? How do we identify it? What do we do? What's the metric? We're not taking any HP damage. The stamina is the same amount. How do we
the
define whether or
stamina's
not
not the
you fit it
same. I
within
don't
a?
understand why you fall back on that. Like as if stamina doesn't deplete, and like you
It doesn't
clearly
deplete at a
haven't
different rate.
you haven't
I
no,
know
it
how it
does
works.
deplete. It does
At
deplete
a different rate. If you no,
at a far
here's the
different
thing.
rate if you start like deflecting things at a
No,
far
no.
exponential rate. That's how
That's
you
not-
measure it's being used.
That's not a measurement in terms of within a parry and a block. There's no visual cue. What in terms
It's
of
not
stamina,
a block
my
and
friend?
it's not a parry.
No.
It's a whole. You
No,
said
no.
you established it's a whole new mechanic. So
It's a whole new mechanic.
if it's a whole
and
new
this-
mechanic, then it needs to be identified in a whole new way.
How do you measure it?
But that's what we're
There
here
is no
for.
measurement. That's what I'm saying. There's no measurement for it. There's no measurement. There's no because if there was a single form of measurement, even if it was just a stamina, if the stamina went to half amount
Okay.
by the pixels, by a perfect block, if or whatever, if you did it at a perfect time, if you did it, let's say that the devs made it with it, and the only way to tell that if you hit it 20, even 15, 20 frames before, whatever it might be for the perfect timing on, let's say the rock solid. Rock solid, let's say the same duration for the spin. Let's say for hypothetically 2 seconds for the first spin that you do, you can take 90% reduced stamina. But as soon as you go past that point, the stamina burn accelerates massively. One could measure that because at that point in time, what do you see? You see tickle, 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 boom! And it's gone, right? You can be like, well, he fucking took a hit there. At this point in time, there's no measurement. There's no differentiating there, and there's no difference between blocking 5 seconds before and 0.1 second before. It's the exact same. Because ultimately, the different, like no damage and, the no hit that we're going for in terms of the challenge run, ultimately you don't take damage either way, which is cool, and that's why it's valid for a no damage run. But when we're talking about for a no hit run, essentially, how does one measure whether or not that falls under the strict criteria of we want it to either be within a certain very thingoed time frame and therefore measurable, which is why parries are allowed in the first place, otherwise it wouldn't be, it'd be considered a block, or just iframing through it, which we aren't, which is obviously very easy at that point in time. This is why parry is the exception, not the rule. So what happens then?
So why are okay? If we're gonna get down to the nitty gritty of like,
How do we measure? How do we measure it? Sorry, apologies. I'm sorry, a bit of a rush. How do we measure it? How do we measure it is the ultimate question. How do we measure it to allow for this new mechanic to come in? How do we tell if it was skillful execution or not?
I suppose. I mean, that's what we're here like to try to figure out. I don't 100% have an answer for you yet. However, if we're just talking about like the successful execution of something and something being, I guess, more valid or actually valid versus something not valid, then how come how come every type of parry is considered to be a skillful execution versus like
not because you have to do it within a certain time constraint.
Okay,
correct.
But there's different time constraints. Like
correct, exactly.
Like the buckler parry versus carry and retaliation, which is probably the easiest way to parry in Elden Ring.
Yeah.
But they're both considered skillful execution. That's what I mean by subjectivity.
For the reason, so here's why.
Subjectivity.
You know what? And here's the thing. Do you know how we can potentially compare it as well? Typically, a lot of
data
parries. What's this?
Frame data.
Typically, with sorry, no, I was going to say, let's look at Lies of P. If we were to, let's say hypothetically, if there was a parry that took one, and if I could parry for 1 second period of time, let's compare it maybe to the iframe roll. Iframe within Lies of P is 16 frames or 18 frames, whatever it is, I can't remember exactly. What is the parry frame data? Because here's the thing, remember what I said beforehand as well. Iframes within a roll are allowed within a no-hit run. Because you know how people said initially, in terms of the parry, your character is being hit, therefore it's counted as it's counted as being hit. Technically, a roll should be counted as a hit as well, even though you aren't taking damage. It's phasing through your character, your model. The reason why it's not is because you're doing it it's a skill check. You're doing it within a certain time constraint, and you have been dubbed. Therefore, you have passed skill check. Therefore, it's allowed. So ultimately, the reason why both rolls and parries are allowed in the first place is because there was a time constraint. And the reason, and you have to execute it within that. You can see if you have or haven't. It's measurable. If I mistime my roll, you can tell that I've mistimed my roll because before and after, I either get hit because I haven't timed it on point, or I get hit afterwards because I've timed it too early. It's measurable. I've taken damage. So
here's the question, because we're talking about like executable skills and if they can be identified or not. And we touched on like distancing yourself in a fight, and I suppose running away, it can also be considered some type of skillful execution.
spacing.
So
It's spacing. Yes.
spacing. Okay.
And
So
it is no hit in its truest form. Truly.
okay,
Yes.
so there is a particular fight. I think there's a couple of fights actually in this game where you can run to the other side of the arena, which
Sure.
would be considered like your spacing. You can run to the other side of the arena, and like the game forces you to get help from a companion. His name is Baje, and he can
Yes.
actually kill he can kill the enemy for you. No skill
Yes.
involved. No, like you don't
Would be
you don't-
allowed.
It's but that's allowed.
It would
requires
correct.
but there's
I don't like
there's
it.
no identifiable
No skill.
skillful execution in that
Correct.
entire fight.
Correct, because it's not a defensive action as it hits your character. Because what does no hit mean ultimately? Remember, iframes, the rolls were allowed as an exception, more so in
No,
considered
by
than
your
actual
chart it
parries.
says, "Is there skillful execution?" You could say
Correct.
yes.
Well,
Yo, no.
see, here's the thing.
Time
This
out,
is-
time out,
this-
sir.
no, no,
You've
here-
interrupted me like 1,000 times.
Okay, apologies, but it's
You said yes, and then can
Go
it be
for it.
identified? I cannot identify
Yes.
someone's skillful execution of just running to the other side of the arena while the companion kills the enemy. No, not valid for no hit runs is what I'm reading.
Okay. Rolls were allowed as an exception within no-hit runs because the
Mm-hmm.
truest form of a no-hit run is not even rolling, it would be spacing.
Okay.
Some games, that isn't even possible. So rolling, at that point in time, very early on, was allowed as a means of dodging the attack. It's iframing, you're invulnerable, therefore it's considered you're not even there. Cool.
Okay.
Parrying is, in a sense, and then people came with the same argument. They said, well, and again, in terms of rolling, by the way, the reason why rolling was allowed was because it was within a certain time period and it was measurable. So rolling was allowed, right? So then people said, well, how about parrying? They said, well, parrying was within a certain time constraint of certain very few frames and showcases skill and is measurable for the games that can measure it. And they said, well, you know what? That's a very fair point. Liza P has 16, 18 frames in dodging, but it has 8 frames in parrying. Oh shit, parrying's harder in Liza P? Well, if we're all about skill and you're not taking damage or anything like that, because if I did take damage, it wouldn't matter. You're not taking damage, therefore we allow it. So then they came across and they said, all right, we now allow parrying. So then we come across with Wukong spin. New mechanic.
Right.
Same thing.
Right.
It is making contact with your character's hitbox. Same as the iframe for the dodge. Same as the parry with my shield or stuff, whatever you want to call it. Same thing. It is making contact with my hitbox.
You're saying the staff
Will
is
we
an
al-
extension of your hitbox the same way
Correct.
a parry
it is.
shield would be an extension of.
It is because correct.
Are you not at, whether it be projectile or something else, deflecting?
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. Whatever it is, there is an active hitbox that's against me and wants to hurt me, and it has now made contact with my hitbox. It doesn't matter if there's a shield, etc. It has now made contact. What is the defensive action that I take? Rollings are allowed. Parrings are allowed depending on the game.
Right, but
Wukong spin is a new mechanic.
If you were allowed to parry, which you can, by the way, I just thought of this. Carry and retaliation, for instance. If you were allowed to parry a projectile.
Yes, that counts as a no hit. You're fine. You're parrying it.
Okay, then how can the staff
yes.
spin is not parrying or deflecting away? It's doing the same action. That projectile is making contact with your hitbox, which is the shield.
Because you can measure it, can't
in
you?
your case, I see the deflection happen. Like it kills the hitbox with carry and retaliation, and
So
it's
here's the
allowed in
thing,
no hit
yeah.
runs.
So here's the thing. Because it's within, you can measure the time and skill constraint, though. That's the thing. You know, within a parry, you're parrying or doing a certain action. There's either two outcomes. You either time it correctly or you don't. There is no in between of I can hold it between 10 seconds and 0.1 seconds, and therefore not see a single measurable difference. That's the difference. There's two outputs. You either get hit or don't, and the timing within the parry, the carry and timing, you can immediately see it's a skillful execution because it's within a certain time constraint, and you can visually see the difference.
Right,
You
no,
either parry
I
the
agree
skill
with
or
you on that
or
point.
don't. So then,
and that's
in
why,
this one, how do
Right.
you measure the hitting or not? What's the measurement here?
how do you measure the hitting or not?
How do you measure whether or not someone timed it correctly 5 seconds ago or 0.1 seconds before
It's
it
an
hit your
entirely new
character?
mechanic, so it gets its own different. It's a new mechanic, so it gets a new timing, separate from, let's say, carry and retaliation. I was saying. I feel like it should be treated with a new sense of timing.
So the reason why roll and the parry, let's say we go with that. Let's say it's treated with a new sense of timing. What do we then define? One, is it something that is similar in comparison? And two, is it measurable? I would argue, like, if really one wanting to really push it, that the rock solid should be allowed. Because ultimately, whilst we could say it disappears in terms of the hitbox and everything, it should be allowed because it's within a time constraint and it's measurable. You can see it's either you did time it correctly or you didn't. But with the spin, one could say, how do you measure if I'm holding the spin for 8 seconds or timing it 0.1 seconds beforehand? How do I know outside of what I see visually? Because again, we're looking at frames here. Lies appears in 8 frame. 8 frames is fuck all. So 8 frames. The only reason why I know it's counted as a block or otherwise is because I can visually see sand queue. I can see what's happening. The devs have implemented a sand queue system, a visual queue. I take damage if I don't do it correctly. I can't see that. The stamina, and that's why I was saying the stamina. If the devs implemented a system like Rock Solid that for the first 1 second or 2 seconds that you use Rock Solid, the first 1-2 seconds of you spinning, you take 90% minus 90% stam consumption, as in from what normally happens. So at that point in time, they've now differentiated the difference between a block and almost what one could call a perfect time block. Okay. There's actually a separate difference. There's a skillful difference. They don't have that here. They've just got I'm spinning. If I analyze, it's the exact same amount of pixels between holding it for 10 seconds and then they eventually hit me, or I time it 0.1 seconds, which is even harder. This is like perfect dodge in this game. There's no way to measure that because the exact same stamina is the same beforehand. So that's why I'm saying it can't be measured. It's not measurable. Tragically. They should have implemented that. I reckon that would have been cooler. Or you know what else would have been cooler as a measurement? Maybe make it for the first X amount of time. Maybe as soon as you activate that skill, if there's a projectile that hits within that certain period of time, you benefit with extra chi or energy or something. That'd be cool. They don't. They just say, just hold it down and it does the same thing. It doesn't matter when you do it. That's literally it. So the reason why roll is allowed.
I think you're going to find later in the game that it's going to. You're going to see instances, I believe, where skillful execution is going to be very, very much required in some fights. I don't want to ruin it or spoil anything for you.
Yeah, no.
But
but if we find a way around it,
yeah, that's why I'm treating it. I'm not treating it as a block. I'm treating it as a deflect for a great many of different reasons because I've experienced like 400 hours of this game already. And sure. I'm trying. This is the last challenge run. This is like the final frontier, and there's gonna be some people chasing the world's first on this. And I just want to be clear on this because I don't want my run invalidated later on because it's like, oh well, this no-name streamer he tried, fuck him. It's like I want to be clear on this because it seems tragically unfair that a skill that you have to unlock and a core skill of the game you're not going to be able to use. I think it's just as important in avoiding damage as a perfect dodge would be. And it's not like the game gives you a myriad of tools, like all the weaponry and different things you can choose from in an Elden Ring game, for instance. You don't get that many options to perform a no-hit run. You don't get to run around the map with Unseen Form and an Assassin's Gambit and avoid every enemy in the known world and just go from one boss to the next. It doesn't work like that. And there's zero leniency for a core skill called staff spin because it happens to deflect projectiles. I see that.
The leniency is there though.
I think that's dumb. I find that to be just weird. Like that's a core mechanic of the game. It's like taking away light attacking.
Hitless. No hit run. Our character, the only reason why rolling and parries were allowed to be the exception was because of skillful execution and the ability to measure it. In this case, even if we said that it was skillful execution, there's no ability to measure it, therefore it doesn't count. And I know what you mean. Here's the thing: there are other games out there, by the way, where you can both block as well as just space it. And the no-hit run for that, because there's no parry involved, you have to space everything. You have to sprint in, sprint out, sprint in, sprint out. Just because the block is a core mechanic within the game doesn't mean that it's now valid for a no-hit run. tragically. That's it's like just because it's a core mechanic doesn't mean that it's now allowed within a no-hit run.
So okay, so where does it go from here? Like who arbitrarily decides like when it's
We would have to talk to the community. We would have to
okay.
reach out and say, look, guys, we're ratting for this run. There's a couple of people going for it already. Therefore, we would like to clarify the rules.
Okay.
This is the argument that we have, so on and so forth. Maybe we could even make a stream for it, do what we're doing now, argue the case for and against in terms of what we can talk about, what we've just shown now, and then people can come to their own educated conclusions, and then it's like majority rules. Like within melee only, they've allowed,
I'm on
which
board with
I
that,
just
of course.
they allowed ranged within melee only, and I heavily that is so stupid. But that's just my thoughts on it. And that's why ultimately it's like at the end of the day, the people have spoken, and then at that point in time you can go ahead with it. But
Gotcha.
that's why I'm saying like I would struggle to see why they would allow it, but it wouldn't be the first time that they've done something that doesn't exactly make sense with what they've got in terms of there's always an exception to the rule, even if it doesn't work logically with what they've done for the iframe roll, because again, it's going through my character technically. Therefore, the only way that I should be able to do a no-hit run within Elden Ring is by running away from the attacks, because technically I'm being hit when I'm rolling.
So okay, I kind of an offshoot question, but let's pretend that the devs later on decide to like update that skill and give you some sort of skillful execution regarding
Allowed.
no. But
Okay,
you've already completed your like no hit run or something like that.
yes.
And
Yep.
no, let's say Team Hitless decides, you know what, you can use staff spin,
No damage.
and yeah, you do your no hit run. It's valid, wonderful, and then the devs update the mechanic to give you that skillful execution or something like that.
Yes.
And then does that thereby just change the rules?
So here's the thing. Let's say hypothetically you just did a no damage run. Let's say you just did a no damage run, and because there could be a form of measurement for this. Because even worst case scenario. So let's say hypothetically speaking, you've done a no damage. Let's say you've gone to the board and they've said we count it as a block, even though whatever new mechanic, they just say, look, we see it as more of a block. Therefore, even with all its pros and cons and everything, we say it's good for no damage only. Devs come across, they say, guess what, guys? We are now allowing people to have a no-hit run. They come across and they say, guess what? We've now made it that when you're timing it within 10 frames of you using this ability, it takes 0 stamina at all. Here's what can happen. Even though I think it'd be very painful to do, my thoughts would be that someone could look at your run and then see 10, because then it would be measurable. They would go back 10 frames to when you timed, they would look at when you used your stamina to when you got hit, because I can do that right now in terms of my replay system that I have. And they would be like, guess what? He timed that at 9th frame. Therefore, even though it's obviously it's not showcasing the update because you did it before the update, therefore that counts. You're fine. You're in the green. Okay, we can now move it from no damage run to no hit run. It's measurable. You can therefore clearly measure it within the frames.
I that's a whole lot of work that I hope somebody else is prepared for, because that seems silly. It seems to me that like using this, because the only thing it's even good for is small situations, blocking a few projectiles from minor enemies.
That makes
Like
a huge difference. That makes a huge difference. Because if it was only a small detail, here's the thing. Ultimately, if all of what we're talking about only made a 1% difference to the run, who'd care about it? The thing is, it doesn't make a 1% difference to the run. It actually changes the run a lot, if we were to be honest about it. And I'm not saying you're not, by the way. I'm just saying in general, very early game, if I'm fighting the Toad, I don't have exactly many options to deal with that guy in the first place. I don't have level 4 charge. I'm like a level 11. I'm running through. Fighting him, try it. Fighting him without using the staff spin versus actually having to come up with proper rotations, skill timings at the right correct moment, maybe even potentially countering, etc. I have to now consider a completely new angle of strategy, and let's say it's not even viable at that point in time for that boss, and he's optional. Again, if this is a mandatory boss, that changes things for that boss, for that particular attack. But it's an optional boss that is doable, because I found a way to do it. It is an optional boss that is doable without using the staff spin, but it makes it 200% harder. At that point in time, then that's fine and dandy. At that point in time, it'd be like, all right, well, go ahead and find ways around it. But it does. That's where skillful execution matters, because otherwise iframe roll wouldn't exist and parry wouldn't exist either.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. In my opinion, I would come back to an optional boss like that because I know what it gives you access to. I would come back after I've already spec'd my character out and damn near one-shot him, if that were the case.
There you go. Exactly. That's another strategy. Exactly.
Yes, but I feel like there's far less skillful execution in that than like engaging in the fight early and, using staff spin to my advantage to win the fight. There's way more skillful execution in doing that than waiting to get OP later on in the game, coming back, and then having access to Zoodog for your Mind Core updates. Like, there's no skill involved in that. You just one-shot him at that point, so...
I'm just replying to someone here.
You're good, you're good.
So a gentleman says, Gallic says, staff spin can be measured via the skillful execution through stamina bar consumption. Unfortunately, that's not the case. Because remember how I said beforehand, very clear point, that if you're doing a parry, it either works or it doesn't work. And it's very clear if that's the case and it's measured. When you're doing the hard, what's it called? Stone form, whatever it's called, rock solid, you either get the hit within that time period of 1 or 2 seconds or you don't. The staff spin, how does one measure in terms of, what if there is no specific measure from the devs themselves and there's a clear showcase of that? How do we define the measurement? That's silly at that point in time. What we're making the people reviewing the game count back each and every single individual, individual frame to actually count that. That'd be silly. So there's no way to measure it. And even if it was argued to be an execute, because here's the thing, you benefit from it within a no damage run. If that, let's say that goes through with it, you benefit from it by timing it at the last moment by not burning as much stamina. But compared to a parry or a perfect dodge, which is a very clear yes or no measurement, that is not a very clear, concise way of measuring whether or not it's a skillful execution. It's not. It's subjective. It's like, well, geez, I argue that within 20 frames that it's going to be skillful execution. I argue within 5 frames. Where do we measure it from? Where do we find that? That is just, it's completely, I have a stamina bar that can last 20 seconds of me holding it down before it runs out and I want to block 1 attack. It's complete. There's no way to actually definitively within the game measure that properly, unfortunately, which is tragic. That's why the dev should have implemented in the first place.
I'm not saying.
I'm talking to the. By the way, I'm talking to the gentleman. Okay. Sorry. Yeah, he was saying that there was a way to measure it based on stam consumed. It's like, well, where do we put the line down? And at that point in time, are you going to be the person reviewing it? Unfortunately, because fuck that. Are you going to be the person reviewing it, looking at it frame by frame to count the frames individually that you've done it to the correct time that was allotted and agreed upon? I wouldn't want to do that. That's horrible. So
no, I don't think anybody's going to go through the trouble of something like that.
No, that'd be horrible. So yeah, it's just like the whole thing of, is there a proper way definitively to measure it? The answer is no. Oh, what's up, Artusa? Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to run. I'm so late right now. I'm gonna get my absolutely cheeks clapped here.
No,
but,
dude,
mate,
blame it
I
on
really
me. Blame it on me.
Mate,
Seriously.
I'm so sorry.
This stupid streamer, I swear to God, this guy wanted to argue with me about some nonsense and he kept me on the line.
No problem. It's all good. I appreciate the conversation.
I've learned a lot. I have learned a lot, and going forward, I have things to consider. Obviously, I highly respect Team Hitless. I always have. Hell, I have aspirations to do it myself.
You will, mate.
And I like this is a new game, new rules, and we just got to figure it out, man. That's all.
Yeah, I agree. And I hope that if there is something can be measured, obviously it's not done to the detriment of the person reviewing it, as was mentioned before. But, as opposed to like rewinding 10 frames to make sure when you're using the execution of the skill to when they're actually hitting you, that'd be horrible. But yeah. Yeah. Thanks, mate. Much appreciated.
Listen, I'm sure your chat's sick of me, and I apologize, guys. Again, I'm very passionate about video games. I freaking love this, okay? So it comes from passion, not anger or anything like that. I think healthy debate is a good thing. In fact, it improves the industry because it tells us what we gamers want and don't want. I think it's very, very healthy. So again, it comes from a point of passion, not a point of argument or malice or anything like that. I just talk with a lot of heft in my voice, and that's it. It's nothing against anyone. I apologize if it rubbed anyone the wrong way. But yeah, again, I highly respect what you guys do over at Team Hitless, and I look forward to it. I'm going to be chasing that world's first, man.
Yeah. Thanks, mate. Mate, good luck, and I'll see you around. I'm so sorry, Jono. Mate, I know, dude. Jay was calling me out. It's like, we're waiting at the table for you. I'm sorry, mate. All right, just had to talk. There's an empty spot across the table from me.
Uh-oh.
Fuck, dude. Oh, Jesus.
It's my fault. It's my fault.
I'm on my way. I'm sorry, guys.
All right, brother.
Hi,
Listen, go
alright,
eat, do your
pleasure.
thing.
Thank
Hey,
you.
wonderful stream. Wonderful stream. I'll be checking in and seeing how your
thank you.
progress is going. And don't be a stranger, brother.
Oh, cheers, mate. Appreciate it. Likewise. I'll see you around. Have
All
a
right,
good
see you
one.
around. Have a
Best
great
of
one,
luck.
brother. See ya.
See ya. Cheers. Cheers.
Cheers. What up, chat? I apologize. Listen, long conversation. I should have just called this a just chatting stream. Like, I apologize, man. It's these things got to get figured out, man. I'm doing challenge runs. I got to figure out the rules. I got to figure out the rules, man. You know, and like that's the only way to figure it out. There's no bad blood. I just get passionate about things, dude. I really do. I freaking love games, man. But ever since I've put my mind to the test with challenge runs, like I want to have a world's first, man. I've already got one. Nathan, thank you for the follow, man. If I didn't say anything earlier, Nina, I can't pronounce your name. I apologize. Thank you for the follow. Warrior, thank you for the follow. Harshmeat, thank you for the follow. AH, thank you for the follow. Sir Chris, thank you for the follow. And again, Nathan Savage, thank you for the follow. You guys are amazing. I know I didn't pay much attention to chat today. My apologies. But it's been a good stream. We've just been kicking back a little bit. It's been kind of chill. I love that kind of stuff, though, man. He's a fellow gamer. Yes, we're in competition when it comes to a run, but I don't want everybody to be like my competition, like in a bad way. I want them to be my colleague, if that makes sense. I feel like that there's a respect involved within the community, and that's why people treat each other with that respect. Like, if I respect you for what you do and you respect me for what I do, it's earned. It's not food. Thank you for the follow. And whether I turn out to be correct in this or he turns out to be correct in this, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, we're going to follow the same rules. We're going to chase the same run. And we're going to see who comes out. That's the whole point. That's the whole point. That's all. Again, hey, I don't mean to... I did not mean to ignore it. I saw Detroit. Thank you for the super chats as well, dude. I did not forget about you, brother. Thank you for the super chats today. Wouldn't want someone negating my accomplishment because I didn't do it someone else's standard. Why is that? But that's what I mean. I don't want to accomplish the run. I've gotten damn close in a lot of areas, and I've already started my routing. I almost have chapter 1 completely routed and scripted. So I don't want to have to go back and redo a ton of work because I finished the run and people were like, nope, wrong. So I'm trying to save myself a little bit of effort, I guess, because it's not easy. It's not easy. If it were easy, everybody would do it. So that's it. Competition with game self, yourself, not the player. Yeah, I mean, that's who I'm usually in competition with, is myself. Pretty much. Wait, what's that? Who is he? I don't know him so far. He's a part of Team Hitless. Basically a community of probably some of the most dedicated Souls-type players who have established ground rules in what constitutes, like, no damage runs, no hit runs, speed running and stuff like that. There's a speed running community. And yeah, there's like recognition involved with doing stuff like that. Trust me, I've been chasing at least a modicum of recognition for some of my accomplishments. And, you know, I'm going to keep chasing it. I want to be the best, man. I want to be the best. And that's why I'm so hard on myself sometimes. But I want to be the best. At least the best version of me. You know what I'm saying? And it eats away at me when there's something I know I can do and accomplish and I haven't done it yet. This happened a lot in the past already with like Elden Ring and Souls games and even Wukong for that matter. When there's things I know I can do. I know I can do, and I just haven't done it yet. And then if rules change, I'm going to lose my mind. I got to make sure I know the rules. I tried to watch as much as I could, but I came in late. I had no idea what was going on. It was kind of a mess, Cassie. I apologize. I was here from the beginning, and I was confused. I think it's because I don't play the game, so I didn't understand. Yeah, so, think of it like this. If you've ever played, like, Mortal Kombat, okay? It, like, if you got a flawless victory, you got a flawless victory, right? But if you got hit, like, at least modern Mortal Kombat, if you do an imperfect block, there's something that happens that's called chip damage, right? You don't get a flawless victory. So kind of put that same, I'm trying to simplify it, put that same logic into like a game, like a massive game like Wukong. I'm trying to flawless the entire game. No chip damage, no blocking, even though it's, again, I don't consider it a block, but I digress. That's the simplest way I can kind of put it to you. Like, no damage from any source. You know, and part of that is understanding the rules. Gino Machino was routing a no-hit, and Wukong, he just did a deathless run the other day. I saw it, Pickles, yeah. I think he gave up on no-hit, though. He might have. You don't get chip damage when you deflect arrows. I know. You don't get chip damage at all, but... yeah, honestly, showing the instances that you were using it and proving that there's a way around it, using it would go big in your favor. Wait, what do you mean, Chris? Honestly, showing the instances that you are using it and proving that there isn't a way around it would go big in your favor. Oh, I understand what you're saying. The spin, yeah. Yeah. There's so many things that come into question when it comes to like considering, like, if you accidentally, for that matter, let's say you're just in the open world, no enemy is around, and you accidentally hit the staff spin button. Maybe the button hits your leg or something like that, and you staff spin. Well, you engaged in a block in an open world game where at any point in time something could have attacked you but didn't. Is the run invalidated? So many questions to ask. Mario hasn't made it past chapter 4. He was going for Hitless or anything. He wasn't going for Hitless or anything when he got that far. Okay. All right. So if you get hit, you have to restart the entire game. If I just had... I've already done, like, Hitless boss fights, right? No damage. Well, Hitless, no damage is the same thing, I think. And wait, does that invalidate my no-hit boss fights because I deflected projectiles from the boss while doing damage? Like, that makes me feel defeated if that's the case. I've defeated like every major boss in Wukong without being hit. Am I not allowed to be calling it no hit? I don't know. There'll still be no damage, yeah. There'll be no damage. The stupid falls, yeah. How did this debate between the two of you? Well, I popped into his chat because Cassie, he's routing for a hitless run in Wukong right now. And so am I. But because he's a part of Team Hitless, he knows more about the actual official rules than I do. And then I was like, hey, I'm going live in like 10 minutes. I know I had some tech troubles at the beginning. I'm going live in like 10 minutes. Do you want to continue this discussion? He popped into the chat, and that's where it took off, so. He goes, rules. Sometimes in Wukong, you can't tell if you got hit or not because of the fast pace of the fight. I mean, The only thing, I mean, your health. That's it. Any straight arrows, environment damage. Oh, wait, what? Pillar stance heavy would be considered not skillful as well. Ooh, guys, you got kind of a point there. Just charge that thing up. Don't get hit at all. Yeah, dude. What? Oh, that's another question. Oh, man, I want to ask that. If you're in the fullest form of pillar stance and enemies are hitting you at the bottom and it's destroying your stamina gauge, is that considered a hit? Because it's an extension of your... I mean, you're not taking any damage. You're not taking damage. Like actual damage. You're not blocking. You're idle. That would piss you off? Yeah, it would. You don't have to take damage for it to be considered a hit. You don't have to take damage for it to be considered a hit. My head just exploded. But, again, I don't know all the rules. Like, my head exploded there. All right, Outstrike, dude. Thank you. About to arrive in LA. Dude, please be safe out there with the Palisades and everything on fire. A stun attack that does no damage is considered a hit. Ah, that's fair. That's true. Bro, I just want to earn the respect of my colleagues and be like, yeah, that guy Zach, world's first hitless. That's all. I don't care about, I don't care about the views, the clout or anything. It's just like, I just want to establish myself as a serious and good gamer. That's it. That's it. Why I'm so passionate about this stuff, dude. Have you looked at the general rules on the Team Hitless website? No, because there's no Hitless rules yet for Wukong. I feel like it doesn't matter if we're just going to eventually establish new rules. Some of them will still apply. I get that. But until it's set in stone, it's it's not going to do me any good. Charging that thing, you can spam your gourd, build mana or whatever. It helps to set guidelines. Fair. Yeah, fair. He came to your channel. I know. I was kind of honored that he came to my channel. Honestly. Yeah, stuns I understand, but staff spinning projectiles. I'll leave it at this. I'll leave it at this because we got a new video to watch, guys. I'll leave it at this. By any other measurement of Souls games, which is where Team Hitless derives most of their general rules, almost all of their general rules from Souls games, because there's so much involved. So they had to narrow down these rules. In Souls games, there's a thing called deflect. There's item A called deflect, and there's item B called blocking. I believe staff spinning is item A. Other people might believe that staff spinning is item B. I don't think that, and that's the disagreement. That's the A-B disagreement right there. That's it. That's it. That's what I think. I think it's item A. Some other people think it's item B. I know it's not a Souls game, but we're kind of just following, again, the general guidelines or the general rules of set by Souls games, because that's kind of the standard that's set right now. But again, it's because all these rules get applied. That's why I tried using Elden Ring as like the best example of what can constitute and cover almost every rule from Team Hitless, because it is the broadest game and it has everything. Elden Ring has everything, right? It's the reason I wanted to at least use that as the comparative tool of what will be considered a no-hit and what won't. Because it has deflecting, it has parrying, it has blocking, it has all these things, right? So it was the best, like, comparative tool I could use, and I understand it more than the other Souls games. But to start using, like, Lies of P and Sekiro, and it's like what else was used? Dark Souls, or there was another game, I totally forgot. But to use all these different points of references, and it's like, oh, well, this has to, from this game, this has to apply. From this game, this has to apply. From this game, this has, I'm kind of like lost in the sauce a little bit. And I'm like, why does the logic that I can defend against work against this game, but it doesn't work against this game? It'd be like, you got Wukong fighting the logic of all these different games at once, and there's not even one exception that can be made for Wukong. That's weird. That's weird. Mortal Shell and Thymesia, yes. I was lost in the sauce for a minute. I was trying to stay on point. Yeah, that's another thing too. You bring up a really good point, Detroit, is like in any other game, whether it's Elden Ring or something like that, something else, apologies. You can block from the very beginning of the game. Like, you can block, defend yourself. Whether it's with a weapon or your bare fists, it doesn't matter, right? But with Wukong, you have to actually go unlock the skill for mobile spin. I think there's a distinction there, too. To not be able to use that skill, obviously, is a detriment, but I don't know. When I make it back, you better play Lies of P. Just a matter of timing for no-hit runs. Yeah. Now, I'm not going to go as far as to say that it's not possible without staff spin. Not going to say that at all. I'm not arrogant to make that claim. It might be possible. Might be possible without staff spinning. Might. But it's a very, very small. And I feel like if you're going to only make exceptions during certain fights, why not just allow it for the game? Because, and this is why I say this. Because let's say I do a no-hit run, but I find 2 or 3 or 4 different boss fights. Let's say I completed a successful run, but there's like 4 boss fights that it's completely impossible to do it without staff spin. Okay, but if you would have just allowed staff spin, I would have done the whole game the same way anyway. Or I would have made certain parts of the routing, I guess, easier and more efficient. And that'd be less footage for you to have to watch. But, you know, like, I would have completed the game the exact same way anyway, except for the impossibilities. Nothing comes easy with these runs, but we just have to deal with it, even if we disagree. Yeah, I'm on board. I'm on board with you there. I agree with you. How can you no-hit without staff spin? I don't know if there's a way or not. I don't know if there's a way yet or not. Staff spin is so satisfying to use. Like, at this point, I could just... Honestly, at this point, I could just farm Chapter 1 Like, imagine if I spent like 5 hours farming small enemies in chapter 1. The small enemies. And got to like level 40 or something like that. Something crazy. And then never worried about staff spin the entire... Just went and one-shot everything for the rest of the game. No hit run, right? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot less skill involved with that than just... You know? At least with a game like Elden Ring, you are so limited on how quickly you can, like, progress. Like, how many... Like, you need runes. Like, to level up. It takes so long to actually get, like, powerful, but you can get powerful. I could just sit there and farm in Chapter 1 and get super OP and then just delete everything in my way. I don't know. I feel like there's no skill involved with that. And as soon as I get to Chapter 2 and grab my Pluck of Many, it's game over for the rest of the game. Game over. I would get 4 focus points. I would sit outside the boss arena. I would consume my medicines. All right. Wait for focus to build up. Oh, I'm at full focus. I run right in. Pluck of Many. Immobilize. Let's just go to work, man. I mean, if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. People can call it skillless or whatever they want to do. That's cheese. Okay, it's cheese, but it's allowed in every other Souls game. You can cheese bosses. I didn't get hit. So, okay. If ultimately we take staff spin off the table, okay, I'll find a way around it. I'll find a way around it. Is what it is. Cheese is a valid strategy. Yep. Cheese is a valid strategy. Don't get me wrong, the run would take a long time. It's a matter of how much time do you want to invest in getting the world's first no-hit run. You want to sit there and farm in Chapter 1? Are summons allowed in Elden Ring no-hit run? That's a good question. They're going to put Spellbinder version rules at that point? All right, Future. Dude, thank you for hanging out, brother. That's a good question. Are summons allowed in Elden Ring's no-hit runs? Or do they become an extension of your hitbox? That's a very... I don't know. Summon ashes and NPCs are allowed. Player summons are not allowed. They are allowed. Interesting. Okay, so Pluck of Many should be fine. Pluck of Many should be just fine. It's same principle, I would think. You can't beat Erlang? Hit me up in Discord. I'll send me a message in Discord and I'll try and help you out. Yeah, I'm starting to feel better, man. Like, today's the best day I felt in, like, a week and a half. Pluck Mini should be safe. Yeah. All right. All right. Yeah. What's up, Fat TV? Honestly, what I would do is I would complete Chapter 1, like, in the best possible routing, in the best possible way. And then, before going to Chapter 2, go back and get hella OP. Because if I don't make it through Chapter 1, farming and stuff is just pointless. Like, oh my god, I just wasted 5 hours farming just to beat Chapter 1? No, not doing that. You know? You can't get Erlang? Let me fight Erlang for you. So I can kind of show you. What kind of build are you using? Can you send me your build? Yeah, you have to cloud step past the archers. Yeah. Yeah. All right, hang on. Let me pull up Wukong. No meds? We're gonna save the rest of the gun run for tomorrow, because I have 3 more. I have 3 more chapters to get through. Farm at Rockrest Flats. Yeah, that's a good farm spot right there. Right before, you're talking about right before the Stone Vanguard. Yeah, let's watch chapter 4, guys. New video just dropped. If you wouldn't mind giving it a like and dropping a comment, that'd be freaking awesome. But I have not seen this yet, so let me boot up the game and I'll turn on this video. And if Future sticks around, I will try and give him some tips on fighting Erlang. Excuse me. No meds, no stands. Oh, no strand. No strand. Gotcha. Okay, hang on. New video out right now, guys.
As a World of Warcraft player, would you make a
This
good
is not the
programmer?
video
Well,
yet.
Maybe not if you're a dirty dungeon leaver, but see...
All right. If you guys haven't given this a thumbs up, I would greatly appreciate it.
Welcome back to
Especially
the world's slowest.
especially you guys over there on YouTube right now. But this is my first time watching it, by the way. This is part of my pacifist run, my dodge-only run.
Welcome back to the world's slowest and most ridiculous Black Myth Wukong journey. This is chapter 4 of my pacifist run. No attacks, just dodging, shadows, and questionable life choices. In chapter 4, Bajie lends a hand, then turns on us because betrayal seems to be his love language. Along the way, we face impossible bosses, frustrating mud fights, and a whole spider family reunion. It's been a journey of patience, pain, and suffering. But hey, we're still here. Let's see how far dodging and sheer stubbornness can take us this time. Chapter 4 starts with Bajie helping us out, until he decides to channel his inner drama king and flip sides. Honestly, I've seen better loyalty from a goldfish.
Yo, Bajie's giving them the business for me. Remember,
You know
I'm
what I
not
think's
allowed
gonna
to
be a
attack
pretty
at all.
difficult
I can
one?
only dodge
In
my
this
way through
chapter,
the entire
man.
game. That violet spider, because it looks like she attacks and then damage happens.
Before we even get to the spider, there's a long list of hurdles to jump. And by hurdles, I mean enemies who really don't like pacifists.
Kick his ass, Seabass! Well, it'd be nice if you didn't, like, fall down. Wow, we're getting nowhere fast there, Bajie. We're getting nowhere really fast. Yo, here! Me!
First up, the second sister. With Bajie's help, I took her down on my first attempt in just 4 minutes. Feels like Bajie might actually carry me in this chapter.
I'm just assisting, that's all I'm doing. Go, Bajie, go! Thank you. There we go. Thank you, Pickles. Yeet.
After the fight, Bajie takes off faster than my motivation on a Monday morning, chasing after his silly spider girlfriend.
You know what might have made it Game of the Year, in my opinion?
A fucking map. A map. Side note, they finally added a map to the game, clearly inspired by my struggles in the earlier chapters. You're welcome, everyone.
I'll give you a map of my asshole. How about that?
While looking for Bajie, one of the 4 sisters shows me
Wait,
a
what
path
did I
to
say?
treasure. Maybe she has a thing for me.
What did I say?
While looking for Bajie, you're welcome, everyone.
I'll give you a map of my asshole. How about that?
While looking for Bajie, one of the 4 sisters shows me a path to treasure. Maybe she has a thing for me. But as someone raised on tales of never to trust a stranger leading you to treasure, I'm skeptical.
That seems like a trap, lady. You and your sisters have been swindlers. I don't trust you. Damn ladies trying to take my man parts is what they're trying to do. I don't know how this is gonna go.
Our next boss is the Centipede Guy. He charges like he's late to an appointment, but thankfully I dodged my way to victory in 1 attempt. Just 11 minutes of effort. It's starting to feel like Chapter 4 might actually be smooth sailing.
Jeez, I've got no life left. It's okay. No one said anything about medicines. Now I've got nothing left. One try. First try. Yeah, I don't know what to do about Buddha's hand yet. I don't know if it's even possible to do it just dodging. Yeah, you need Buddha's hand to die so you can cross the rock. Should be a quick one.
Well, laugh it off, Zach, because this fight is a torture. Buddha's right hand was spanking me in ways I never imagined.
Is this going to be a fight I can even do this way? I mean, that's damage, but Holy shit, I've already gone through like one gourd sip. I have no idea how to go about this. Oh, I'm getting nowhere fast. This fight was a spiritual awakening, but not in a good way. It was 18 minutes of trying to dodge his attacks, landing 5 hits, and realized this might be my villain origin story. Phase 2 was even worse. I couldn't even get him to attack. Damage when I perfect dodge, but his attacks are so slow that I spent more time staring at his idle animations than actually fighting. Eventually, I had to break my pacifist vow. Why? Because he cheated by throwing rocks at me. That's a boink meter of number 4. I hate it here. I don't think I can do this. Not off dumb luck. This might be one of the exceptions to the rule here. Dude, just let a rock hit me in the freaking head. End my misery. Thank you. Now I can't wait to beat the absolute piss out of it. We finally catch up with Bajie, who's still mad because his girlfriend left him on red. After a 9-minute fight, my shadow knocks some sense into him. Or so I thought. Okay. Dude, I got a lot of bosses done tonight. After 7 hours of streaming in the same shirt, don't worry, I have multiples, we run into Bajie again. This time, he's dead serious about getting his girl back. I'll try. Yeah, this is gonna kind of suck, I think. Okay, this isn't too bad.
A few moments later.
This is way more difficult than I thought it would be. Way more difficult than I thought it would be. Okay. Start that over, man. That was awful. Remember when I said this wasn't too bad of a fight? Yeah, I lied. Fighting Bajie in the mud felt like being stuck in quicksand while someone pelts you with bricks. He morphed into a mud pig, a fish, a rhino, basically the cast of Madagascar, but evil. Each attempt took 12 to 15 minutes, and after 4 hours of relentless attacks, I was still getting wrecked. Oh. What am I experiencing? What am I experiencing right now? Oh my god, dude. What in the actual fuck?
They ask you how you are, and you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
This was my 9th attempt. Look at that HP bar. So close. No! What the universe really has a cruel sense of humor. I hate this. Gotta go again. On the 11th attempt, I finally took him down. Over 12 minutes of dodging later, Bajie finally came to his senses. Surely, this time he wouldn't run off and get caught again, right? Wow. One more. Finally! God dang. Yo, I was getting so angry at that fight. I was getting irrationally angry at that fight, man. Oh, crap. I forgot the next boss fight is literally right here, dude. We finally catch up with Bajie. And wouldn't you know it, he's wrapped up in his spider girlfriend's web again. At this point, I'm starting to think this is his idea of foreplay. So we step in to knock some sense into Grandma Spider herself. 2 attempts, and 21 minutes of patience later, she's finally down. Turns out, the life of pacifism isn't just long and tedious. It's full of surprises. And speaking of surprises, why not make mine a little better by hitting that subscribe button right now? I'm watching you. No way! No way! Let's go! Yes! That was a huge one. That one sucks to do. That one sucks so much. After we deal with Grandma Spider, she decides to send a horde of 1,000 baby spiders at me. Real classy, Grandma. Maybe she should take some lessons from me about handling problems with grace and dodging. Oh no. Oh no, sorry. I know that's loud. I know that's loud. That had to be loud for you guys. You really get to learn when you do stuff like this. You really get to learn like the true difficulty of certain enemies, and you get to learn how messed up some of them are. Like some of them like are broken. Some mechanics just don't make sense. Some have bugs that you never would have realized otherwise. Stuff like that, you know? And doing a challenge like this really kind of opens your eyes. It's like, why is that guy doing that? And ladies and gentlemen, we're already at the final boss area. Look at that. Now, as per the rules we set in chapter 1, I'm not using the Weaver's Needle. You already know where this is headed. Yeah, without using the needle, I have no idea how this is gonna go. Yo, what is that? What the piss is that? After some practice, I beat the final fight of the chapter on my 3rd attempt. 21 minutes of pure suffering, but man, did it feel good. There it is. I was trying to get multiple on that. This is where it gets really tricky. Did they fix his hitboxes? Nope. It only looks fast right now because the gourd. I might as well be fighting Bajie again. I might not be able to get this tonight. Sometimes all you need is a little push. From doubting myself to conquering the impossible in one night. It's funny how things work out. No way. Oh my gosh, guys, I need one more. Let's go! No way! Holy crap! No shot! I've made it all the way to chapter 5. No, without attacking. Dodge only run. Holy crap, dude. What? Is this possible? Yo! Ladies and gentlemen, chapter 4 is in the books. Over 70 hours of gameplay, and we're down to just 2 chapters left in this pacifist run. The finish line is in sight, but the hardest challenges are yet to come. If you've made it this far, stick around for the finale of the world's only Black Myth Wukong pacifist journey. Like, comment, subscribe, because the next chapters are going to be insane. Let's finish this together. Yeah, so that's the run, guys. Welcome back to the Wukong pacifist saga. Whoops. Yeah, that's the run. That's the run. We've already finished that run, though. But thank you guys so... Oh, my God. Oh, sorry. I was like, how do I have that many likes already? I was like, what? Oh, my gosh. Anyway, did they fix the hitboxes? I didn't think they made any change to the hitbox. I'm probably wrong there, but... Okay, so somebody sent me their run, or sorry, their build. They sent their build. Let's see what we're working with here. Is this wait, where are you at? Who was asking this? Future. Where did you send it, bro? Oh, okay, I see it. It's in what? Okay, question is, do you have hang on. Future, what new game cycle is this? You said NG5, I think? Do you have like everything? Do you already have everything? Like, can I recommend a build? I'll just like, I mean, I'll give you like the strong one. Oh, you got like everything. Okay. Or are you like dead set on using that build? If you're dead set on using that build, that's okay too. I just want to know. It looks like you're trying a control build, right? Sunset of 9 Skies. Let me see something here. Oh gosh, not this, not this. I don't want this. I don't want this. I don't want this.
Loss comes when?
I don't want this. No. No, no to what? Oh, you don't care. Okay, okay. You don't care. Gotcha. Let me see what I can work out for you, bro. You sent me a video. All right, your boink meter's a 4? Yeah. What's up, Rain Man? You should keep them separate, get people to come back for more. I agree. All right, hang on. Let's see what we got here. All right, this is, I like Dark Iron Staff. You were using Opera Monobat, which is nothing wrong with that. I'll try and give you some combat tips. I don't know if it'll help, because I feel like if you're going to use a control build, that's perfectly fine, dude. Perfectly fine. Guess I'll give you some, like, combat tips, though. Or, like, what are you wanting me to do? Because I'll do anything. What am I watching here? Oh, the yellow long fight. You're just needing help beating Erlang and that's it? You're willing to try whatever? I could just give you some combat tips. Maybe you'll see like how I do see-throughs. You know? Do I got everything maxed out on this save? Yeah, kinda. Wait, what was that? Frost. No, that's poison damage. That doesn't do anything. Scorch damage. By the way, if you upgrade your passives on your transformations, they apply to you regardless of what you have, okay? So, if you upgrade this one, you have extra defense. If you upgrade this one, you get extra attack after perfect dodges. And down here, if you see through an enemy, you get a little bit of extra invincibility. All very, very useful stuff. Okay. I need to fight him anyway because otherwise I'm gonna like fall out of practice, man. Yeah, I got like everything on this account. Okay. How often are you forced to change things mid-fight? Does that happen often? I read some things about players switching stuff mid-fight. How true is that? You can't switch anything mid-fight. However, you can't switch anything mid-fight. But, you can, like, in base game, you can kind of, like, buff up and switch things at the front, like the front door of the fight, and then walk into the fight with the swaps and buffs applied. Where's my mana at? What's it looking like? Pretty high. Pretty high. Pretty high. Let me think about what I'm gonna do here, though. You're very welcome, Lady Hurricane. I think this should be fine. Let me challenge him at Pilgrim level first. For fun. And then we'll upgrade. We'll go up in difficulty, okay? Let's see what this does first. Gotta close my Discord, otherwise I can't see chat here. What's up, noob? Here from KG's channel. What's up, noob? Good to see you, bro. Yeah. KG's my homie. Welcome in, dude. I appreciate you giving, taking a chance and coming over to the channel. Oh, you're welcome, man. So, let's see. All right, I'm gonna crack Spellbinder because I'm just gonna kind of show you combat only. So, dodge toward him, attack, 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 back in for some more. Bang. Plate. Wait for him to attack. 1, 2. See through. I don't know how good your see-throughs are, but they help so much for this fight, dude. See-throughs are like the way to go. There's phase 1 down.
You do have some of the spark.
Young monkey.
That's it.
I hope I don't screw the rest of this up, though.
Hold back from now. Let's fight.
You can delete a lot of his shield by, You can delete a lot of his shield by, Sorry. I'm trying to talk and play at the same time. You can delete a lot of his shield by staff spinning at certain points. Trying to narrate and play at the same time is difficult. Sorry. Not the cleanest of fights.
My sword spans the night sky, swifter than shooting stars.
Wow.
You've lifted
That's a lot
my
of damage,
spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled.
But that's why I want to do it on the other difficulties too, because if you're on like NG5, that's got to be at least the medium level, not the Great Sage level.
Let me see what you have.
Because scaling stops at NG7.
Kiss.
Just kind of getting warmed up with this fight, man.
Through the air. Like a falling star.
Oh, man. All right. I wish you could see through that attack, though. You can't.
Came before.
Why? When he does this, when he does this right here,
What comes here after?
dodge this one. If you got 3 focus points, you can knock him out of this animation right here. That saves you so much BS from him. Oh, mistimed that. That's my bad. Easy. That was kind of easy. See-through is the counterattack mechanic. Yeah. Doesn't scaling stop at NG6? I might be wrong. Yeah, it stops at NG6. Yeah. Oh no, I didn't want to challenge again. I want to up the difficulty. But see, I don't know like where these Return of Rivals fall in difficulty. Like, I guess if it to think about this objectively, if there's 3 terms of difficulty, I think Pilgrim difficulty would be NG and NG plus 1, right? And then second difficulty would be maybe NG 2, 3, and 4. And then final difficulty would be NG 5, 6, and beyond. Because it stops at 6. I don't know. I don't know. Huh. This game looks sweaty? A little bit. What's up, Reaper? I see you, man. Man, coming off of being sick and, like, trying this. You can't stop that spear drag ×2 with 3 focus point. Oh, you can even stop. Yeah. After he does the spear drag twice, if you have 3 focus points, just go into pillar stance and drop it on his head, and it'll cancel the rest of that. But if you don't, then you got to prepare for actual dodging. All right, let's see if I can... I know I can. Let's see how prepared I am to do level 2 today. Why the mana curios? Because I'm using Spellbinder, and the more mana you have, when you crush Spellbinder, it depletes your mana. Yeah, you can't use spells or anything. So it's basically just up to your combat skills. But you get so much more attack value. I'll show you here in just a second. So, hopefully he doesn't engage me right away. My attack power is sitting at 258. Okay? Alright, Crush Spellbinder. It's sitting at 348. 348. Now, if you use a Back Scratcher, you get more critical hit chance. I got 23% chance to hit a critical with 175% attack bonus. Okay? And why is my defense not as high as... Maybe gold spike plates is what I usually run. I know you guys might be asking, dude, what's with this? This is my test account for when I make YouTube videos, so I modded the medicines to test out different builds. That's all that is, okay? Just to clear up any confusion. Okay, let's see what he does. Gotta play a little, not more passive, but... I didn't have a focus point there. Oh, please remind me to do something this stream, man. Show my focus meter from now on. I got an idea. The best advice I can give you about Erlang, at least, is don't act, react. And I say that about Souls games, too, a lot. Wait for him to make a move so you know what to do on your next move. Okay, I was stuck in an animation there. That was weird.
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Next one.
Oh, come on. No shot, dude. Okay.
Failed to strike true. And still futile.
You failed. He's probably going to disappear here? Nope. Okay. If he ever does that animation right there, if he does that where he does the command grab and throws you away, he'll prepare for a long range attack, obviously.
Barriers abound.
See through right here? Boom, boom. And he'll do a couple of different things. He'll either do a long range attack or he'll do the disappearing. Whoops. In which case he can set you up for a perfect see-through. All right. I can't be talking and narrating, my bad. I screwed myself up there. I actually have to lock in. Not much. Just about to wrap up my NG Plus due so I can do another new game for the... I can't read all of that. For the Venom Artguards and the Venom Taoist to get my platinum. Dude, best of luck, bro. You got this. Narrating and fighting is a little tough at the same time. Look how much of his shield bar I got rid of there. So good, man. Oh my god, dude, the damage on that is insane. The damage on that was kind of nuts.
Do have some of this.
Can I see the brew? Yeah. I'm pretty sure in the brew right now is Steel Ginseng, a Tiger Relic, and 2 Jade Lotus. Because with the Dark Iron Staff, if I drank right now, I would even get more damage value because my defense would be higher. 2 Tender Jade Lotuses, defense goes up, my attack goes up. So you can get just a buff for a while for just by drinking your gourd, even if you're at full health.
That's it. I won't hold back from
Roll
now.
here, do an easy jump over, roll up to him, start whacking away that shield again. Alright, I'm off. Come on. Alright. Yo.
It's time to rest your weary self.
That was me just playing badly. Long as I don't kill him too early by mistake. Yeah, oh yeah, for the arm guards. No iron pellet. Yeah, you don't need iron pellet. Unless you find yourself caught in a lot of different attack animations whereby you need to drink the gourd, yeah. I don't know what's wrong with me. I've beat this like 10 times already. I jumped into the hardest boss. Yeah, but I know him. I just gotta play better, that's all. See how I canceled my attack right there? Because I'm waiting to see what he's gonna do. Don't go in with a full combo, because he'll punish you for it. He'll punish you doing a full light combo attack every time. Wait to see what he's gonna do.
Ready to start over.
This is an easy see-through right here. Back up. Just play a little bit of distance with him. You got it.
Do have some of this spark.
Don't act, react.
That's it. I won't hold back from now.
I could do a see-through for that, but like I'm not gonna have you risk that. See through? He could have punished me there.
My sword spans the night sky, swifter than shooting star.
Got me with the same axe move. I gotta reevaluate my damn timing on that. It's been a while. Yeah. See, he's punished me with the same move every time, which means I don't remember the timings on that very well.
Stars in the sky. My blade
See through right here? Boom. Boom. After he does his little upside down twirl, just wait for him to do his stupid little twirl. Light attack, heavy attack, punish.
To the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed.
You can kind of sit here in the middle and dodge like twice.
To put you in
all you
this
gotta do.
place. Let me see where the path diverges from his.
Trying to command grab right there. That's a nice hit, but I have no focus now. Here we go. Easy. Wait for him to do his little shit. See-through. Command grab again. Back up from that kind of stuff. Get above him. Bam. You get above some of those attacks, he can't touch you.
From the sky, my sword sweeps the land.
You can staff spin that as it comes to you. Oh, Jay's punishing me for that. That's my bad. Shouldn't have done that. Here we go with that same attack again, right? He's going to do the staff drag.
Many of them are below you,
I'm going to go into pillar stance.
and few are like me.
Move out of the way of that one.
Back when
Instantly
he was
into
around,
pillar stance. Cancel him out of this shit. Stay patient if he hits you with those. I think that's what I did before to avoid that axe, was attack retreat. That's what I need to stick with. I need to stick with attack retreat there. I don't expect you to have to do that, but... See, if you get good at the see-throughs and come back with the Skyfall Strike, you can stay above a lot of his moves. A lot of his moves. Especially after he does that, like, really fast... Not fast, but it's almost like a Matrix-style kind of, like, charge toward you. And he does this, like, underswing. Right? If you dodge the first one, do a light attack right after, and a heavy attack, you'll get a see-through, and then just follow it up with a Skyfall Strike, and you can punish him almost every time. Thrust stance will give you the best iframes for a see-through. Thrust to pillar. Okay, so there is something that... Hang on. Let me exit out of this challenge real quick. There's something I wanted to do for, like, my Wukong streams. Because people were talking about, well, I can't see your focus meter and stuff. So, hang on one second. Excuse me. Display capture. Hang on. This is going to get weird for a second, guys, but it's to your benefit, I promise. Yes, I'm still here. I got this idea from a fellow streamer. His name is CBD. And I can't believe I didn't implement it before because it's so smart. I just hope it doesn't drain resources on my PC. This takes a minute, sorry. feel like that should be good, right? Oh wow, I can go off with it even more. Way more. Is that deleting the floor? No, it's not deleting the floor. Okay. CBD is a great streamer. Yeah, I love that guy. He still hasn't replied to my damn Discord message in like 2 months. I'm gonna give him a why I oughta. I swear. Okay, almost there, almost there, almost there. Let's see how it's lining up now. Oh, I got a lot more I can do here. A lot more. Let's see. All right, I mean, that doesn't look half bad yet. Yet. Please stay on the screen. Is there... Wait, I can put the HUD on the screen permanently, right? Isn't there a HUD display? Right? Automatic, always display. There we go. That's what I wanted. Okay. Way to go, Zach. Smart streamer. Right there. Dummy. Let me blow this up a little bit. Is that good, like, right up there in the corner? Like, does that look good right up there in the corner? You can see my stamina gauge. Or my, Does that look pretty good? Perfect. Thanks for the video on Relic Holder, defeating using your build. You're very welcome, man. Yeah, just like have it in the corner somewhere, you know? I don't want to like convolute my screen, but I still need streamer stuff there. That way you can see like when I'm switching stances and stuff like that too. I think that's a pretty cool idea. Yeah. I could probably crop it a little bit more, but you know, looks good. All right, let's see if Erling's going to beat the brakes off of me here in on his hardest mode. He might. He might. This is the test right here. The test. Yeah, but now you guys can always see like what stance I'm in and like how many focus points. Sometimes you have to adapt. Like, okay, I can't do that pillar cancel because I don't have 3 focus points, you know? Which is what you need. Sometimes you'll see me change staff stances for no reason, too. Punish him again for that. Let's see what he's gonna do here. Oh, I thought he was gonna go phase 2. That's why I got risky with it. One hit away. I thought he was going phase 2 earlier, so I decided to risk that.
You have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
CB disappears.
When you know, it's too late.
Oh, wow. Gotta remember, this is hardest mode. He'll do some crazy stuff.
I'll show you. In his stead.
Good raw damage on him. Good raw damage. I'm dead. Yeah, I'm dead. Sorry. That was bad. What you do is shrink yourself down to fit in the spirit window. I'd be like this big. Or are you talking about like the focus meter I should do that with? What's the best build before New Game Plus? The best build? Like a cheese build? Like what do you want to do? The damage is he's got so much HP, it's not even funny. And that's with Spellbinder and everything else. Wow. He wasted no time, didn't he? That's not too bad. He's gonna disappear? Nope. Dodge, light attack, heavy attack, Skyfall. I can build focus here, by the way. See that?
You have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Failed to strike true.
Now he might disappear. I would think. Nope. My God. The timing's different.
I know it won't.
Not to mention 400 plus new move variations, so you know what's coming. Yeah. Does this game have transmog? No, unfortunately. Can you use the tank build on this? Nope. His damage output is so high. So high. Like, it won't even matter. You cannot tank all that. Like, that one-shot me, but that was my fault. Oh my God, no, I wanted Spellbinder. Damn it. The way that freaking hit me. Give it to me. Give it to me. That's what I'm talking about. Give it to me.
You do have some of his spark.
The better needs to go to the left. What does that mean?
That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! Much closer. Don't fail just yet. Evil style is my rock. My game springs from yours. Clouds drift on.
Clouds drift on what?
This is nowhere near his powers.
I'm trying, Erling. Stop being mean to me, dude. Stop being mean to me. Stop being mean to me,
You've
Erling.
lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword
Would
and
a control
spear
build
dulled,
work? Yeah.
Cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet
Control build works on a lot up until like New Game
it
Plus.
gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see.
How actively I switch stances.
Kiss.
My God. Hey,
Trust me.
look at that. Stamina, mana, everything gone. I forgot his stamina drain with staff spin. With staff spin, I know that was the topic of conversation tonight. Man, that was a clean fight. That was getting really clean. How actively do I switch stances? It's situational, but I almost never use pillar stance. Once in a great while, I kind of break it out. Man, I totally forgot the stamina drain. That was bad. That was so bad. God dang it. This sucks. What? Let's go ahead and start over.
Haunt the path.
That's like death anyway. See, he one-shots you.
The world is cruel. Destiny unfair. Do you? It's time.
Excuse me. Start that over. Jesus. Yeah, he can one-shot you at the start of the fight. It's kind of insane. I appreciate that, James. See why I'm struggling? It'd be fine. Well, I don't think this difficulty is equivalent to what you might be going through, though. I could be wrong. What am I doing? Why am I doing this? No. I know what I didn't do there. Just got a focus point. I had a focus point. This is what I would do.
Ready to start over. If you can't obey, this.
Just screwing this all up.
Pass. Firm will. You have some of the spark. That's it.
The spear drag interrupt. I'll try and do it right now.
Back from now.
In this way. If he gives me the opportunity, I will. Come on, Zach, dodge this shit, bro. Dodge it. What am I doing?
It's time to rest your weary self.
Dang it. Poor form. Poor form. Oh, can I link you the... Wait. Oh, are you saying even before the drag? Don't like the drag? Yeah, you can cancel the drag. The only reason I did it when I did it before is because I didn't have 3 focus points. And I got perfect dodges on the drags, and it gave me 3 focus points. But I can... Yeah, you can cancel it beforehand. Right. Come on, give me a focus point. No. There we go. See how situational that was? Yeah, the world is... Bro. He's changing up moves left and right on me.
Firm will.
Break his shield. Thank you.
Do have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
He did that animation twice in a row. How that AI is so weird, bro. The AI was so weird right there, man. I almost missed that.
Clouds just form, barriers abound.
Oh. Yeah, he caught me all right. Now, brother, I'm rolling. I'm rolling back. Rolling back.
Here and now. Part of his plan.
Man, I'm getting freaking destroyed today. Excuse me. I'm getting destroyed today. It's called Great Sage Difficulty for a reason, I guess. All right, stream doesn't end until I beat him on this level. Here he comes. Dodge. Bang, 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 bang. Roll back. Wait for this. See through. Attack. I don't know what's delayed here, but okay. Alright, I gotta be a little more passive today, apparently. Trying to be aggressive like I want to be is just not really. Damn dogs.
Do have some of his spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight!
Okay. Okay.
Not him.
Where did the audio go on? Someone called a cheat. Wait, called me a cheat on Wukong Reddit? No way. Who said? Wait, cheating on what? That I was cheating? What's up, everything? Who said I was cheating? Okay. Wow. On what specifically? The hell? What could I have done that would even look like cheating? With my pacifist run? People are dumb, dude. Okay, so that hits me now. Okay, got it. Dude, what's with the timing on that? It's so weird.
When it's too late.
Apparently, I'm not going to be a master at this fight today. What's going on there? Ivy Andrew, thank you so much for the follow, man.
Do have some of his spark.
Freaking Reddit drama? Yeah, what the hell? I'm not even really ever on Reddit, dude. Like, ever.
From now, let's fight!
That's so funny, dude. Everything I've done has been 100% legit for a reason. Dude, I see what they did in this Great Sage thing. They increased the speed of a lot of his attacks.
Clouds just come, barriers abound.
They increased the speed, not just the frequency, but the speed of a lot of the attacks is slightly different and faster, and they're still avoidable. However, if you get too used to the other movesets, like you get punished big time.
His powers.
Reddit is trash. I don't disagree. It's where a lot of people can go to like share their content though and like grow their channels though. A lot of people don't know about my channel because it's like, well, do you ever post on Reddit, Zach? Not really. People don't know you exist. What? Where was my attack?
Gale Swift.
Man, if I got that attack, I'd have been fine.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged
just
to
fine.
the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled.
I would argue that this version of Erlang might be harder than the base game in general.
Gave his life
Might be, I don't know.
to put you in this place. Let me see
Here's
where
that stamina.
divergence from his. world knows every stir of your mind.
Oh my god, no way. The timing on that's different than a regular. Not like the other fights. Holy moly, they changed that. I would reply, but my account is nuked. Why is that? Someone's calling me a cheat on Reddit. That's so funny. Don't know, all versions feel the same. Guys, like something about the Great Sage one. I don't know. Maybe it could be me. Like, I'm not adapting. Like, I know the moves. But it feels like the timing is just different. To me. No focus point. It's awesome. I love that. I love that for us. Oh no, now you do it? Okay. I'm sucking. I'm sucking so bad. I'm doing so terrible.
Thunder, be my skin, and lightning, my heart.
I just need to be better. Go to phase 2. Thank you.
I do have some of the spark. That's it. I won't hold back from now. Let's fight! The mountains bury the sun.
Just get me back to phase 3, please. The fact that you can't see through this.
In his state.
Or that other big attack you can't even see through on.
You've lifted my spirits, monkey. When he was dragged to the execution yard, sword and spear were dulled, cleaver and cudgel crumbled, and yet he emerged unscathed. Yet he gave his life to put you in this place. Let me see where your path diverges from his. Thou of purity! Unleash the fight!
What? Interesting.
This is nowhere near his powers. The world.
All right, this is where I mess up.
Stir of your mind.
This is where I mess up right here. Okay. All right, I did okay, I guess.
In my training.
Yeah, see, here I don't have 3 focus points. I can't cancel them out of it unless I happen to get it here.
Can't be undone.
Yep,
And now
I got it.
see clearly.
way that hit me. I didn't think that little one would hit me. Eat shit, Erlang. That was clean. Broken? He'll probably get another shield back. I can't do enough damage in time. What? No shot.
Your destiny.
Yes, I know, I know. I thought I had that, honestly.
Much closer. Don't fade just yet. Through the air.
Oh no, oh no.
Like a falling star.
That was close. That was kind of close. There we go. All right. That was fun. It wasn't the cleanest fight. It was not the cleanest fight. Dude, he has 64,000 HP. Oh my god, dude. Look at that, bro. I could have done better. I could have done a lot better, honestly. Erlang doesn't do the triple spin move in his third phase after the update. Am I right, or did I get lucky for the 40? Bro, you got lucky. I've seen, you're talking about the tornado attack, right? Where he's like way up in the background and then he comes at you and he spins. And you can get 2 perfect dodges out of it and avoid it all. If that's what you're talking about, he still does it. Oh, he's ruined my life with it. Go and check it. Do you have the link? You happen to have the link written off? Every time you do this, I swear, I'm amazed. Dude, I appreciate that. I tell you, I know that was kind of like combat only, no spells and stuff like that. But I hope maybe you saw different ways I was able to use see-through when I was able to change stances. And if not, go back and play the VOD after I'm done. And you'll be able to see like different like you can slow it down and see, and just slow the play back down and wait to see like, okay, that move I know is coming towards me. I wait, I dodge, I do a light attack, and then I do my see-through almost right after, and then a skyfall right after. The mods took it down. Why? Because they thought I was cheating. The other one, which starts really quick, the triple spin move. I'm trying to think. I think I've seen it. Guys, if you can send me an example, I could tell you whether or not I know that he does it or not. No one can do that many perfect dodges in a row. They think I'm cheating, guys. This one guy thinks I'm cheating, but they took my post down, or took Renov's post down. This is the kind of stuff I have to deal with, guys. What led you to feel like he's using cheats? I only watched some of it, and he did run into some problems with not being able to damage certain bosses. No one can do that many perfect dodges in a row, and saying fights are 20 minutes. He would not have enough gourd usage to last that long. Plus, there's a mod to make perfect dodges automatic. I see. Do you see that? Like the false accusations I get? Like, yeah, like I'm I'm faking it. I'm cheating. No, I'm not cheating. I did it all live on stream, and I suffered like 100 hours of trying to perfect dodge my way through the whole game, and people still called me a cheat. Yeah, you play good equals... Geist, I'm sure you get the same thing, bro. Cheating. He's legit. I watched his live stream, too. He's insanely good at dodging. If you perfect dodge and have the skill Venge for Mirage, it explodes at the thunder damage. He did this build to get the most thunder damage, and thus he gets good damage. He said that he uses mod on his build video, though. What's stopping him from doing the same? Hang on. I can't reply to this bozo, can I? No, I can't reply. I can't reply. If people are defending. But listen. Okay, Dream 4639. If you happen to come by or see this clip, I highly doubt you will. But if you do, answer me one question. If there is a mod that makes perfect dodges automatic, then how come I'm taking damage at all? Wouldn't I have just perfect dodged through the entire fight? And, like, the entire fight. I would just turn the mod on, let it perfect dodge for me, pretend like I'm doing it, and I would never take a point of damage. I would never get damaged. How stupid are people? Push back again. If you're a challenge runner, if you're a good player, and people call you out for cheating, and you know you're not, push back against them. This is BS. That's the toxicity in the community I don't like. When people, like, put their minds to something and accomplish something great, I don't care how stylish or not stylish you do it. If you do it, be fucking proud of that. Fuck this guy. Pardon my language, but F that guy. Be proud that you did it. I don't care how fancy you did it. I don't care if you did it no hit, all hit, whatever you accomplish. You put your mind to it and you do it. Frick, I'm proud of you, man. I don't care. You don't have to have a perfect fight. But if it was perfect, then why not just turn the mod on for the whole fight and make it look so good? Break, man. People suck. Who was asking me to do... Who the heck was asking me to do Great Sage on Great Sage difficulty? Somebody asked me to. I've learned by watching you, so we know you're good and not cheating. No, I'm proud of you guys, man. So here's the thing. Whenever I have a mod in play, whenever I've used a mod before, whether it's to mod my medicines, it's for testing purposes. Because so many people have this game on console, you don't get that benefit. So I've modded the medicines on an account before, so that way I can test the build out. When you're on console and you don't get that benefit, you don't waste your medicines attempting to have, like, do a one-shot build for fun or something like that. You don't waste yours because you can't get them back. I can. If I've ever used a mod when I'm live, I put text in the top right corner up here saying, I'm practicing something, a mod is active. I'm practicing maybe a hitless fight or something. I do that every single time because I'm honest with my viewers and I'm honest with the community, and screw people like that for doubting. I hate that so much. I try to be as honest and transparent as possible about my gameplay, and people still want to drag it down. You know what I'm saying? That bothers the crap out of me, man. Somebody told me to do Great Sage, and I don't know why I'm sitting here doing it, but I guess it's fun. Might as well. Yeah, I wanted to do 47 minutes on the Yellow Wind Sage for fun. Not to destroy my mental health or anything. You know what I mean? Exactly, we're here to have fun. Like... Okay. I guess I'm not prepared for this. Wow, that's like garbage damage for first phase. All right. It's been a minute, guys. That's right, I can't do Skyfall Strike because he will avoid it like every time. All right. See, he avoids Skyfall. But it's a good way to cancel a lot of his moves. I thought he was going to do Ring of Fire there. I'm only afraid of, I'm really afraid of Rock Solid when he does that. Wow, that was a massive hit, bro. Holy crap. For this difficulty level, that was huge. Now you do it? After all those see-throughs, now you do it. I hate you, you bozo. That damage is lower than NG plus 7. I know. Yeah, this is insane. I've got no focus points, which kind of sucks. I'm really afraid of the the Rock Solid right now. Oh no. Right. Updated moveset. I gotta be smarter than that. Borrow some focus from you, buddy. Please, thank you. Oh god, here we go. That worked out well. I feel like Rock Solid's coming, bro. Nope. Oh, no. I knew it! Yeah, crazy mod, bro. Way to mod your gameplay. All your perfect dodges, but you're still getting hit. Good mod, bro. Why is my drink so low? With Erlang, it was feeling a lot. Dude, no way. No way. Yeah, with Erlang, I felt like I was refilling a lot. Alright. Again? Wow, bro. Again? Oh my goodness, dude. I've never seen him double up and triple up on some of this stuff ever. It's kind of interesting to see. No focus. This sucks. No, no. I almost screwed that up so bad. So bad. I forgot the charge. No way! Oh, no way! I mean, it could have been so much better. It could have been way better, sorry. It could have been way better. I took way too many hits. I took way too many hits, man. What's up, H? Dude, thank you. Appreciate you coming by one of the lives. I'll be cutting it here before too long after this fight. But I hope you join us again. So close. I guess I could have gotten more aggressive there at the end. But I was expecting him to maybe like try and save himself with another rock solid or something. So. Wow, big hit, dude. Big day. Big day. Big day. That doesn't happen, dude. Wow. Weird terrain. I ain't gonna lie, I thought I would have 4 focus points right after that, and I geared up the thrust. Ah. Bastard. Probably just see-through on that one, yeah. Be nice to save some of these focus points for phase 2. I probably could have ended phase 1 right there. There we go. Hi, Lion. What's up? Oh my god, wait, what just happened? I rolled. No freaking way. Man, that was turning out to be kind of a clean fight, too. Yeah, monkey one-shot. Monkey one-shot. What even happened there? I rolled. The mod got turned off. Yeah, oh my god. The mod got turned off. Does he even do his, like, newest moves on this mode, or does he only do it during Return of Rival, or, sorry, Gauntlet? I wonder. Whoops. Dude, I'm all over the place right now. Yeah, I'm all over the place right now, dude. Alright, I need to lock in for real. Dude, stop that. Stop that right now. Stupid ring of fire, bro. Hello? Man, I'm sucking. I'm doing terrible, guys. Poor performance, man. terrible tonight. No wonder. I mean, I even struggled with Erling a little bit. I guess I have this in my nature that I should be doing it first try, every try kind of thing, you know? And I know that's wrong. It's like, oh, if I don't do it first try, then I suck. Only in gauntlets? Okay. Yeah, I got this mentality. If I don't do it first try, then I just suck. It's so bad. This is always hit or miss, man. You know what I'm saying? Dude, why is my gourd ass? Thought I had that. Nope. God dang it, man. I'm spam rolling to try to get out of that. He says nope. Nope, nope, nope. I feel like there should be a more consistent way to get out of that. Besides the ring rock solid. Have your fucking cloud, bitch. Have y'all ever seen him get knocked out of his cloud like that before? Wow, that was a huge hit. What? If only I had a focus point. If Apparently I had a focus point. Oh my god, the input read was amazing. The input read was so good. As soon as I went to drink that gourd, he said no. Man, I am not playing well right now. Crap. Make an emoji that says mod mode for the haters. Man. Honestly, I started that fight off bad. Wait, are you able to change stuff now? In this? No way. No, okay, okay. I'm about to say, no way, dude. Because the boss health bar is not there. Dude, that critical is insane. I almost never get that. Come on, I can do better than that. I don't think the Ring of Fire should hit you like that. If I'm gonna be honest. Thank you so much. Oh my god! Holy crap, Fart Pancakes. What a hilarious name, by the way. Thank you for the insane raid. Oh my god, dude. All right, now I have to really turn it on, guys. Oh my god, dude. Welcome in, Raiders. My name is Zach the Ripper. How you doing? I'm currently fighting the Great Sage's Broken Shell on Great Sage mode in Return of Rivals. Can we get a shout out if we haven't yet? That would be really awesome. I'm taking back the raid if you die here. Oh, no. Oh, on the hardest difficulty, he just had to give me that. Wow, and then that happens, dude. Then that happens. Thank you, Cassie. I have to win now, right? I have to win. Did it again. Man, I keep falling for it every time. It's not good. Welcome in, Raiders. Be sure to hit that follow button. You got any questions about me? Oh my god, no ways. He's taking the raid back. No shot that just happened. It says, let's go, boys. Oh my gosh. Let me get you. Hey, guys, if you're not following, Fart Pancakes. Be sure there is a nice little heart button right there at the top of your chat. That was a massive raid, dude. I appreciate it. You did not have to do that, but thank you so much. What were we doing tonight? Were we playing Wukong as well? I gotta get a mulligan for that, man. I gotta get a mulligan. Tony the Tiger? What were you doing?
Welcome to the shop.
Were you doing like the gauntlet or anything? Tony the Tiger, baby. Lumi, thanks for the follow. Hamzito, thank you for the follow. All right, let's lock it in for the boys here. I was expecting to do a ring of fire there, but okay. Maybe here we'll see it? Nope. Oh, that's a hit. Didn't mean to do that. I'm not playing to the best of my abilities right now. There we go. There we go. Sorry, guys. You're going through your first playthrough? Oh man, you're in for a wild ride, Pancakes. Come on, NG +5 and can you pass the second phase of Duskvale in chapter 4? Duskvale is like the fan is your best friend. The fan is definitely your best friend. Whoa, what's my character model doing way out there? What the hell? That was weird. go, baby. Give it to me. Let's go! Okay. Hardest difficulty. There we go. Hit 122,000 HP. Oh my god. Let's go. Thank you. Hey, appreciate it. Have you watched Black Myth Wukong New Year's Eve show? Are you talking about like the orchestra thing? I think I saw that. Yeah, buddy. Bro, yeah.
We have a gifted sub in the chapel.
What?
Thank you for your support.
Ham Zito coming in with the 5 gifted subs. You've got to be kidding me, baby. Woo! God dang, man. Big W's in the chat. Thank you so much. That's incredibly generous of you, brother. You did not have to do that. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Again, welcome in, Raiders. If you don't know who I am, my name is Zach the Ripper. I am a Souls Challenge runner and a Wukong Challenge runner. And we had a very spirited debate because I'll be attempting a no-hit run of the entire game of Black Myth Wukong here very, very soon. So don't forget to hit that follow button. If your boy Pancakes is not streaming and you see me live, I would love to have you become part of the chapel here and just join in the chaos and just see some of the cool stuff, be a part of the cool giveaways we do here on the channel. Again, thank you so much. My first year on Twitch is coming up. I think my anniversary is here in a couple of days, but it's been an amazing ride so far, and I just started streaming on YouTube, so still getting the handle on this. But, oh my god, you got an ad even though... How boss of a move is it, guys, that he gifted 5 subs and didn't sub himself? What? Come on, man. What is that? He didn't even sub himself. Zio, what's up, dude? Zio, Lang? Can I just call you Lang? I don't want to mess up people's names. Yep. 70. That was 70 perfect dodges. That's insane. Guys, do you think it would be... Okay, so I know I've done this in the past, but, could you imagine,
Welcome to the chat.
the Great Sage mode, but dodge only? Like, I've done it before, but like Great Sage mode, dodge only, no damage. That'd be wild, man. That'd be so insane.
We have a gifted sub in the chapel.
Sio Lank.
Thank you for your support.
I don't want to say that wrong, but Lank, thank you so much for the follow. Cassie coming in with the tier 1 gifted to Ham Zito. Woo! Let's go, baby. Would you like to watch the show with us? It's about 16 minutes. Can we do it tomorrow night? I've been streaming for going on almost 7 hours, you know? I did this because someone in chat requested that I fight this, and then I was going to end stream, but what a fat raid came through, man. Congrats beating the game with hardest difficulty. I got to head to bed. Pancakes, if you need any help, by the way, I do offer support in my Discord. If you want to link up and do some kind of like collab or something like that, I'm totally down to do it. If you need any help with the Wukong game at all, please feel free to hit me up, brother. Thank you so much for the huge raid. Good night, fart. I mean, Pancakes. A challenge for another day, right? That's crazy. It's a skill issue on your end, but yeah, I could. Nah, dude, you got this. Yeah, give it time, man. Give it time. Give it time. I promise you'll get it. Whoa, that was loud. Holy moly! Out of left field. Bang, bang. Right? Bro, the vibes tonight, dude. Unbelievable. On another level. I know how the stream started. I know how the stream started. We got into a debate about the no-hit stuff with a fellow streamer. But I think it ended on a positive note. Truth be told. Pancakes, before I let anyone go tonight, do you have a suggestion of who I can raid? Maybe somebody you also had in mind? Because before you did that, I was planning on raiding out. I got to go get some rest, work, and stuff like that, right? Thank you for your support. Where would you be comfortable sending your audience? For anybody who wants to stick around for the raid, Cassie, thank you for the gifted sub. Thank you so much. Does anybody in chat have a suggestion in mind of who we can raid to finish out the night? Well, dude, I'm glad we got to link up, dude. Let me drop you a follow, by the way. What a name that is, Fart Pancakes. That's so funny. I'll be sure to drop by your stream. I'm tired, it's bedtime. Let's go. I'm right behind you. I'm right behind you, Pancakes. Chat, let's show them how we do this around here, okay? Let's show them how we do it. How we end the night on a high note, baby. Woo! Right here in the chapel. Richard, music. That's good. Art Pancakes, thank you for the raid. Thank you for the follow. Let's end it on a high note, baby. Woo! Ladies and gentlemen, another amazing night in the books. I hope you will join me tomorrow because the epic journey in Black Myth Wukong does not stop here, baby. We got a lot more to do. Thank you for the new follows, the commitments, the recommitments, the bits, the gifted subs. You guys are on fire, and I'm so fucking blessed to have you around. Tomorrow night, 8:30 p.m. EST. We're back in the chapel. We're locking in. We got a lot more Wukong ahead. We're chasing that world's first, baby. So let's take one step back. Let's take 2 steps forward. I'll see you in here tomorrow night. Take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. And don't forget to tell somebody you love them, baby. Woo! Again, take care of yourselves. Take care of each other. Don't forget to tell somebody you love them. You never know when it's the last time you'll be able to do it. Stay happy, stay healthy, and stay freaking deadly. I'll catch you in the chapel tomorrow night, baby. Until then, I love you guys. Ripper out.